Good morning and welcome to SciFair's 14th, I believe, Digital Learning Conference. We're so thankful that you have joined us today. And we are getting started with some great sessions in room 5, as well as all the other rooms I think we have 8 simultaneous rooms going. So to start off, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Shannon Vickers. I formerly with the instructional technology team, but with our curriculum department here in SciFair. And I have joining me in the room, you won't get to see her, but she's doing all the behind the scenes. You'll see Belsa in a minute. She is our first presenter, Belsa Rios, and I'll tell you about her first session. And then we also have Jennifer Morales, who is with SciFair. She is at Walker Elementary, and she is our YouTube facilitator. So she is the one that's chatting with you in the YouTube. So chat. So please say good morning and any questions and things like that that you have for the presenter, put them in the chat and we will get those to Belsa and to all of our presenters today. So just a few things before we get started with our first session, and wanted to talk with you about some of your options while you are watching our sessions today. So I'm going to share my screen, make sure that I have the correct thing here. Oops, excuse me. Go back, do that again. Share. Okay. All right, so this is actually from last year's YouTube event, but I just wanted to point out that you can do several things while you're watching us live. So
Google Drive,
the play button
really easy
obviously
to use. For
is going to be playing it, but you can pause it at any moment. So you can pause us in real time, and then you can scrub back or forward to catch up or to rewind to catch something that you might have missed or you wanted to hear again. So no worries if you feel like somebody's going fast or you missed something, you can hover over the bar here at the bottom and rewind and move forward. You can also turn closed captioning on just by clicking your CC here. And you can as well set up your screen to be side by side. So for example, if one of our presenters is showing you something amazing and you want to try it out right there in front while they're doing it, what you can do is take your YouTube video, put that to one side of your screen. So I'm just dragging it over to the side. Okay. And then it's asking me what I want to have on the opposite side. So I could choose another window and then go to that exact thing. Like for instance, in our first session is Cami. So I could choose to go to the Cami app. And then I could be working alongside with the presenter. So that's how you can set your screen up to go side by side. There's also a keyboard shortcut. I believe it's the Windows key and the arrows left or right. So throughout the session today, we will be sharing attendance codes, and you want to make sure that you jot those down and put them on your participant planning sheet if you printed one out. Also, I'm going to go to our SciFair website really quickly. Make this full screen so we can all see it. Maybe. Sorry, guys. It's like the Zoom controls always fall down right in the area that you need to click. Nice. Okay. It's getting there. Well, hold on one more. Come on, go away. Okay. There we go. Okay, so on our website, to view all of the sessions, when you go to cfisd.net/DLC and you click access the conference site, this is going to bring you to the listing of all of the sessions for today and tomorrow. So this is also, you can open this on your phone. It does work like an app. And throughout the conference, whenever you have all of those breaks and beginning of the day, we're describing all of this and how to access the app and how to get attendance credit. So I could come in here, look at all of those July 24th sessions, July 25th, and they're organized by time. You can also do a search if you're looking for something specific. And then at the end of the day today, beginning at 3 p.m., you will submit attendance. And the attendance links are going to be on the site here. They are also on the participant planning sheet. So if you've made a copy of this, and we'll go over this again as well at the end of the day in all of the rooms. But when you come in here to the participant planning sheet, you can choose your name to choose which blue button if you're within CFIR. New to CFIR chooses the yellow, out of district chooses the purple. And that will bring you to a Google form where you'll put in all of the codes from any session that you have attended today. And that begins at 3 p.m. So more information to come on that. Let's get started with our day. Our first presenter is Belsa Rios. Belsa is with Cami. We're so excited to have her with us today. She has a load of experience. Like she has, I think she was a social studies teacher, correct?
Yes.
And for 15 years of experience as an 8th through 12th grade social studies teacher here in Texas. And she completely understands those challenges and opportunities that we have in today's classroom. So while she was a teacher, she became a Google certified trainer, a Cami hero, and she was an ESL specialist and actively participated in all sorts of committees focused on improving educational outcomes. So now she's teacher success champion at Cami, and we love her here in CFIR. We're so glad that she is here with us. And the first session is Cami for beginners. So she's going to be exploring the fundamentals of Cami in this session. It is a powerful digital classroom tool that's more than just simple annotations, and it just keeps getting better and better. So Belsa, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Shannon. That was such a beautiful introduction. I so appreciate you. And I love working with CFIR. So this will be my first year doing the DLC, but I have done EdTech Live. I've done the Triple R that you guys host in the summer. And I was very excited to get the opportunity to present at the DLC. As Shannon said, I was a 15-year social studies teacher down in the Rio Grande Valley, which is probably about 4.5, maybe 5 hours south of the CFIR area. I've been a Cami Teacher Success Champion for about 2.5 years now. It'll be 3 next January. And I'm just really, really excited to be here with you guys. So, Shannon, I do need to be able to share my screen. So she's going to send those permissions over. And prior to this session, if you or any of your team members were at ISD, or if any of you were at SD, you might notice that Cami looks a little bit different. Okay. Now, before I do continue on, I do want to say that I have one of my amazing coworkers, colleagues, my actual partner in crime and better half. His name is Dane Maslin. He's actually also helping out manning the messages over on YouTube. So he's also going to be able to help you as you guys have questions getting started with Cami. Because if any of you knew Cami before, let me just inform you that we have a brand new Cami, and I'm so happy that my better half is with me because he actually has helped develop our AI security protocols over at Cami. So when you do get to see a little bit of our AI this morning, if you have any questions like how secure is it? What exactly can I do? Like what exactly can students do? He is going to be the person to answer these questions for you. So extremely grateful to have him, Shannon, and the whole DLC CFIR team this morning. And so let's get started. As I mentioned before, if you knew Cami prior to July 1st, you're going to get a whole new, brand new, blown up, cleaner, sleeker Cami. So I'm excited for those of you that got to see the before and the after, but I'm also super happy for those of you that are barely being introduced to Cami. So if you're wondering what we are a web-based platform, and our motto is that we want to give teachers everything that they need in order for students to succeed. So I know that Shannon is probably posting a link on the chat. However, if you can't get to that link or something's going on, I love a website called Rebrandly. It helps us create these really cute short URLs that you guys can just type in and get right into it. So if you aren't able to click on the link on the chat, please know that you can also go to rebrand.ly/DLC 2024, and it's going to take you right into our notes. Now, if you're thinking it is 8 in the morning, this girl cannot possibly read notes to me, I'm not. These are actually yours for you to have, to study, to go back to once you start your school year and you're like, man, I want to do some of the stuff that she taught on the DLC. It's a couple of just tips and tricks that we love to give our teachers, especially those that are barely learning Cami, that they're brand new, and it's just how to get started. You know, the number one thing that we always let everybody know is you do want to have your extension installed, and you kind of want to do this on all your devices, because Cami is a great tool to use both at school and at home, because you just never know when you're going to need an annotation all-in-one tool. We are now so excited to be able to offer what we like to call our Open with Cami button. So whether you are a Googler and you use Google Slides, Google Docs, Google Sheets, or you are a Microsoft softie and you use PowerPoint and Word, you will always notice that on the top corner of any of these files, you will have an Open with Cami button that will take your files right into Cami. We are also really happy now to include both Canva and where most of my paychecks stayed when I was a teacher, and that is Teacher Pay Teachers. All right. And then, of course, the shortcut Cami.app. Sorry. All right. So here is where we are going to get started this morning. So as you kind of go through the slides, you're probably going to land on slide number 7, and you see our Cami mascot kind of peeking out there on the left-hand corner, and it says, let's dive in. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself and my teaching. I honestly loved teaching. I loved going into the classroom. If any of you taught freshmen, you will know that you were going to have a new day every day, and it was going to be an adventure. No 2 days were ever going to be alike. And in the class, I loved it. Now, when it was my turn to be a student, hence when we did professional development, I wasn't always the best. And a lot of the times it was because somebody came in, opened up a presentation, and started reading it to me. And they really did not make it interactive. They didn't really make it interesting. And so they lost me. And that is, you know, where I would rack up my levels on Candy Crush, because it was a big thing when I was teaching. Or, you know, I was off doing lesson plans or catching up on grades or doing things that I probably, you know, shouldn't have and just been paying attention. So I started this position and I was like, I never want to do that. I never want to read slides to anybody. I want teachers to feel that they can take whatever we're learning and honestly use it the next day. So that's exactly what we are going to do here. So if you follow me to slide number 7, you are going to find a link right in the middle of a page. So this has been hyperlinked. And if you click on this link, it's going to take you right into our activity for this morning. And again, if you cannot grab this link, don't worry. I created another short URL. So if you don't have the link for the notes, don't worry. Shannon can get those to you. Also, Dane. If not, you can just go ahead and type rebrand.ly/getting DLC 24. And that's going to pop you right into this document right here. Now, here's one of the new kind of like blown up things that Cami has done. And this will be new to those of you that this is an intro lesson. As you guys are kind of joining my document, if this was in the classroom, as a former teacher, the way I would monitor this is I'd walk around, kind of like watch over you, kind of see if you're kind of getting into it. And Cami kind of took that up a notch. And what they did is they created our collaborative corner. I absolutely love this. Now, if you are a veteran chameleon, you would have noticed that our collaborative corner was found at the bottom right-hand corner. We didn't move it. I promise we didn't. All we did is we took it from the bottom to the top. Holy cow, you guys are jumping in and I am loving it. So, our collaborative corner here, I can honestly see all of my participants, and we are at 48 and counting. So, oh my God, you guys are awesome. I love this. Now, remember that I told you I was a really good teacher? I promise I was teacher of the year. I think the last year that I taught, the year before I left. I wasn't always good at attendance, but there was a reason for it. I would start my lesson and I would go, go, go. And then at 10 o'clock, somebody would call and they'd say, Ms. Rios, can you please post attendance? And I'm like, oh, gosh darn it. Now, Cami did not intend to use this as an attendance slip. I'm more than sure that that was not the logic behind it. However, when I saw that, that was immediately my first thought. I'm like, I can take attendance. And my engineers looked at me like, I'm sorry, what now? And I'm like, don't worry. Teachers will understand the plight. Teachers will understand how important this is going to be. So we are at 83 and counting. This is absolutely amazing. And so one other thing that you may notice besides our collaborative corner, you might be looking at your screen and wonder, why does she have tools and I don't? There's a reason for that. It's because I do need you to pay attention to me. So imagine that you've walked into your classroom. It's Monday morning. You had a very restful weekend. You didn't have to do laundry or anything like that. It was all done. And so you are ready to teach. You're refreshed. You start Monday morning. You give the best introduction, instructions. All of it is just on point for your lesson. What is the very first thing that will pop out of your children's mouth the moment you finish your instructions? Think about it for a second. And you guys can drop it in the chat and let Dane and Shannon know, what is the very first thing that's going to pop out of their mouth? You've given instructions. You know what? You could have even gotten an Oscar for best teaching performance, right? The very, very first thing is they are going to tell you, okay, hold on. It doesn't load. Okay. We will fix those links in a minute. Thanks, hun. So the very, very first thing they're going to tell you is, Miss, what are we doing? Why? Because they were distracted by one thing or another. So what Cami has done is they said, look, we get that we have over 40 amazing, oh, thank you. We have 40 amazing tools. We want the teacher to be able to give those tools out whenever they deem them necessary. So right now, as I'm explaining the instructions, I don't think it's quite necessary just yet. They will be in a minute when I tell you guys what we're going to do, but I don't think they're necessary right this instant, right? So I've kind of taken those distractions away because I'm about to give you your very first set of instructions. So you're not just going to sit at home or in school or wherever you're joining us this morning. You are going to be active and participating. All right. So here are your instructions for this morning. The very, very first thing you guys are going to do is you're going to learn to use your text box in an unconventional way. And if you're thinking, what does she mean by unconventional? I'm going to exactly show you that. I don't know if you are aware, if you're a Cami veteran, I don't know if you were aware of this, but I'm going to change my font size because there's quite a few of us in here. But if you look at your rich text box editor, you probably have seen a lot of the options that you would see in any rich text box editor. Our font type, our font size, the spacing, being able to bold, italicize, underline, all that good stuff. But have you ever noticed this microphone at the end of the rich text box editor? And did you ever kind of stop? And if you did notice it, did you ever just look at it and wonder, I wonder what that microphone is for. Because I think some of us do that, but then we just move on because, life happens. That microphone is actually voice typing. This can also be known as speech to text, also can be known as transcribing. So that is the unconventional way of which you will be using our text box this morning. And what you're going to be doing is you're going to be just adding your name this morning. So how does this work? This is what you're going to do. You are going to click on that microphone. Now, warning, when you click on that microphone, it will turn red. That means that it is already recording and it will start transcribing everything that you say until you click that microphone again. So let me show you again. Text box, click anywhere on the page. Remember, once you click that microphone, it's going to turn on. And what you're going to tell me is your name, and then your grade level that you teach and the subject. So I'll give you my example. Belsa J. Rios, World Geography, 9th grade. Now, of course, it will tend to get my name wrong. That's perfectly fine, because then we can go in with our keyboard and we can make the corrections. So that is me for you. All right. So now I want you guys to try it. So I'll go ahead and set a timer for about 2 minutes. Now there are quite a few of us in here, so our document might get a little bit crazy, but that's perfectly fine. Don't worry. Just kind of try to squeeze your name, where you taught or what you teach, and your grade level. So I'll go ahead and set a timer for 2 minutes. And then if you have any questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat, and either Shannon and her wonderful team or Dane, they'll let me know what's going on. Now, if you're wondering, why is the text box not showing up? That is because I have not opened it for you. So here's where the teacher has total control. You saw the text box. Now, how do I get that to you? Real simple. We now have an actual share button. So Cami of the past, I had to say, look for the molecule, look for the share icon, which looks like a sideways V. I don't have to do that anymore. I just click on share. I come to feature control. I'm going to give you the select tool because I think we all need a select tool. I am going to give you the text box. However, along with the text box, I am also going to give you voice typing. Once I hit OK, those tools will open up for you, and you are now ready to go. And you are now ready to click on that text box, click on the document, turn on your microphone, and Shelly has been the first one to tell us her name. Thank you so much. Sixth grade math. Oh, sorry, I talked over somebody. You guys are doing an amazing, amazing job. So as I said, this document would get a little bit crowded, but that is perfectly fine, because let me show you something else that you guys can do. If I needed to see just one person's annotations, so hopefully your class does not have 180 people in it. I really hope you never get a class that big ever. I don't think it should be past 25, but nobody asks me for my opinion. If I wanted to see just one person's annotation, I can honestly hide, and don't freak out if all of a sudden your annotation is gone. I can go ahead and hide all of them and then just turn on the one that I need, and it will pop up, right? So I can start seeing who is on the document, but I'm going to go ahead and turn them all back on. But just know that as the teacher, administrator, or the staff member that is using Kami, you can click on collaborators and you can turn them on and off, which is honestly a great way, especially if you're doing a collaborative activity this big. It's really amazing to just kind of be able to turn them on, turn them back off. Now on the roadmap, and Dane can give you maybe a little bit more of a closer timeline. On our roadmap, currently as the teacher, I can click on any of these annotations. I can listen to them if I like, but I also do have the capability to delete them. Now at this point, I'm not going to delete anybody's, right? I'm going to go ahead and leave them all up, but I do have the ability to delete. Now going down further in our roadmap, and things that we are doing to improve Kami, teachers will be able to have the ability to drag and drop these and move them around. Not sure where that stands in the timeline, but it is something that is coming to Kami, because as Shannon said when we were coming into our session this morning, we are constantly trying to improve and make Kami better. All right, so thank you so much to all of my participants. I hope that you now have a better understanding that for the text box, it doesn't necessarily have to be a traditional text box with just typing, but that you can also use it for voice typing / transcribing / speech to text. Now, I need to get you guys back focused. So guess what I'm going to do? Don't freak out. I'm going to go ahead and go back into my share settings. I'm going to go back into my feature control, and I'm going to turn off my text box and my voice typing. And then whenever you make changes, by the way, to the tools, whether you turn these on or off, please always make sure that you always hit OK, because what that does is that confirms the changes that you are making to your settings. The reason I've turned them off is I would like to get your attention for this next activity. So this one is going to be a little bit funny. I have no clue if you guys have ever heard of the game Never Have I Ever. We are going to play the school version of Never Have I Ever. And we can be honest, we're all teachers, we're all grown-ups here. So we are now going to move on to slide number 2, which is Never Have I Ever. Now, if you're not familiar with the game of Never Have I Ever, this is how it's going to work. I'm going to read a statement. So number 1 says, never have I ever bribed a student with candy. Now, if this applies to you because you've actually done it, then what you're going to do is you're going to have access to our drawing tool, and I'll open them up in a minute. And you can do a little check mark. You can do a little star, and I'm going to try really hard to do a star. You can do a heart. If you have a touchscreen, this is going to be very easy for you. I am currently on a MacBook. So I'm going to open up the drawing tool. However, I'm also going to open up the sticker tool. Okay. With the sticker tool, I'm going to go, you guys are going to be able to choose different stickers. The sticker one is going to be under the add media. Now, you do not have these tools yet. I'm going to open them up in just a little bit. Okay. So you can grab a sticker and you can be, yep, this applies to me. I have bribed students with candy. And you know what? It is completely okay. I want you to know that you are in a no judgment zone here. So don't think that you're going to be judged if you've ever done one of these things. All right. So let me delete my little heart here. All right. So let me go ahead and grab these tools for you. So I'm going to go to share, feature control. Trust me, feature control is going to turn into your best friend. I'm going to now give you guys the drawing tool. If you have a touchscreen, this is going to be awesome. And under add media, look at all the options you have. As the teacher, you don't actually need to open up all of them. I'm only going to give you the stickers for the add media. And then, of course, always remember to hit OK. All right. So here is our first statement. All right. Our first statement this morning is, never have I ever bribed students with candy. All right. So we've got a couple, and remember, no judgment zone. You can draw or you can do stickers. Remember, stickers are under add media. All right. So awesome. We've got a couple of bribers. Hey, you know what? Sometimes we just need to do what we need to do to make it through the day. All right. This one I am so guilty of. Statement number 2. Never have I ever laughed at students' inappropriate jokes. One time it was so bad I had to step out of my classroom and I was rolling in tears laughing. But then I had to go get after them. But, teachers, that's what we got to do. All right. So you guys are having a lot of fun with this. Okay, bribery seems to be the number one at the moment. All right. So statement number 3, I hope this does not apply to you because I never did this. I really never did. And I hope you don't fall asleep with me this morning either. And if you do, it's understandable. It's 8:30 in the morning. Never have I ever fallen asleep during a professional development. We had a coworker one time. So at 15 years of teaching, I have racked up my stories. And we were doing a professional development. Unfortunately, our trainer got called away. So they ended up sending somebody else who wasn't really prepared. So again, PowerPoint reading. One of my coworkers was so asleep, he started to snore. And not that like, shh, slight, no, like full on, it sounds like a vacuum snoring. I am also very guilty of the last one. Never have I ever thought to spray my students with Febreze. So if you remember in the beginning of our session, I told you that I used to teach 9th grade world geography. A couple years back, my students discovered something called Axe body spray. Oh boy. Nope. Many a times they would come in from like their athletic period or they came in from the outside. So the mix of sweat, dirt, and Axe was not my favorite. And I looked at them and I thought, yeah, you could use a little Febreze. But it was just a thought. We cannot spray our kids with Febreze. But I do love that you guys are enjoying these. And by the way, I'm gonna get these clean slides to Shannon. She'll have a copy of the clean set of slides in case you want to take these back and use them in a training yourself, or you just think it's a great little icebreaker. Never have I ever the educational edition. I absolutely love, and there's so many more like this that you guys can have. But we have now hit 3 tools. So text box, and I'm pretty sure some of you used it in the traditional way, which is awesome. It's great. You've used your text box for voice typing. You discovered your drawing tool. And again, for the little ones, this is going to be a game changer. That drawing tool is going to be amazing. You've also discovered in our ad media our stickers. Now, remember, this morning we're doing this in a very non-intimidating way because I would love for you guys to first learn the tool and then we can add the academic to it. So don't think that it's just all fun and games at Cami. It's just a great way to learn. All right, so we are going to continue learning about our different technologies that we have. So I work for a net tech company. Of course, we love our technology here at Cami. But here is a question for you. So a while back, I was talking to our CEO, who happens to be quite a couple years younger than I was, and we were talking about the change between analog to digital to now the new world of AI, right? And for some reason, the conversation of pagers and beepers came up. And he looked at me and he's like, "What's a pager?" And I was like, "Oh, Lord." I swear that instance, I heard my back go out. I felt so old. But, doctors in the medical field, they still use them. So in a little bit, I'm going to show you how to use our Google image search. This is safe search filter, so you don't have to worry about finding inappropriate things. However, if something does pop up, please let us know and we will take care of that right away. So slide number 3 says, find an image of a phone of any era and add it here. I'm going to take this up a notch and just say, find any image of any technology that when for you it first came out, you were like, it was revolutionary, right? So that might have been like my parents had the old tube TVs. And then when we got the new LED ones, I just thought, I was like, oh my gosh, like this is the future. So you guys are going to have the Google image search, and I'm going to show you guys how to get that. So again, it's going to fall under our ad media, but now you're going to look for the G, right? And I'm going to go with LED TV, oops, D. Whoa, I am not typing well this morning. And now, like, you don't even need cable. I don't have cable because I just like, we stream everything. So I want to show you a couple of things that you could do. So again, I went into add media, Google image search, typed what I needed, and then just dropped my image right into the document. So a couple of things that I can do, I can crop my image so I can bring it in from the corners. And then once I have the image that I want, I just click outside of it. And then I can minimize it and then move it around. We have a question that says, can you click on one person and see what they drew? Yep. So I can turn off everybody. So I'm going to turn off everybody. So if your annotations disappeared, don't worry. I'm going to hide all of them. And then I'm just going to pick on Anne. And so Anne lets us know, and I'm not picking on you, Anne. It's just that was the name that kind of caught my attention. She was like, yep, I wanted to do this. She was like, I really, really have. And then I can look at somebody else. I can just scroll and I can look at Dakota and I can see which ones they did. And then if I wanted to be specific, I can actually hover over the annotation itself and it'll tell me who created this and who added this annotation. Right. So we can look at one specific person. Now, while we're on the topic of did somebody add an annotation? One of Cammie's absolute, one of my favorite features that was kind of hidden in the dark before is our annotation bank. So if you were familiar with the annotation bank, you knew it took a couple of steps to get there. It has come out of the dark and it's now front and center. So I want you guys to follow me to the top left-hand corner of your Cammie app. So next to the word Cammie, it says go to your dashboard. I'm not going to go to my dashboard, but right next to it, I have my annotation bank and it looks like a file box. If I click on my annotation bank, I am going to get a list I'm going to be able to see all the annotations that I'm saving. And I'll show you guys how to do that. This is more of our advanced course. But next to the annotation bank is a little thought bubble that says annotation summary. If you click on that, you can see the history of this document. So I can actually scroll through it and I can see every single annotation that everyone made. I can see the person. I can see, so for example, this is Monica Rodriguez. She used her text box at 8:17 this morning, and this is what she wrote. So I can see, and then it would put like if there wasn't so much, it would pull it up and you'd be able to see it, but you can actually see the entire history of this document. And that is, again, if you look at your annotation bank and your annotation summary, right? So learning a little bit as we go, all right? So again, we've learned text box, drawing and stickers, and now you guys are going to learn how to use the ad media. And if you weren't aware that we have this, you now are very much aware. So I'm going to go again into my sharing document. Again, going into my control features, I'll leave the tools that you guys already have, stickers and drawing, but I'm also going to include Google image search. Now, this isn't the only way that you can access images. You can actually, if you have something saved on your computer, you can grab it from there. You can take some pictures with your camera, or there's just several things that you can do. But for now, I just want to show you guys the Google image search. So I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And then again, for slide number 3, it's just any technology that when it first came out, you just thought this thing was revolutionary. So I'm going to give my age a little bit here. I actually had the Nokia phones, the ones like that look like a brick that you could throw it at a wall and the wall would probably break. And so when the new like sleeker touchscreen phones, oh my God, the car phones. Oh, the Blackberries. Dane and I were talking about those the other day. I can't remember why though. A, a typewriter. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I always love to see what idea, like what you thought was revolutionary because there's the pager. Yay. I'm so excited. Oh, there's my Nokia phone. Oh, the DVD player. I totally forgot about those. The Atari. My sisters had one. I was not of the Atari age, but I do remember they had a game and it was a little boy and it was a river and he was kind of like going back and forth. Jungle something or another it was called. VR is good. Oh, the Wii was so much fun. And it kind of like just, I guess it faded because technology just keeps getting better and better with time, I guess. Bluetooth, a Tetris. Yeah. Yeah, doctors, I found out. So it came out, I can't remember why we were discussing it, but I found out from my dad's doctor, not mine, that the reason they use pagers is they work on a different line than cell phones. So if cell phones go down, pagers won't. Oh, yes. So while you guys finish up floppy disk, oh, I have to tell you a story about that too. While you guys are finishing this up, please keep on adding your images. Somebody already found our questions AI. That's where I'm going to go to next. But Shannon is actually going to come back on really quick and she is going to share today's attendance code. So if you have your attendance sheet or your sheet that was printed out, have that ready because she's going to share the attendance code with you. All right, Shannon, go right ahead, hon.
All right. Thank you so much. So we're all having so much fun, I think. We appreciate all of these cool ways of using Cami. So here is your attendance code for this session for room 5 at 8 o'clock a.m. Make sure that you write that down. We're going to leave it up for a minute and a half-ish, which always feels like an eternity when we're just sitting here. But all right. The attendance code is up. And I just have to say, Belsa, while we're like here, being able to control when you turn on the tools or not, such a great feature because I know that if you had turned on that text box already, everybody would have been trying and it would have been picking up like your voice while you were teaching. It would have been, so it just would have been craziness, but I just love that you're able to kind of time that the way that you want your students to interact.
And one of the reasons that we also do it is it's a great way for accessibility. But not only that, if you are learning something new, imagine I just give you 40 things and say, here you go. And as when I am a big fan of the Hunger Games and Effie Trinket is one of my favorites, as she would say, may the odds be ever in your favor. And I just give you 40 tools and I'm just like, here you go, go play,
Yeah.
have fun.
No, absolutely. Yeah. You're able to
Yes.
like scaffold it and introduce one tool at a time. Love that. All right, good. Just a reminder, I know some of you are so helpful in posting the code for others, but we want to make sure we don't put that in the chat. So, but there it is. I'm going to take it down now, and we will continue on with learning with Cami.
Thank you so much. All right. So yeah, some of these technologies, and the reason that I wanted you guys to see this is because if you taught as long as I did, so let me first of all tell you the story of the floppy. I was in a training the other day, and this is how, like, I forget that there's a new generation of teachers coming up and that they're like really, really young. A teacher brought an actual floppy disk, not the little ones, but the bigger ones that had the hole in the middle. And she brought it to class, and she brought it to the presentation, and I can't remember, she was trying to make the point of how technology has progressed. And so she holds it up and she's like, "Does anybody know what this is?" And a youngin said, and again, I felt my back break at that moment. A youngin says, "Oh, you 3D printed the save button." There was a collective gasp from the more experienced, wiser generation of teachers where we're like, "What do you mean you 3D printed the save button? That is a floppy disk." But, as technology progresses, some of these things, get left behind. And that's the thing with EdTech. We are constantly trying to evolve and just be better. And our main focus will always be, how can we help every student succeed while saving teachers time? So we're trying to hit it from both sides with Cami and all the improvements that we are making. All right. So we are going to move on from the images. So I'm going to grab your attention back. And if you're wondering what this is, I'm going to talk about it right after this slide. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of bring it back. So I'm going to turn all of these off. And you are going to see what I think, for me personally, is one of my favorite tools inside of Cami. And it actually has 4 parts to it. It is the comment tool. So if you use a text box like we did earlier, all of our text kind of, there we are. Forgot that I wasn't sharing. All right. So if you remember earlier when we used our text boxes are going to go on the page. So this is you using your pencil and writing on the paper. Comments are going to be off to the side, which is why I love them. Because if your student has a text that is has an assignment that is very text rich heavy, you adding a text box on top of that may not be the most helpful thing, right? So Cami came up with comments, and there's 4 of them. And today you guys are going to focus on 2, because again, we don't want to overwhelm you. You are going to focus on a voice comment, and if you're like super brave, a video comment. So the voice comment, you can use this and it literally will only record your voice, right? So use the comment tool to name and describe a technology below. So these are very much back in style. By the way, I have one right in my little office area. So if I wanted to use my comment tool, I would click on comment, click on the voice comment, and then click inside or somewhere around this picture. My comment is going to start recording right away. For a voice comment, I have 5 minutes, and I can say, this is a record player. It plays vinyl records, and it has come back in style. I personally own one by the brand Victrola. So there is my voice comment, and any of you can click on it and you can listen to it. Comment is going to. So there is my comment, right? Now, if you were super brave this morning, you had like your 3 Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts or Dutch Bros, whatever you're into, and you're like, I woke up, I did my hair, I look amazing. You can then join us and use a video comment, right? And I love going to my parents' house because they still have cordless and landlines, and I love playing with them, because as a kid, that's what we had. So I'm going to use my video comment. Now for video, I have 20 minutes. And I can say this is a cordless telephone. However, you still need a landline. And then I'm going to go ahead and stop. Now, whenever I do this on Zoom, it does stop me from sharing. So I'm going to share my screen again. Hopefully you guys can see it. And there is my voice comment. All right. So you guys are going to be able to choose between voice and video. Completely up to you what you want to do. Thank you, Frederick. Oh, I like getting compliments too. And you know what? Frederick just showed something else. As the teacher, if the student leaves a comment, you, the teacher, can give feedback. Thank you. I appreciate that. So let me go ahead and open up those tools for you. So again, you don't have to do video. You never have to show up. You don't have to turn on your camera, any of that stuff. That is completely optional. And that is why I am giving you voice. And so this kind of ties into my third session, which is student voice and choice. So again, be brave, turn on your camera. You're like, nah, too early, use voice. And I'm going to open those up. Pick a technology. Now, if it's one you know, of course, go for it. If it's one that you don't, you can Google it or ask us in the chat, like, hey, what is picture number, like, what is this? 4, 7, and we'll let you know what picture 7 is. All right. So again, have fun with it. Choose your comment. Choose your comment and then tell us what the image is. Oh my God, the old car phones. I'm surprised I didn't see it, but I don't know if anybody posted. I don't know if any of you, first of all, saw Saved by the Bell, but the cell phone from Saved by the Bell, the gray one. I don't know if any of you saw that. I didn't see it. Somebody posted. So one thing that sometimes we get, and you guys can continue doing your comments. I'll try not to be so loud. That way I don't come out on anybody's video. One of the things that we do get asked a lot is like, or not asked, but sometimes comments that we hear is, oh, this is just for secondary. Oh, this is just for elementary. Believe it or not, CAMI is so diverse that we actually can be used anywhere from the K, whether you're K3, K4, all the way up to our university students. So this is a tool that works across all grade levels and across all curriculum. And we have tools that we recommend a lot of the times, like, oh, I am a K4 teacher. Guess what is going to be your best friend as a K4 teacher? The control features. Because you telling your students, go to the drawing tool, they're going to look at you like, I'm sorry, what now? What's a drawing tool? So if you just give them that drawing tool, you don't actually have to explain any more than that. For the little ones, voice typing is also key. And then in our CAMI library, we have so many templates that they can use. And then for the secondary, I love using comments because this can be used in peer-to-peer tutoring, peer-to-peer review, feedback, questions. It's honestly one of my favorite tools for secondary as well. So if you are at the elementary or you are at the secondary, you can use CAMI and you have an entire team that is comprised of former teachers like myself that will be able to help you. All right. All right, so the last thing that I'm going to show you, so we're not going to get through all of these, but the very last thing that I want to show you is the newest thing to come to CAMI, and that is our CAMI AI questions. So you can take any information that you have, whether that's PDFs that you have formerly had or PDFs that you are going to be using. No, that's interesting. anything that you have, you can actually turn into questions, whether you convert them, whether you generate them, you are able to create those questions. We will do a little bit more of the Cami AI in student voice and choice and in the collaboration activity. But for some reason, this kind of froze on me, so we can just log back in. That's my favorite part. That is another favorite feature of Cami. Everything auto saves, so I never lose anything. Not that your children aren't talented enough to lose it, they probably would. But for example, we have so much information here. I can just go to questions AI, generate questions, and I'm going to generate it just from slide number 1. And let me see if it'll do it for me. Now, as it's generating these questions, what AI is doing, we use our Google Gemini. It's kind of analyzing all the information that's in here. We do not store or keep any of your data. As I said, I'm glad Dane is on the chat because he's able to answer any of these questions when it comes to AI for you. And you also know that you have access to our privacy statement. So I love this. What is the purpose of the document shown? To allow teachers to introduce themselves. Love it. It got that from somewhere on here. And then what can be inferred about the attendant audience in this document? And this is, by the way, a short answer question. And what AI did is said, this is a short answer. These are the words or phrases that should be on this question, on the answer if it is to be marked correct. Now, if you're curious, what does that look like for your students? I can go into student preview. Hopefully it doesn't take too long because I'm down to like 1 minute. Yep. And see those keywords that were there, your student must type them in here in order for it to be marked correct, because Cami will generate the question for you. We will generate the answer for you, and then we will create it for you. All right. Guys, I have had such an amazing time this morning with you. Thank you to all my collaborators. I hope you had as much fun as I did. And I'm going to pass it right back to Shannon.
Oh my goodness, Belsa, we did have a lot of fun, as you can tell, just looking at these documents. So many great ways to use Cami. And I know I love that you gave us the option of either audio comment or video comment, because as we could tell just by looking, like a lot of us prefer to just do our audio, which may be the same with students too, right? So being able to give those options is so great. So thank you for sharing these amazing features with us. We had several teachers, I think, too, that are primary teachers with like kindergarten and pre-K and first, and they're excited, I think, to try it out with their littles, and being able to turn those features on and off, I think will really be a great thing for them. So we appreciate you so much, but you're going to be with us for the next hour as well.
Yes.
So those of you that would like to stick around, we are going to be moving into session 2 with Belsa, and it is Cami, an advanced version of Cami. So she's going to go a little bit further. The actual title, yes, there we go. And then we have a third session with Cami too. But if you want to choose something else, go to the app and you can look at the other sessions that are going to be on at 9 o'clock. We will be back at 9 and maybe see you then. Thanks for joining.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
I'm going to play a video here. A moment.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFPGS. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the Digital Learning Conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback form sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Have you ever wanted just a tiny bit of a YouTube video that you found online to show your students? The new YouTube Clip feature will allow you to do just that. From your YouTube video, click on Clip at the bottom. This will open up a pop-up where you can add your description. YouTube clips can be between 1 and 60 seconds, and you can choose the exact time that you would like your clip to be. You can also click and drag the handles to determine how long you want your clip to be. Once you're done, you click on Share Clip, and you'll get a unique URL that you can use that will only be for that little tiny clip that you have created.
Welcome to the
All right. Welcome to our 9 o'clock session. We are excited to have all of you that are here joining us. I think we have almost 200 people in room 5. And this is another CAMI session. So we have Belsa Rios, who is lives in Texas, and she is a teacher success champion with CAMI. But prior to that, she had 15 years of experience as an 8 through 12 social studies teacher at Valley View ISD in Pharr, Texas. And she deeply understands the challenges and opportunities in today's classroom. So she did a lot of things while she was also a teacher, including becoming a Google certified trainer, a CAMI hero, an ESL specialist, and participating in all sorts of committees focused on improving educational outcomes. So we're so thankful that Belsa's with us. We love her here in CyFair. She's so supportive and amazing and giving us great ideas. So this session is all about collaborating in CAMI. So it's going to be a very interactive session, just like our 8 o'clock one was, if you were here for that one, on leveraging CAMI for seamless document calibration. Or collaboration, calibration, sorry. So how multiple users can edit and annotate and share documents in real time. So like working on a group project or providing feedback or collaborating with colleagues. So not just something to use with students, also with colleagues too. So Belsa, welcome to the 9 o'clock session. Thanks for being back with us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I love working with CyFair. I've worked with them on multiple projects, including EdTech Live, the Triple R. We love going to do school visits there. Whenever we're going to pilot something new, CyFair is one of the districts that we tend to go to and be like, hey, by the way, we've got something new. Do you guys want to try it? And that's just because they're always at the forefront of EdTech and what they can do. And they are very much like CAMI in the sense that they believe in the same mission plan that we have. So CAMI's vision for 2024 is we want to be able to give teachers everything that they need so that every student can succeed. But at the same time, we also want to be saving teachers time. So in the spirit of collaboration, I have with me this morning my better half. He's also our CISO over at CAMI. And his name is Dane Maslin, and he's going to be helping manning the chat on YouTube because there's so many of you on here, which is great. Do not get me wrong. I absolutely love that we have so many of you in here. So today with collaborating, you guys are also in for a heck of a treat because you are in for the latest and greatest in conjunction with collaboration, because we want you to be able to use the tool not only to collaborate with fellow teachers like we are going to do this morning, but also as a way for you to be able to have all the newest things that CAMI has to offer. So if you would, on my screen, I'm going to show you one of my favorite new glow ups. We are going to bring this into presentation mode. So if I have Google sliders in here, Googlers that love Google Slides because you can go into presentation mode, please know that you can do that in CAMI now. So I'm going to go ahead and click on my little eye icon. I get my drop down menu. I now go into presentation mode, which takes up my entire screen. And if you guys would join me at this link right here, it is rebrand.ly latest, as in latest and greatest, DLC 2024. And there's our cute little mascot welcoming you this morning as well as myself and Dane. So as Shannon said, I was part of many committees, and I am so proud to say that at Valley View, I was one of the teachers that was at the forefront of bringing Cami to our district. So back in 2018, I was at TA doing item review for the new STAR 2.0, and the social studies coordinator for TA let us know that year, and this was in 2018, that by 2023, all of the state of Texas would go to online testing. There would be no more paper testing unless you asked for a waiver or you appealed. So everything was going to shift online. And I was a little bit freaked out because at that time, 2018, we had Chromebook carts. So this was a cart and it had 30 Chromebooks and we kept it the whole day. And so our kids would share, or our students would grab those Chromebooks. And I'm thinking, we've got one Chromebook cart per department. And you're telling me that I'm going to have to figure out a way, or not me personally, but my district is going to have to figure out a way to get Chromebooks for everybody. Well, COVID hit and we went that way. And my school was very fortunate that we were already very much into EdTech technology or EdTech tools like Cami. So when COVID hit, we were like, okay, cool. Not cool, but we're ready to go here. All right. So thank you guys so much for joining me this morning in our latest and greatest session. So I am in presentation mode. A couple of things that I want to show you in presentation mode. We have our pointer here, our laser, and I can like highlight the, oops, my bad. I can highlight that I would love for you guys to join me at this website. And then we have our drawing tool in case I want to make notes like, hello. I'll just put hi because I'm not on a touch screen. I'm going to go ahead and then erase this. So, okay. If the link is taking a while to open, I apologize. It will open. You don't have to hit refresh. You kind of just have to sit there for a little bit. And I promise it will open. We're trying to get this issue figured out. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and now exit my presentation mode, and I'll wait for you guys to kind of join. Yeah, I just got, so if it is taking ages, I promise it'll open. But if you want to join me while your link is opening up and you just kind of want to follow along on my screen, trust me, the information is not going to change from what's on my screen to what's on yours. I just want to double check something real quick.
And Belsa, while we are doing that, I'm going to go ahead and share the attendance code for this session. So surprise, it's happening very early. So we are going to, I'm going to pop this up. And this is your 9 a.m. room 5 attendance code. Please make sure you don't put it in the chat. Just jot it down on your notes, your participant planning guide, if you printed that out or have it digitally for this session. This is, again, the 9 o'clock session. We're going to leave that up for about a minute and a half, and hopefully it will, the document will load while we're waiting. But yes, I think Dane just said we have so many people joining it. I think that's,
I know.
Yeah.
He let me know. He's like, you have over 200 participants. I was like, that is not scary at all. No, but it is. And I'm really happy because you guys are in for a really cool treat. So again, don't share the code. Make sure you jot this down. Shannon, I would just love to share this really neat idea that I was doing a training yesterday. And so a way that they kept teachers from sharing it, because I was like, what are these people doing? They did, I don't know if you ever heard, or maybe any of you, Name That Tune. It used to be an old school game show and it came back. So they would do the name that tune, but and you would fill out the Google form if you knew the name of it. But part of turning in your form was that you had to turn it in with the access code or the check-in code. So if you wanted to win, and it was like a really neat, like Wacom, Logi, like it was like, I was like, man, you guys have good sponsors. And then I realized that HEB also participated in their sponsorship. And that's why I was like,
HEB.
I could see. And so
That's cool.
it was so
That's
neat.
fun.
I was like, because they don't want to share because they're like, well, if you don't turn in your form, it's a better chance for me
Better
to
chance for
win.
me
And
to
I
win.
was just like, it was so interesting to see that. But I was like,
Aw.
why are they playing music? And they're like, oh, we're playing Name That Tune.
So we're not playing Name That Tune, but we are going to be playing a game tomorrow morning before we start at 8 o'clock. So make sure to join a little early if you're going to be with us tomorrow, because you'll get a chance to play a quiz challenge and possibly win some prizes. So,
Oh,
all right, I'm
wow.
going to go ahead and stop sharing now
Cool.
and get back to you. Thanks, Belsa.
Awesome. Yeah. So again, don't share the code and then be here tomorrow morning for the game for prizes and all that good stuff. All right. So we are going to get into the latest and greatest, and Dane is in the background working, trying to get this link up and running for you. But as always, we will share our links with our document and materials with Shannon, and she will make sure to get that out to you. One thing that we always love to pride ourselves over at Cami, and I do love saying this, is you are never, ever alone in your Cami journey. So this morning, you have myself, Belsa, and as Shannon said, I was a veteran teacher for 15 years, but you also have my amazing better half and the Zizo over at Cami, and his name is Dane Maslin. And what he has been working on lately is our AI component, which is the very first thing that I want to show you, which is, I guess, good in a sense, because we're not going to collaborate on the AI piece, because it's actually Cami questions, and it's for formative assessments, informal assessments, and just doing your daily check-ins of, hey, did you understand what was being taught in this lesson, right? So when we're doing these assessments and check-ins, I want to know what you know, not what the neighbor does. So we're kind of going to get away from collaboration just for a second while this gets up and running, because I want to show you guys the questions AI component and just how you can build an assessment around anything. So earlier this morning, we were doing a session on just getting started with Cami. And I was showing them that all the text that you guys typed into the document, all of that text can actually be turned into questions. So for example, here, I'm going to use this slide to get some questions. And if you're wondering, like, what the heck? What you're going to notice is, and if you don't have the AI component open just yet, do not worry. Your district is getting on it. They may need to turn on some permissions. Cyphers, I believe, is good to go. So the option that I'm going to show you this morning is generate. So what AI is going to do, and we use Gemini, which is Google's AI, is I can choose my grade level. So this would probably be very simple. I can choose my language, and then I can choose how many multiple choice questions I want and how many short answers. And then what page range do I want to use? So I'm only going to select slide number 2. While this generates, it's going to tell me, hey, save it to Google Drive. I love that Cami reminds us of that all the time, because sometimes, we forget. And so as it's processing that, a couple of things that I do want to let you know: we do not store your data. We do not sell your data to a third party. We do not use your data to train our AI model, which, like I said, is Gemini. All of that good stuff can be found in our privacy statement. Wow, this is taking a little bit longer than usual. There we go. And so all of that good stuff can be found in our privacy statement. So AI is analyzing my Google slide. Let me go back to this. There we go. And then page range, I'm only going to select slide number 2. So as it's generating, one of the new improvements that they're going to do is they're going to use a tip wheel right here. So you will get like a reel of tips of like, hey, what's a best practice for using questions AI? Again, if you want to look at our privacy statement, it is there down below. All right. So here, I love it. So what is her role? Well, she's a teacher success champion. What is Dane's job title? So like for this one, it kind of misspelled it a little bit. And if teachers want to go in, they can go in and they can actually fix this. And instead of CIO, I can put CISO. He is our CISO. I love that they thought he could be a principal. You have another career in your future, Dane. So there's our emails and it's really neat. So here's my short answer. And if you're wondering like why it's giving you multiple like words like this, it's because AI is saying, hey, when your students type out that short answer, anything that their answer should include these words or phrases in order to be marked correctly. So AI generated the questions, it generated the answers, it graded them for you. So this is one of the newest pieces to come out of Cami, and it is our latest and greatest, and it is called Cami Questions AI. So I just wanted to give you guys that this morning, and I know that there's a little bit of an issue happening on the back end with the link, but that is okay because with Cami, I can always kind of just adjust and we can go on the fly, and it's not a big deal. So I'm going to give you guys a brand new link, and it's going to come from our Cami library, and we're going to cross our fingers and we are going to pray to the internet gods that it works. Now, if you are not familiar with our Cami library, I highly, highly recommend that you guys become familiar with it because it can be a lifesaver for you. So how do I get there? That is a great question. So what you're going to do is, as always, we recommend that teachers always install their extension. So there's my little Cami K. And if you're like, I know I have my extension, like, where is it? Don't worry. All you have to do is click on that puzzle piece and look for it somewhere in your list of all of your extensions. And then if you want it on the bar and you want it ready to go, all you have to do is make sure that it is pinned, all right? So our Cami library. So as you can see, our dashboard also got a whole new glow up. It looks cleaner and sleeker, but as always, our very famous Cami library is right there on the forefront. Now, I want to get you guys quickly into a collaborative activity. So I'm going to look for a group activity. Right, so there is my drop the ideas. So I'm going to go ahead. Now I need multiple of, yes, they can. Sorry, there's a question on the chat. And the question is, can these grades be imported? They 100% can. So if your LMS is synced to your SSI, which is where your gradebook lives, those grades will transfer over. So I will get to the collaborative piece and I will just quickly show you what this looks like in Schoology, which I believe is now called PowerSchool, if I'm not mistaken. They kind of like they revamped their name as well. When you want those questions AI, when you want those grades, the caveat to this is inside of Schoology or Schoology Learning, you must create this as a Cami assignment. That is like key for this. Once you create that Cami assignment, you will be able to go right back into it, and you are going to be able to open up the class view, which is going to bring all of your students' work into one screen. So here I can see all of my students. And so this was the assignment, but if I just want to look at the answers, I'm going to look here at the top left and I'm going to go from pages to answers. And a couple of things that you can do before you hit that return button is that you want to make sure that if as a teacher, you're like, oh man, they got extra points because they did this, that, or the other, you can override the grade and bump it up or bump it down. And you can also override the question. So if they got this one wrong, but you know that it's right, you can override that as well. And it'll give them that point. So yes, your grades will transfer over to your LMS. Awesome. Thank you so much for all of you, those of you that are helping in the chat. All right. So where was I? Yes. So now we are going to do a group activity. Now, here's the thing. I need more than one page from what I found out in my previous session. So instead of opening this in Kami, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this and split and merge. So how do I do that? I'm going to go ahead and click out of this. And I am going to open up my document and I'm going to open in Kami. And before I share it with you guys, I'm going to open and split and merge, which is one of our favorite tools. So I'm waiting for my Google Drive to work here. There we go. And then once I have it open and ready to go, I'm going to go to my toolbox. In my toolbox, I have split and merge. And I'm going to duplicate this template so that I can have multiples of it. So I'm just going to click on duplicate and I'm going to add quite a few. Now it doesn't mean I'm going to use all of them, but it will mean that I will use a couple of them. So I'm going to continue, open in Kami. And you guys are actually going to be filling all of these up, by the way, as we found out in our first session. All right, so here is a really quick and easy way. So we're learning a little bit about collaboration. We're learning a lot about AI, but we're also going to learn a really quick and easy way to share this. So I need you guys to be collaborators. What do I do? Well, in our glow up, we now have a share button. So if you are a Kami veteran, you probably have heard us saying, go to the share icon, which looks like a molecule. It looks like a sideways V. We no longer have to say that because we now literally have a share button. Once I have that share button, I have to decide, hey, how are we going to use this? Anyone with the link can annotate. All of us are on this. Or do I want you guys to have an individual copy? Well, I want us all to be collaborators. But as the teacher, I'm going to take it one step further and do a little pre-prep on my end. And I'm actually going to turn off all the tools. And there's a very good reason for this, and you'll see why. So I've got my templates that I want. I have everyone can annotate. How do I share this with you? Well, one, I can drop the link in the chat, and both Shannon and Dane can share this with you. If you have little ones, so I would normally, if we were all together in a Zoom, I would normally say, if you have little ones, raise your hand. But if you are at the littles levels, K3, K4, first, second, kind of in those grade levels, I have a really fun way for you to share this, and that is with our QR code. So what I love about this is I can expand this. So every Kami document has its own Kami link, and they have their own QR code. So you don't have to worry about having to go to a QR code generator or having to go to a Bitly generator. The only reason I use the Bitly ones is because I want them to have like an actual name, like rebrand or something like that. So that is why I use Rebrandly, just because it's easier for you guys to log in. But for your little ones, if you want to set up stations, so we'll have a math station, a science station, social studies, and reading, I can print, we'll print out 4 QR codes and that's it. We can print out these QR codes, put them on the table. The little ones can get there with their tablet and then they can scan it and up pops up the assignment. Or I can create a gallery walk for my secondary teachers. Where are my secondary teachers? You can place these around the walls, different decades, different eras, different parts of speech, different parts of an assignment. Or if you are a math teacher and you are teaching a new formula, each of your different QR codes could have a new part to that formula. All right. So there are several different ways to share this. All right. So you have that link. And if you don't, please let one of my wonderful, wonderful colleagues, whether that's Shannon or Dane, or I believe Jennifer is also on the call, please let them know and they will get that link to you. So we are going to be collaborators this morning. All right. And the first thing, think about this. One of the years that I taught, I had 36 and a half students in my classroom. And if you're wondering how I had 36 and a half, that's because one of my students was pregnant. But remember, I taught ninth grade. So, it happened. And it was really hard for me to walk through my rows of desks without bumping into one or like trying to just get through all of them when you have 36 students. Cami has made monitoring a little bit easier with our collaborative corner. So if you remember from before, our collaborative corner used to be here at the bottom, all right? It is no longer there. It is here at the top, all right? So how did we get here, all right? So the very first thing that we did was we went into our Cami library. So I'm just retracing my steps so you guys can kind of take your time, get into the link, kind of get situated. I'm just going to retrace my steps of how I got here. So the very first thing I did was I just went to our Cami homepage, which is going to take me into our dashboard. And I did that by using my extension. You can also go to cami.app and you will land in the very same page. The second thing that I did in order to grab this collaborative document is I went into our Cami library. From the library, I just typed in the word group and I looked for our group brainstorming activity. I knew that I was going to need multiple pages, so I'm going to open in Cami. And because I was going to use multiple pages, I'm going to use one of Cami's handy dandy tools, which is split and merge, all right? Which is found in our toolbox, all right? So I go to my toolbox, I hit split and merge. It's going to process this document. It's going to say, hey, let me see what I need to do. And then it's going to say, it's been successful. Let's go to split and merge. Now, the reason I'm coming here is because I want to make multiple copies of my template. So I'm going to hit next. And then what I did was I used our duplicate icon or our clone icon down at the bottom. And I cloned the pages because in a little bit, we're all going to be collaborating on the same document. After I decided all of the pages that I wanted to use, I exported this and I opened straight into Cami. And this is how we got this document that has 10 templates on it by using our Cami library and by using our Cami split and merge. Once I opened up my document, so I had all the 10 pages that I needed. I'm going to close some of these out. Once I had the 10 pages that I needed, I then went to my shared document. I copied this link. I shared it with Shannon. I shared it with Dane. They then shared it with you guys on the YouTube chat. And you guys were able to click on it. And I can now see all of my collaborators. Okay, so I can see that I've got 47 collaborators with me on the document. So believe it or not, it was not the intention of our engineers to have this as a way to take attendance, but I absolutely love this as a way to keep track of who is and who is not in your classroom. All right, so this is our our collaborators corners. Who is here, who is not. Now, if you're wondering why my screen has tools or why does my Cami have tools and yours doesn't, is because there's 40, 50 of us in this document. And if I had the tools open, the very first thing you guys would have done is go to grab all these different tools and kind of completely ignored what I was going to try to do or introduce or clarify for you guys. So because of that, I turn those tools off. So if you've got little ones and you need them focused, we turn off the tools. If you've got moody middle schoolers, we turn off the tools. If you have secondary students, we turn off the tools. Why? Because we want to minimize distractions, all right? But I'm going to give you guys your first activity for today. And your first activity is going to be just telling us, what is your name? So we're going to use our text box. You can choose whatever size, whatever color. Let me make this a little bit smaller. And just drop in your name, right? Who is with us here this morning? And you guys are going to be using the text box, and you can use slide number 1 and slide number 2. So let me go ahead and open those tools up for you. So again, feature control, select tool is always a good one to have. The text box, I'm also going to open up voice typing for those of you who were in this document this morning and you want to try out voice typing again. I'm going to do that as well. So we have a question. How would you put this collaborative document in Schoology? That is a great question. So that you would start here. If you want to have this and you're like, I want to transfer this over to Schoology, start in Cami first. Do all the pre-prep first. Grab whatever template you need. Grab whatever Google slide you want to use. Decide what tools you want to start off your students with. Because remember, the same way that I can turn them on and off in real time, you will be able to do the same thing inside of Schoology. So once you've done all the pre-prep, you are going to take your sharing button. You are going to copy this code. You will go into Schoology, which I have on a separate profile. Ooh, let me go to Schoology. Let me refresh. And then there's several ways that you can do this. So you can add material and create that Cami assignment and go with that link right here. You can attach the file and you can grab the file from your Google Drive, the very same one that we just saved. You can start from the Cami library. So that's number 1 by grabbing it from your Google Drive or from the library, or you can add it as an assignment and then include the link. You can add it as part of, I believe you guys also have announcements inside of Schoology. You can add it there, but anywhere where you can paste a link, you can just add that link right onto Schoology and your students will have access to it and they will be collaborating. All right. So thank you so much for the questions. Please, please keep them coming. All right. So we've got, I love how some of you have already changed out the font. You're kind of like making it your own. You're personalizing it. That is honestly a really, really fun way to start our morning. And again, you could have used slide number 1 or slide number 2, but you guys chose 1. So we're all just collaborating here, right? We're collaborating and we're learning to use our tools, especially our control features. So we've learned who's on here. I've got Becca, I've got Lizzie, Christy, Shannon, Paul, Melanie, Mike. There's a lot of you in here. So thank you guys so much for collaborating. And again, you can go in, edit your name, change out the font. Oh, by the way, I do want to point out 2 fonts in particular. If you have students that have dyslexia, 2 fonts that may help them are our last 2 fonts, Open Dyslexic and Lexend. All right, I just wanted to point that out to you. All right, so here is going to be, and I'll go to slide number 3. Here is your second task, okay? I'm going to put the question up here. Oh, let me turn off the text box because you're not going to use the text box for this one. Let me turn it off. Here we go. And then voice typing. All right. So on slide number 3, your question is, what is your dream vacation? And you are going to use your Google image search. So let me make this just a smidgy bigger. And remember, we are using this tool in a very non-intimidating, very fun way because we don't want If you're barely learning the tool, especially the collaborative piece, I would hate for you to be so bombarded with the academic that you kind of lose track of the actual tool itself. So we're doing this in a very fun, non-academic way. But remember that all of these can be applied to any of the subjects that you teach, any of the grade levels that you teach. So your dream vacation, you are going to use our Google image search. You're going to go to Add Media. You are going to go click on the little G, and you are going to look for your next dream vacation. So ours is to Tulum, which is one of the areas near Cancun in Mexico. And it's got ruins, it's got beautiful beaches. It's just an amazing area that I think is our next vacation destination. So I've added my little piece of heaven there, Tulum, and now it's your turn. So what is your dream vacation? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and go back into my feature control. I'm going to go ahead and go to Add Media. And one thing that I want to point out since I have you here is if you look at the Add Media, I have so many tools, right? I can pick and choose from this set which ones I want to turn on and which ones I want to turn off. I don't have to choose all of them, and I don't have to, it's not a one or all deal or a none and all. I can pick and choose. So I'm going to stay with my image search. And as always, if I want to make sure that these get done, I have to hit OK at the bottom. So you now have your Google image search, and you can use slide 3 and 4 to drop in your dream vacation destination. And it could be somewhere you want to go or somewhere you may have already been and want to return. Completely up to you. All right, so you guys, I'll give you a couple of minutes to work on your dream vacation. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, Santorini, Greece. The Swiss Alps, Machu Picchu. I'm assuming that's going to be an Alaskan cruise. For my beautiful person who wants to go to Paris, I'm just going to give you a little tip. My friend Katrina, I love her to death. She works with me as well. She just came back from Paris. She was a little disappointed because they're in Olympic fever now. Opening ceremonies are going to start this weekend. And she said that it was very in Olympic mode. So it took a little bit away from the beauty and charm that is Paris. But we were there in January. It was absolutely beautiful. So if you do want to go to Paris, wait for the Olympic fever to go through so that you get to capture that beauty of Paris. All right, remember, guys, you've got 3 and 4. Oh, beautiful. So I think for the most part, I see a little trend coming here. You either want to go to the beach or you want to go to a major city. London, by the way, is so much fun. There's so much to do. It's very touristy. I've been there because of Cami. I do get to travel a lot. We were there for an international conference. Buckingham Palace is enormous. I was just like, I would get so lost. And it's just like you see it on the television, and to see it in real life, it makes a difference. Now, one of the things that I do want to let you guys know that is also brand new, and you would see it in your notes for latest and greatest, is you can drag and drop your images through these pages. So I'm going to grab my image, which is in the back. In the past, if I wanted to move my image, I would be stuck on the page that I had put it on. And so if I wanted to move it, I'd have to delete it and then paste it again. That is no longer the case. And you can try this with yours. You can drag and drop it between the pages, as you can see me moving it back and forth. So if you want to try it, drag and drop between pages, that is one of the brand new features that has come to our Glow Up. All right. So you guys have done an amazing job with this collaborating. And so here is where you are going to do a like kind of peer-to-peer a little activity. So if what I would like for you to do as you are looking through all the images, in a little bit, you are going to have access to our comments, and you are going to be able to use a voice or a video, completely up to you. And I want you to leave a comment for one of your colleagues, one of your coworkers, one of your friends. Now, if you don't know who this is, you're like, well, how do I know who did this? Like, how do I know who wants to go to Aruba? Really, really easy. Take your mouse, hover over Aruba, and right above it, you're going to get a toolbar or a top bar. If you look at the initials, it'll tell me that this is Melissa Robinson Moore. So I now know that this is Melissa and she would like to go to Aruba. So what I'm going to do and what you guys are going to do, so this is like I do, you do, and then we discuss. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my comment and I'm going to do voice. Okay. Now, if you're wondering what's the difference between voice and text box, a text box stays on the page. Okay. A comment will be off to the side. So I'm going to comment on Melissa. I'm going to click on her picture. There's my comment. I'm going to say, hey, Melissa, why is it that you would like to go to Aruba? And then I finish, right? And you guys can listen to my comment as well. You can click on it and say, hey, Melissa, why is it that you would like to go to Aruba? But think of this as, again, we're learning how to use these tools collaboratively. But remember, you can always apply this to any of the academics that you teach, any of the courses. So in math, you might have your students do a peer-to-peer review, and one of your students can say, hey, by the way, you missed a step while solving for this problem. In ELA, it could be part of the revising and editing. For social studies, you guys can comment on, for example, you could put up a propaganda picture and you could have opposing views, and it can all be done with voice comments and not yelling across the classroom. Now, if you are super, super brave, you can use our video comment. And again, I'm going to hover, first I'm going to select, and I'm going to hover over an image. So this is TH. So I know this is Thai. And so I'm going to say, grab my comment, grab my camera, my video comment, sorry. There's my camera, and say, hey, where in the world is this? And then I'm done. So I'm going to share my screen again, because I know that sometimes it stops sharing when I use my camera. So again, you now are going to be commenting on someone's picture. So you can ask them any question that you like, have you been here? Where exactly is this? Because I think I only saw one that had a name, and it's at this one right here, Santorini. But other than that, most of these, I have no clue where they are at. So with this one in South Africa, where exactly would you like to go? Because we have some teacher success champs in South Africa. They're in Joburg, and Dane can let you know where the other ones are, because I know it's Johannesburg for Nicole, but I can't remember where Frankie's at. But we do have BDRs in South Africa, and they're amazing. So again, hover over a picture that you kind of find interesting. Grab a voice or a video comment and ask your partner a question. So let me go ahead and open those up for you. Here we go. I didn't do text because it's just like, no, we don't need to be writing. All right. So those comments have now been opened up for you. So hover over a picture just so that you know who it belongs to. So I'm going to hover over the, oh, by the way, when you hover, always make sure you're on your select tool. Hover, so this is KA, then you hover over the initials so I can see that this is Kimberly, and then either a voice or a video comment and ask them any question that you like. Where is this? Where can I find this? Have you been there? Or, are you planning to go there? Don't be shy. All right, we have the comments coming in. Oh, awesome. And because this is a collaborative piece, one thing we do let you guys know is that all of your students who are on this one piece, just like you guys are on this one document with me, all of them will be able to see and listen to and view each other's comments. So you can limit this by limiting how many collaborators you have by creating groups, which groups is really easy. All you have to do is create copies of the assignment and then selecting which students you share them with. And we do have slides for that, by the way. So if you guys are interested in that, if you would just drop your info in the chat, or if you would let Shannon know, we can get all that info to you. And also you guys can email us directly. So both my email and Dane's email are in your notes, and I will show you my notes quickly. So you can go ahead and email us and we will get you, and you can just say, hey, I want to learn how to do a collaborative piece in Schoology, or I want to learn how to create different groups for Schoology using collaboration. We can get all that info out to you. All right. So have you been to, oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I see that we have a lot of voice comments, which is great. This is really good, by the way. If you're looking for a good academic purpose to our voice comment, think about Telpas and the speaking portion to Telpas. Your students can use the voice comment as a way to practice and get over that fear of speaking into a computer. All right. So guys, you are doing amazing this morning. You guys are on a roll with our collaboration. You guys are on a roll with your dream vacations and your comments. So we are just going to quite move it along. And I'm going to show you one more because I think I've got like 5 more minutes if I'm not mistaken. And that is our video component to it. So just like what I love about Cami is that you can do things on the document or you can do things on the side as a comment. So the last one that I'm going to show you, and I'll use slide number 7 for this, is our camera. All right. So in a little bit, I'm going to open up the camera for you. So you might lose my sharing screen for a little bit, but don't worry. I'm going to go to add media and I'm going to go to camera. So I've got 2 options here. So so that I don't lose the other one. I've got 2 options. I can take a photo, but that's not the option we're going to use. You guys are actually going to record a video. And what you're going to tell me in your video, you are going to tell me one way that you are going to use Cami in your classroom. So let me see what's on the chat. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. I'll get to that comment in just a little bit. So again, you're going to get to the camera, you're going to start recording, and you're going to tell me one thing that you will be using Cami in your classroom for, whether this is a bell ringer, an exit ticket, an oral book report, kind of like we can do here. And this is the fun part. When you finish recording, you drop the video right into it. And I'm going to minimize this. Ooh, did not minimize. And then I can move it around, spin myself. I think that's how we're all going to be feeling after week 1. But you are going to use the add media recorder, and then you don't have to save it. It drops right in. And so I'm going to go to feature control. I'm going to turn off the comments just for a little bit, and I'm going to turn off the Google image search and then just give you the recording video option. Now, actually, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to leave the voice comment open because I know that there are some of you that they're like, nope, you couldn't pay me to be on camera. And that is perfectly fine. We are okay with that at Cami. You will be using your voice comment to tell me one way that you're going to take collaboration and Cami back into your classroom. And you can use any of the slides that are open. And I believe the question was, oh, is it that they can know, if you can no longer find your comment in the hubbub of all of this, here's a really neat trick. remember our collaborative corner? Okay, you can actually turn all of these off. Now, if I turn them off, please don't freak out. They're just temporary. And then just go and click on your name. So if I click on my name, I can actually go through and find all the little comments that I have made, and just me, myself, and I, right? So that's one way so that you can find everything that you've created. But as a teacher, I want to be able to see everybody. So I'm going to show all. And then all of my comments are going to pop right back up. All right. So that's a quick and easy way to find your stuff in case you're like, did I actually record? Because sometimes, we forget. All right. So let's see how we're doing with our videos. And again, you don't have to do a video. You can do a voice comment if you like. Let me just make sure that those are the ones that I opened. Select voice and video. Yep. Love it. All right, let's see how we did with our videos. They are coming in. Awesome. All right, guys. So this has just been a very kind of quick and brief introduction into Kami with collaboration. You guys also have our latest notes when it comes to the latest and greatest, which will include our Kami library. That way you guys can grab all those amazing templates. Split and merge, which is teacher's favorite tool. Honestly, it's amazing. And our questions AI. So all of that info is there. And then of course we have try it out now, learn more. All of that good stuff is there for you in the notes, and we will make sure to get these to you if you were unable to get them this morning. But I just want to thank you so, so much for being amazing collaborators and participants this morning, and I will send it right back to Shannon.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you, Belsa, so much. And for your flexibility as well as we're running into the issue with, like you guys said, I mean, so many people participating, we wouldn't experience that in a classroom. Hopefully the most that you would have on a document would maybe be like 40 if you happen to be working among two classes or something, or 50 at the
We are not
most, but
guaranteeing class
I'm thinking
sizes.
30, 35. So anyway, but this was great. And being able to use the video recording and add those videos and comment on each other's and just, going through the collaborative options. So thank you very much. And I wanted to share that the links that Belsa provided for this session, as well as the previous session too, we're going to put those in the app within her description of the session. So if you don't have to necessarily remember or save it from the chat today, we'll make sure to add those to the conference app so you can access them there. So Belsa, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. And we'll see you back here in the next hour. I'll let you take a break. And so you can, yes. And for those of you that want to stay for our next session, it is with Belsa again. We're excited we get to have her for 3 sessions. And this final session with Kami will begin at 10 o'clock. Otherwise, if you are looking to attend a different session, you can go back to the app and choose your 10 o'clock session, and we will be back in about 9 minutes. So thanks for joining us.
See you guys in a bit.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in two ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will
Okay, we're still on break, but we're having some questions about people that missed the code. So I wanted to just show you really quickly. I'm going to share my screen and demonstrate how you can rewind the session and rewatch a portion that you may have missed when we did share it. You want to make sure that you're on the session the whole time and like they're watching from the beginning of the hour through that 9:50 so you don't miss it. But let me go ahead and share my screen. I want to make sure that I have the right page up here real quick. So give me a moment. And I'm going to go straight to this one. Sorry, guys, just a moment. Okay. Almost there, almost there. Okay. Okay. Share. All right. So whenever you are watching the live session, of course, it's going to take a moment for me to load here. Don't you just love it? I'm trying to get it to just play, go right into the... There we go. So you can pause you can come right here to the red bar and rewind back and rewatch the session to look for what you missed. And that's even in any time that we're live and you missed something that they just said, you can rewind it really quickly and then bring it back forward. So, all right. Thank you. I'm gonna go back to the commercial.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in two ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance.
Okay, welcome. Welcome to Room 5, which is sponsored by CAMI and HMH. And we are ready to start our 10 o'clock session. We have Belsa Rios with us. She is a teacher success champion at CAMI, as well as a former, you're still an educator, not a former educator, you still are. But she has 15 years of experience as an 8th through 12th social studies teacher at Valley View ISD in Pharr, Texas. So she's a Texan. Sorry. And she works closely with SciFair and does a lot of training with us and support. And we really appreciate Belsa and all of the amazing things that she does for SciFair, as well as all educators out there. So we're excited to have you for our third session using CAMI to differentiate in the classroom, student voice and choice, how to tailor your learning approach with CAMI on differentiation and exploring strategies to customize your content and assignments. So thank you, Belsa, for being here with us.
Thank you, Shannon. Guys, welcome. Good morning. So you guys are on a power morning this morning because, this is session number 3, and I'm pretty sure some of you probably woke up earlier to prepare for this. So I just want to thank you so much for being here this morning. I believe Shannon has a link that she will share with you. But if you are unable for some reason to click on that link, I'm going to pitch to one of my favorite websites. It's freebrandly.com. If you guys have not heard of it, it's a really, really great website. Do not pay for the premium, by the way, just stick to the free. And what it does is it allows you to create short URLs. So you can either click on the link that's going to be shared on the chat, or you can go to rebrand.ly/choice DLC 2024. So something that is very important to Cami, and it's our mission statement, is we want to be able to give teachers everything you need for every student to succeed, right? And we also want to save teachers time. So we have a very, very hefty goal for the second half of the year. But the goal is that we wanted to be able to make sure that every student would be able to succeed and that teachers would also be able to save time in the process, right? So today it's all about student voice and choice. And how do we do that? How do we differentiate in the classroom? What does it look like? And what tools does Cami have to help you give students a voice in your classroom? So again, please join me for today's activity and today's notes. You can either click on the link that is being shared via YouTube, or you can go to Rebrand, which is right here, rebrand.ly/choice DLC 2024. If you do get a prompt to convert the file, what it's saying is my file started off as a Google slide. You can go ahead and convert. This will leave it as a PDF, or you can select no. It is completely up to you. Again, Cami even gives teachers voice and choice. They get to choose whether they want to convert or not. Love it, love it. All right. So the whole topic for today deals with helping teachers decide how we can best serve our students. So as we're going through the presentation, if you have questions, please feel free to drop them in the chat. But please know that you are never alone in your Cami journey and that you can actually reach out to us directly. So as Shannon said, my name is Belsa Rios. I am based in the Rio Grande Valley. I'm about 4 to 5 hours south of where you guys are located in Cypher. Helping me this morning in the chat is Shannon and Jennifer, an amazing dynamic duo from Cypher. But we also have my dynamic duo and my better half, and his name is Dean Maslin. He is the CISO at Cami, and he is also helping out in the chat. And one of the things that he's doing is he's sending out articles, FAQs, links for information to better help you guys with Cami. All right. So as you guys start populating into this document, one of the things that I want you guys to notice is that up here on the top right-hand corner, I'm going to have my collaborator document or my collaborators. I can see who is on this document with me. Carlos, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. And as more of you start populating, that number will start growing. So what are we going to be focusing on this morning? When I first started teaching, and I started teaching in 2007, I did not go the traditional College of Education route. I actually went through what is called an alternative certification program because my degree is actually in political science. And I remember my first year teaching, they're like, Ms. Rios, did you differentiate the material? And I just looked at them like, I'm sorry, what now? Ms. Rios, did you look at their IEPs? And I knew what the IEP was. And I said, yes, I did. And then I started looking at everything that was checked off. And I'm like, I did not learn through my AC pre-program how to do something for each one of the accommodations because the ACP program, they're just trying to get you certified. And so I was just like, man, how do I do this? So it took a couple of years. It took many trainings. It took just research and so forth to try to figure out how to best serve students that do need these differentiating instructions. And that's why we love to call our session Empowering Student Voice and Choice, right? So as we go through this, you're going to notice a couple of the tools that we're going to be using. You can use in actually different ways. They are not always intended just as you see them. And you'll see exactly what I mean in a little bit. So as you guys start joining me this morning in the collaborating document that we have, you can do that by clicking on the link or by going to the Rebrandly link. There is our motto, everything you need for every student to succeed. All right. Housekeeping, just make sure you have your extension involved and know that you now have access to Cami from all these different areas. But you guys are going to pick a decade. All right. So we are going to travel through time this morning. Now, if you are young and do not remember the 80s, please know that we have a wonderful tool called Google. And so you might have to Google some of these things. All right. So we're going to dive through these decades, the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s. All right. And in a little bit, I'm going to give you guys certain tools that you can use as we travel through time. And again, if you're not familiar with the decade, because you're like, I was born in 1992, and I'll be like, I'm getting old. That is perfectly fine because you will be using Google to travel through time. All right, so the first decade that we will be stopping at this morning is the 1980s, not the 1880s, not the 1780s, the 1980s. All right. And I want you to think back. So I was born in 85. Dane was born in 81. You do not need to tell us what year you were born. You can keep that all to yourself. All right. So you will be able to tell me. All right, so I'm getting a message just really quick that it's saying that the link provided needs to be converted. If it's asking to convert the file, go ahead and convert it. And then hopefully that works.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Belsa. I
No
think
worries,
that,
thank you.
but that is one, and then sometimes it will process, and then it says an unexpected error occurred. I think we've had some people who it says that there's too many people trying to access the slides. So do you think the best thing to do is to try to use the Rebrandly link, correct?
Yeah, let's go with the Rebrandly link. Let me put that one on.
And we did put that in. We'll add it to the chat again.
Perfect.
And then it says this file needs conversion to work in Cami. So we have two options. Do you mind if I share my screen and you
No,
can
go
just
for
tell
it,
us
honey.
what we should do? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if hopefully people are getting this far. Okay. So
Okay, you want to choose the top one.
this one. Okay.
Yeah, because we don't want to convert to a new file. We all kind of just want to log into the same one.
And then this is where
yeah,
it's just blank.
I think that's what Dane was talking to me about earlier. I think it's a processing issue on our end, and I know he's like kind of working on the back end right now.
Okay.
If you will just kind of hit refresh, because what we've started to notice is that sometimes it just kind of takes a little bit of time, or if you just stay on the document, all of a sudden it will pop up. So I'm not really sure if I'm asking if that's like a processing problem on our end.
Okay. So it sounds like for everyone that is on here, go ahead and follow those steps that you've seen me do a couple times here, and then just let it sit and watch Belsa demonstrate from her side of things. And then hopefully that will open. Either way, I know you're going to share great things with us. So
Definitely.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am really, really sorry about this. We have been trying to figure out this issue. It just honestly started this week. So I know that Dane is on the back end. He's already messaging some of our engineers trying to figure this out. But if you open up the document following the steps that Shannon showed you, do not convert, do not make a new file, just click on that top link. That way you do get dropped into the collaboration piece of it. If you just kind of let it sit, honestly, sometimes it takes a couple of seconds. Hopefully you will get put back into the document itself. But in the meantime, if you would just kind of come over to this, to the YouTube link where we're watching, where this video is happening, you guys can follow along. And then of course, we will make sure to get these materials out to you. All right. So as we said, we are going to be empowering our student voice and choice this morning. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through the decades. So here we're looking at the 1980s, not 18, not 17, but the 1980s. But if you were a history teacher, imagine doing this activity, but you could do this with any of the historical decades that you're going through. And what is it that we are going to be remembering about the 1980s? You are going to be looking at fashion. So if you're not familiar with 1980s fashion, acid wash was all the rage. We are looking at music and culture. This was the decade that gave us New Kids on the Block. The sports, what was big during the 1980s? And of course, the vehicles, the cars, what were the cool kids driving? Now, if you're looking at your screen and you're wondering, okay, cool, I really like this activity, you're kind of getting into it, but you're wondering like, okay, what tools am I going to use? I'm going to start you off with our most used tool, which is our text box, all right? So that's going to be your choice for this activity. You only get to choose your text box. All right. So how do I get these tools to you? Okay, let me show you. So you are going to go to our very redesigned, very pretty and clean looking new share button. And you are then going to hit on feature controls. So as you can see, all of the tools are turned off, which is why on your end, you don't have any of the tools. But that's fine. That's okay, because I'm actually going to start opening them up for you. So I'm going to give you guys the select tool. So that kind of gives you a pointer or a mouse. I'm going to give you the text box. But along with the text box, I'm also going to give you voice typing. Okay, so before you start typing away, let me just show you really, really quick how to do voice typing. So what you're going to do now that these tools are open, you're going to find that you have the select tool and the text box. Okay, choose your font size. You can even choose whatever color you like. And then if you want to do voice typing, when you click on the page at the top, you're going to notice that you have the rich text box editor. So starting from on the left-hand side, you've got the font, the size, and all the good stuff. But if you look way on the right-hand corner, you have a microphone. When you click on that microphone, it's going to turn red and voice typing will be activated. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it. So what is some of the fashion that I remember from the 1980s? Shoulder pads and acid wash jeans. Yep, that's what I mean, I was only like 5 during the 80s, but I do remember my sisters, and we have pictures of my sisters wearing shoulder pads, so they look like a little upside down triangle, and acid wash jeans, which for some crazy reason are making a comeback. Okay, so now you have the select tool for my collaborators that are on my document. And I want you guys to fill out these 4 sections using the text box. And you've got 2 options. You can use it in the traditional manner and type out your answers, or you can use it in the more non-traditional manner and use voice typing. The choice is yours. But please tell me what you remember from the 1980s fashion, music, sports, and vehicles. And I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to work on this. Cool in the Gang. Oh, I remember that. And some of them are still popular today. So we are getting more and more collaborators coming in. All right. Now, if your link is still not working, whether that's the Cami link that Shannon provided or the Rebrandly link, can you please let us know on the YouTube chat? We are trying to get that fixed ASAP. So can anybody that does not have the link, please let us know on the YouTube chat. When it comes to hairspray, and I love that I can just Google over this, Shelly, I would love to tell you that I believe that my two older sisters are somewhat partly responsible for the hole in the ozone layer because they used to use Aquanet. So hopefully you guys remember Aquanet. It used to come in a big purple can. My sisters each had 2 cans each because they would put a can under their like bangs to kind of round them out and then spray them half to death. But yeah, long puffy hairdos, leg warmers. Oh, Tiffany, I will sing my heart out to I Think We're Alone Now. I absolutely love Boy George. Oh, that was a good one. Oh, you guys are good with this. The VW bug. Yep. These are all really, really cool things from the 1980s. And again, if you are not, if you're like, I wasn't born in the 1980s, you can always open up another tab and Google some of the cool things that were happening in the 1980s. Okay. So if you do have both links, please use the Cami link, the one that has the weird letters TFA, because that one seems to be working a little bit better. So try using that one. And then again, don't convert a new file so you can join us this morning in collaborating. And we are taking a stroll down memory lane in the 1980s. All right. Oh, okay, we've never been a sports fan. That is perfectly fine. No worries, because guess what? While you didn't participate in that section, you were able to participate in the 3 others. Oh, Phil Collins. All I know, like I hear him, and the one thing that I can always go back to is the Tarzan soundtrack. I absolutely love it. Parachute Pants and MC Hammer. I'm so glad those are not making a comeback. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. You guys have been given the text box, right? And I see a lot more collaborators joining us, so I'm excited about that. You guys were given the text box, so this is just a really simple and very honestly popular way for teachers to get students to collaborate on a document. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that off because I just want to redirect your attention back onto our main screen. So I'm going to go all off on our voice typing, and then I'm going to hit OK. All right. So here is where we are giving students, in this case, you guys are my students this morning, and we are giving them different options on how they participate. Because, for example, I can hover over this comment right here, and I can see that Carlos is telling me, I've never been much of a sports fan. But imagine if I had just left that section. Does that mean that Carlos can't participate? That Carlos doesn't have a voice in my classroom? That honestly would be terrible. But no, he may not have been a sports fan, but maybe he was a huge music lover. And so he can participate. And it just so happened that I hovered over his document. I didn't do that on purpose, by the way. But it just so happened that I hovered over his music choice, and it was Boy George. And because we're considered chameleons, Cami chameleons, they play Boy George a lot. Come a chameleon. We listen to that song a lot at work. So, you are giving your students different ways that they can collaborate. And we're not going to harp on a child just because they weren't sports fans. We're going to say, hey, you know what? That's perfectly fine. You've got other areas that you can fill in. And you can drop this in the chat, and I'm pretty sure Shannon, Jennifer, or Dane will let me know. How did you feel, honestly, of just having one tool? And mind you, the text box. Just that was it. That was your voice. You type out what you say. And sometimes that's how your students feel. They're like, I'm not really good at typing. I'm not really good at writing. Like, can I have some other way to participate? And the answer is yes. Honestly, it's yes with Cami. So we're in the 80s with Parachute Pants, Aquanet Hairspray, Tiffany and the Mall. And that was the era of the mall concerts, by the way. the Houston Oilers, which then became the Tennessee Titans. And of course, the VW bug was all the rage. But now we're going to fast forward 10 years down and we are going to move into the 90s. So again, staying in the same category, fashion, music, sports, and vehicles, but you're now going to have voice. So you were able to text in the 80s. Now you're going to talk in the 90s. And I'm going to give you two options to do this. Actually, three. You are going to be able to do a voice comment and tell me about 90s fashion. And you can say, you're going to have 5 minutes for this. And you can say, what I remember about 90s fashion is grunge. So think of Nirvana and the flannel t-shirts. And then you can tell me about what you thought of the music of the 90s, the sports of the 90s, and the vehicles of the 90s. So you can do that with your voice. You can also do that with a video if you are super brave and you just want to have your face out there, because some of your kids will do this. You can go onto our video comment and you can say, hey, some of the music that I remember from the 90s is, Nirvana. Yeah, Smells Like Teen Spirit. I don't know why it didn't click right away, but yeah, Nirvana from the 90s. Or you can also use our camera in the ad media, and you're going to record a video and you're going to tell me about the sports that you remember from the 1990s. And something I just remember is just like how football got extremely popular, and it was like the two crashing of the helmets, and of course, the more violent, the better. That was something that defined the sports in the 90s. I've recorded my video and then I can drop it right into, and I love how it says saved. I can drop it right into my section here. So you've got three options: voice comment, video comment, or a video recording. Those are your three options as we take a stroll through the 90s. So let me go ahead and open up those tools for you. So again, going into my sharing button, go to my feature control, give you guys select voice in case you do not want to show up on camera. That is a great question. So I'll get to it in just a bit. Let me open up the tools first and record videos because then I forget. So the question is there a way to view responses before they are visible? I would love to say that at the moment, yes. But we don't have that as of now. Now, Dane, maybe you can answer this in the chat. Is it in our roadmap to be able to view this response? That one, I'm not 100% sure if it is in our roadmap, but if it isn't, Cami is a tool that was made for teachers by teachers, because we have taken all of your suggestions and kind of given them to our engineers. If it is not in our roadmap, it is something that we can take to our engineers and say, hey, look, this is a concern teachers have when it comes to videos. Is there something we can do? Yeah, so thank you so much for letting us know that. So I'm going to go ahead and delete my comments. That way you guys have more space, and I'll go ahead and delete my video. So again, using either your voice or your video comment or your ad media and your camera, please let us know what you remember in terms of fashion, music, sports, and vehicles for the amazing 1990s. That's a great one. Let me write that one down. Something else that has been brought up to our engineers, a countdown before the videos. I know that that one has been brought up, so that's kind of like on their little suggestion list. But yeah, this is a new one. View videos before. Awesome. All right, so as you can tell, as these comments start popping up, a lot of you are way more comfortable telling me, just using your voice, some of the things that you remember about the 1990s. And one thing that I love to remind teachers is The same way that we're working through this activity is the same way that your students would work through this activity. So if you feel uncomfortable on camera, sometimes your students might have the same feelings that you do. That's why we always want to be cognizant of who we're teaching, what they are comfortable with, what they're not comfortable with. Because imagine if I had just given you the video camera and I said, you must do a video. Most of you would be like, well, hold on, girl, let me go comb my hair. Let me like adjust things here. Your students would probably have the exact same reaction that you did. So we always want to be cognizant that we will get more out of our students if we make them feel comfortable by giving them different opportunities to respond. So in this case, we're giving a voice comment, a video comment. And for my one brave soul that created her video, thank you so much. I can actually hover over and I can see who that is. And so I can just hover over and I can see that that is LD and that is Lisa Davis. Lisa, thank you so much for your video. Now, on your end, you guys can go through each of these comments. You can listen to them. For example, if I wanted to listen to Jessica's, I can just click on that play button. I can listen to her comment. And then I can, even down here as a teacher, I can even type in or voice type a reply. Great job, Jessica. And so I've given her a little bit of a compliment. That way she's like, oh, yay, I did this. This is fun. Awesome. So it's a great way for your teachers to be able to also talk back, or not talk back because that sounds a little weird, but to give some feedback to your students. So the follow-up question to, is there a way that we can limit, or the way that we could see the student before they post? The follow-up question is, can I remove it? You actually can. And I'm going to stay with Jessica. I'm not picking on you for any particular reason other than I was already using your voice comment. If this had been a video or a voice comment that had been a little bit inappropriate, I believe that going into the collaborators, and I think that this part might be on the roadmap. If I turn Jessica off, let me find her first. Where are you? Here she is. I can turn her off. That means it pulls all of her comments. Now, I believe on the roadmap is currently it only does it for me, but I believe in the future it will turn it off for everybody. So this is something that is, I know, coming into Cami. But if I was projecting this and I needed to turn it off quickly, I can just go find my naughty collaborator and then click on their name and that turns it off. And then once they go back onto the nice list, I can turn them back on. Now, staying on that accountability aspect of when we're doing collaboration, student voice and choice, if you wanted to see exactly when things were posted, you can actually go into the history of this document, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So we have all our collaborators, which guys, thank you so much for participating. I so appreciate all the stuff you guys are throwing on here. So if I wanted to see the entire history of this document, I'm going to go up to my left-hand corner, and right next to the word Cami, I have a little file box, kind of like the one where you store all your stuff at the end of the year. That is our annotation bank. Inside of our annotation bank, I have something called an annotation summary. If I click on that annotation summary, I am getting the history of this document. So it shows me everything that has been typed up, everybody that has participated, every annotation that has been made, who made it, what tool they used, and how long ago it was done. So you can definitely use our annotation summary to kind of hold your students a little bit more accountable for their annotations. Great questions, by the way. Keep them coming. All right. So we have used our voice and our face to talk about the 90s. Love it. And remember, you guys can listen to each other's comment, give each other's feedback. If you like, it's another great way to kind of collaborate while giving your students voice and choice. but we are going to skip on over. So we've gone through the 90s and we just texted. We voiced out the 2000s, but now you're going to be able to use Google image search. So I love creating picture dictionaries, but I disliked with gusto when my students use Google for Google image search because it gave them way too many things. And then they had to right click, copy and save, and then they had to remember where they saved it to. So it turned into a hot mess, right? So I'm going to show you what Cami has done to make Google image search just a little bit better. Okay. So they're looking at the problem on the back end and we're trying to get some solutions. All right. So now we've kind of modernized ourselves and we are going to be using Google image search to look at the 2000s. And we're going to stay in the first decade. So we're going to stay in 2010, right? From 2000 to 2010. What do you remember about the fashion, the music, the sports, and the vehicles? And you guys are going to be using Google image search. So in a little bit, I'm going to go ahead and open this up for you. Okay. And you guys are going to be able to go to your add media. You're going to hit on the G. That's going to take you to Google image search. And then search bar pops up. So in the past, if I wanted to do this with my students, I would have them open up a new tab, go to Google and look for images and cross my fingers that everything was appropriate and that my kids weren't finding anything they're not supposed to. And then I would have to hope that whatever image they selected, they could copy and paste onto their document. If not, if they saved it, I had to hope that they remembered where they saved it. So there was a lot of hoping and wishing on my part. Not anymore. So like with Cami, it makes it a little bit easier because I look at my Google image search bar. So I'm going to put 2000s fashion. And I need to remember to spell. So 2000s fashion, we had a wide variety of fashion, but I think the big one was like Avril Lavigne, the grunge, and then we had Nelly and the rappers and the camo, NSYNC was very big and the jean outfit. The 2000s were an eclectic couple of years. So I'm going to go with Pink here. She's actually one of my favorite artists to listen to. So she can go in the middle because she can both be part of fashion and she can be part of music culture. So a little tidbit, her CD was the very first one I bought at Sam Goody. And if you're wondering what Sam Goody is, it was a record store that no longer exists. So yeah. So for the 2000s, you will be using Add Media, Google image search, and you could search for the 2000s fashion, music, sports, and vehicle. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go to share, feature control. I'm going to leave the select tool on. I'll turn off the comments one, but then I will turn off that one, turn off the record video, and give you just the image search because we're creating our picture collage for the 2000s. So you guys now have access to Google image search. You do not have to go to another tab. You don't have to Control C, Control V. You don't have to download, save it, and then upload it. All of it is at your fingertips by just going to Add Media, clicking on that Google image search, and typing in what you are looking for. So I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to kind of build our picture collage for 2000 to 2010.
And while they are starting to do that, I'm going to share the attendance code if I can real quick. All right. Okay. Everybody take a look at your screen. The attendance code is on the screen right now. For room 5, this is the third session of the day, the 10 o'clock session. It is a 3-digit code. Make sure that you write that down in your planning document or in any other notes that you may be writing those down in so that you're ready to submit at the end of the day. The attendance forms will become available at 3 p.m. today. So I'm going to leave this code up for about a minute and a half, and to give everybody an opportunity to get that down. And then once you get it down, you can continue to work on the question in the document, and add your images. And we are currently also, I just want to share with everybody, we are currently working, I'm adding the links that Belsa has provided us to the session descriptions in the app. So at the end of the session, I'll show you where to find those, but just wanted to let you know that we are working on getting those added, and it's just taking a little bit to update, but we are putting those there so you can access them later. Okay, I hope everybody got the code. I'm going to take it down now and let Belsa continue to share your screen.
Awesome.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. Thank you. So we are going to continue, and let's see how you guys are doing with our picture collage. Ah, the music. Love it, love it. Oh, the fashion. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, so we have a request. Can we show again how to change the shared collaboration settings? Of course we can. Okay, and then the question is also, do you make the assignment so that students can participate, or is there a way to share it without having to add all the student emails? This is honestly a really, really great question. So I'll let you guys continue to collaborate. Oh, Michael Phelps. Sorry, the Olympics are on, so I'm like in Olympic mode at the moment. So first question, how can I change the sharing and collaboration settings? There's actually 2 ways to do this. So remember that I told you our share button got like a complete and total makeover. I'm so glad it did. We now actually have a share button. If I click on that share button, what you are going to do, my lovely Catherine, is this setting right here. What do you want the people with the link to do? So the first option is just to view it, which that means they would be able to do nothing to it. And they would actually get a bubble at the top that says view only. Now, us at the moment, we are editors. So we are all collaborating in this one document. And your third option is create an individual copy. That means each one of us, I believe there's 50 something of us in this session, each one of you would get the document individually. So any annotations that you make, no one else can see. So that's how you share this. Now, is there a way to do this without having to add all the student emails? 100% there is. My question is, what is your LMS? Are you a Schoology school, Google Classroom, or is it a Canvas or Teams? Because if it's Google Classroom, you can just create that assignment straight from here. But I suspect that you may be a Schoology school. So I'm going to go ahead and go into my Schoology account. We have a Schoology demo account. So the way that you would create this without having to add all of the students' emails, all of your students should and would be rostered into your Schoology learning courses. So as a teacher, if you wanted to do this collaboratively, you would just go into add materials and you can go into Kami. And you can grab from your Google Drive, the Kami library, and then you can group all of your students. You can go with anyone with the file can collaborate, or anybody is an editor in the document, right? And we do have a whole presentation on how to do this in Schoology. And I'm going to make sure that you get those notes so that you can get the detailed version of how to create the assignments individually and how to create them collaboratively. Okay, we're going to get that to you so that you have those for you as well. And because I know that most of Sci-Fair is, or actually not most, all of Sci-Fair is a Schoology LMS integration school, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and also share with Shannon the notes for how to do Kami inside of Schoology, because we want you guys to be able to take what you're doing today and be able to implement it once you go right back into your school. So we're going to share that with you as well. But guys, thank you so much for asking those questions. All right. Ah, we have created an amazing, amazing picture collage here. Oh, friends, you know what? I'm a little bit upset with friends, but let me tell you why. So I am 39 years old. And I have two of my nieces live with me because they are attending, well, one of them already graduated the university. The other one is going to start her third year of uni, I believe. And they are watching Friends on HBO Max. And they're just going through the episodes. Like they went through an entire season in like a week. And they were talking about it one night at dinner. And I was just making faces because I was really mad. And they're like, well, what's wrong? And I said, you do not understand what it was like to watch Friends as it was first intended, where you had to wait a week for every episode. And then you had to wait months in between seasons. So the season where Rachel and Ross are getting married and then he says the wrong girl's name, I said, I had to wait months to see how that was going to turn out. And you just have to like, next episode, next episode. And they're like, well, the times are changing. And I'm like, thanks. So whenever I see Friends, like that's the conversation that comes to mind with the girls. Oh, those are some nice shoes. So I love that you guys are having a lot of fun with it. And remember, if you want to be able to get your students to buy into this, very much kind of like the way you guys are buying into it, you want to first make it fun, make it easy for them, and then little by little you can start adding that academic component. So you may start with an activity like this where it's kind of fun, it's interactive, it's simple, and then we can do a little bit more on the educational side, the academic side. So we can say things like, what do you remember from westward expansion if you're teaching social studies, or if you are an ELAR teacher and you guys have just finished reading The Great Gatsby, you might divide this into the setting, the main character, the plot, the what is it, the protagonist, the antagonist. If you're doing this in math, you can break it up into the steps to solve a problem, because some problems are solved in multi-steps. So again, it's just, how do you think you're going to be able to use this in the classroom? So you guys have created an amazing collage here. But one of the things that I want to just show you real quick as we go a little bit back in time is when we started looking at the 80s, you guys were just given a text box, right? Nothing more, nothing less, not really anything fancy, but it got the job done. But some of you probably were like, I don't want to use a text box, right? And then when we traveled over to the 90s, you guys were able to use your voice. You guys were able to turn on your camera if you like. And some of you are like, I think I want my text box back. And so as we kind of skipped on over to the 2000s, you're like, okay, this is more my style, right? And again, you can comment on any of these. You can hover over them, see who made these. So again, it's always just remembering what is going to work best for you as a teacher, but also how is this going to help your students, right? So you kind of want to keep both aspects in check right there. And then again, what is student voice and choice? And then we just have some really cool, as you guys go through your notes, we have some really cool ideas. So this is like a agree, disagree, should pets be allowed? You know, this is a great way to kind of start easing your students into those tools, and then provide a range of options, kind of like voice comment, video annotation, and so forth. And then I wanted to, let me see if it's on this presentation. If not, yes. So if you literally are like brain blocked and you have no clue how you want to do this, if you kind of start scrolling to the bottom of the slides, we have created some really neat and fun ideas. Again, these are just ideas. You don't necessarily need to do them. You totally can if you like, but you can have your students create a digital comic book. You can have them do a visual art gallery, interactive mind maps, digital storyboard creation. I love that one. Debates, should students be allowed? Federalist, anti-federalist, ratification of the Constitution. Again, you could tell I taught social studies. And then some more handy resources that are there for you guys. This one is a great one if you guys are interested in becoming CAMI certified educators. This will allow you to then become CAMI heroes, which then when you guys want to do presentations and you're like, hey, I'm going to present with CAMI, we will send you guys a lot of swag and all the materials that you need. Let me see. The Circle CAMI logo does not list submit assignments in alphabetical order. It makes it hard to keep up with students who have not turned in your assignments. Can you send feedback on that? I think I need a little bit more context on that one. So if whoever commented on that, if you guys can just give me a little bit more context, that would make it really, really good. But I definitely will send you feedback on it. All right. So Shannon has come back on because we are getting to the end of our session. But again, I did want to remind you that you are never alone on your CAMI journey. And today you guys were in for a special treat because we did have our CISO manning the chat, who's the one, him, Shannon, and Jennifer were throwing the questions my way. He is also my partner in crime and my better half. So if you guys ever have any questions, please know that you are never alone on your CAMI journey. You can email me, follow me on X, and you can even DM me on X. Somebody did the other day, and I was like, oh, this is really neat. And you can also email Dane. He's also he's going to be of great help if you have any questions related to our AI component when they come your way. And so you are never alone on your CAMI journey. You always have someone that is going to be there to guide you. And I will leave it right back to Shannon.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Belsa. I know that we had some little technical issues, but we ended up getting quite a few people that got to get into the document and collaborate. And at least we all saw those ideas. So I think a lot of people are having ideas as to how they can implement that with their students and use some of the fun aspect on getting to know the tools and then bring it into the academic content and creating collaborative documents for that. So we are working to add the links to all of Belsa's slides in our digital in our DLC app. So I'm working on doing that. I've got the first one done. So to get to the app, if you don't know, we did put it in the chat. And I think we're about to put it in there again. And then, or you can go to our cfisd.net/DLC site and click on access the conference site. And then just so I'm going to show you really quickly what that's going to look like. So when you get to the DLC app and you go to the sessions, when you go to Belsa session, you'll see the link is right up in the session description. So that's where you'll see those links. And if for some reason, Belsa, if there's a different one that we should put in there, just let me know and we can update that. So
of course.
All right. Well, we are going to take a break now. We actually do not have an 11 o'clock session, so you have to leave room 5, everyone. We've enjoyed having you with us for the morning. Find a different session, or maybe this is your break time, and we will be back here at for a 12 o'clock session, or a little bit before 12. So thank you again, Belsa, for joining us this morning. Now you can go breathe and drink your water and all that. And thanks everyone for joining and being such great participants.
Thank you guys. Have a great day and have an amazing start to your school year.
Thank you. All right. All right. Welcome to our 12 o'clock session in room 5, which is sponsored by CAMI and HMH. We're very thankful for both of those companies for their sponsorship and their support. And we're excited to have our next session. which is with Claudia Fernández with HMH. She is an experienced educator with a passion for bilingual education and instructional technology. And after serving 7 years in a dual language classroom at an elementary, she developed a deep understanding of the unique challenges and rewards of teaching students from diverse linguistic backgrounds. So she is now a content specialist at HMH and leverages that expertise to support teachers in effectively integrating instructional technology within their classroom. So this first session, we have her for 2 sessions with us. The first one is about Into Reading with HMH, which we do use here in CyFair for our grades K through 5. Right? Yes, because then Into Literature is our next session, and that's our secondary. So with this session, she's going to be refreshing our knowledge with Into Reading, how it provides a path for growth in reading, writing, and communication. So Claudia, thank you so much for being here. If you can, here she comes. All right, welcome.
Thank you, Shannon. And I'm very excited to be here with you today. Let me share my screen. So I am Claudia Fernández. I'll be here with you today. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop those in the chat and we'll answer those questions as we go. I'm here to talk about Into Reading and how we can, use it in the classroom, use different resources. If you're here for a reintroduction of Into Reading, welcome. If you're here for an introduction, welcome as well. And let's go ahead and get started with our session. So we have resources for everybody in the classroom. So we're going to be able to accommodate to the needs of everybody in the classroom. For that direct instruction, we have the lessons and the resources that we need for our foundational skills instruction, our vocabulary, reading, and writing. And there's also options for small group instruction. So all of these resources are already created for us, and it's going to be very easy for us to be able to implement these in the classroom. So we're going to go through some slides at the beginning, and then at the end we go live. So I'm able to just share with you a little bit more of Into Reading and how you can incorporate these great resources in the classroom. Into Reading is grounded in the science of teaching reading. So you're going to see all of that effective teaching, very explicit, very direct instruction that we're going to be able to implement. We are going to start with that word recognition part of the reading rope. So we're going to be talking about those foundational skills instruction, how it's going to move on from simple to complex, and then we're going to talk about the language comprehension. So starting with that word recognition, we are in that second year of implementing the structural literacy pathway. This is a very comprehensive pathway. So if you're new to teaching foundational skills with this pathway, you're going to see that it has, extra resources. It's very guided for the teacher. So regardless of where you're at, your background for teaching phonics is going to be, very, very easy to follow. And there's also, as I mentioned before, additional resources that were implemented to, again, make this pathway very, very comprehensive and very explicit for the teacher and for our students. Now, when it comes to looking at our resources that I just mentioned that are new, we do have new slides with this new structural literacy pathway. There's also new decodable passages. So besides those start right readers, we're going to have the ability to, again, have extra resources to teach with those passages. There's also a new teacher's guide, and all of that is going to be accessible through the Ed Learning platform, but there's also resources in print for our teachers as well and our students. Now, the teacher's edition is going to look like as our previous pathway. This is a pathway for kinder, first, and second grade, okay? Third, fourth, and fifth grade, we're going to have the same foundational skills, purple pages that we like to call in our teacher's edition. So this would be targeted for kinder, first, and second, that we're having this new structural literacy pathway because we know that we need that strong foundation for our foundational skills. Now, as you can see on my Teacher's Edition, you are going to have all of your resources on that related resources list. Something that I like about this new pathway is that we have instructional vocabulary. So right from the teaching, the reading academies, as we were learning from those, we do have all of that vocabulary embedded in our Teacher's Edition. So again, if I don't remember what a diagraph is, a grapheme is, then I have all of that support. Again, very scaffolded for the teacher, regardless if I'm a new teacher or a seasoned teacher, I'm going to be able to follow these lessons. Now, we are going to have the gradual release approach with these lessons. There is going to be that I do, we do, you do approach. So the I do, we have that direct instruction. I'm teaching whole class my skills. And then we move on to the we do. We're working together. We're applying the skill that I just taught directly to my students. And then at the end, we have that you do. So my students are able to apply what they just learned in connected text. So that's a great thing about that gradual release approach, because our students are also going to be able to practice and have that connection with the skills that I'm teaching within the classroom. Something that is also new to these new slides is that we have a review portion of the lesson. So we're going to be able to do visual drills, auditorial drills. So all of that is going to be making that connection with previously taught skills. As you can see, we do have a very specific phonics skill that we're going to be teaching, and that is going to be connected to all of those different components from the lesson. There's going to be handwriting, so all of that is going to be part of our connection to the lesson. Now, something that I love about these slides is that the routines are going to be embedded within every component of the lesson. So I'm going to be able to, again, have that support if that's something that I need. If I don't know what the blending routine is, that is going to be something that is going to be a support for me, right? A point of use for me as the teacher to use as I'm teaching with these lessons. We're going to connect the handwriting. So again, everything will be connected to the same skill that I'm teaching. In this case is short A. So I started with that phonics skill, continuing with that blending routine, and then I'm going to be applying it with that handwriting skill. And again, everything that I need is going to be that support. You're going to be able to see also the script within the lesson. So that's something that we didn't forget, that explicit support for the teacher. You're going to have it in this new pathway as well. There's going to be spelling embedded again with the same skill that we are going to be practicing. And the great thing is that there's this new component with these lessons, and it's called the, those routines for the irregular words, the hard word instruction. So all of that is going to be, again, new, embedded, very comprehensive when we are teaching those foundational skills in the classroom. So a great component with the structured literacy pathway. Now, at the end, our students will be able to, again, practice that same skill in connected text. And as I mentioned before, we have new decodable passages. So these are going to be a great component for me to be able to, again, support my students and have my students practice. So these are going to be available for me. This is a sample of a first grade decodable passage. This is the beginning of the school year. So as the year progresses, these are going to be, more complex for my students. And again, these are going to be only for me to practice, again, the skill that I'm teaching with these lessons. Now, if I want to, again, a resource for my students to have that extra additional practice, or if I want to a storyline with the same skill that I'm teaching, this is, in this case, is short A, I have the Start Right readers. So the Start Right readers are a great resource for me to be able to support my students. Again, I can change the small group instruction into that whole class and for everybody to enjoy these decodable Start Right readers. So again, a great way for me to be able to have that support. Remember, the Start Right readers have the support for me to be able to have that small group instruction if that's something that I want to do. So I'll have how to guide my students, how to support them, how to reteach that skill that I taught within my lesson. So all of that, again, is going to be that structured literacy pathway for my students. So that would be a very quick view of the lesson. I'm going to take you live at the end of this session, and you're going to be able to see where to locate these slides, where to locate the teacher's edition, and for you to be able to dig in deeper and see a specific grade level, a specific lesson. So know again that those start right viewers, we're going to continue to use them. And again, I can use them in that small group setting or that whole class environment. Now, for additional resources, if I need support, again, when I'm teaching those foundational skills, we do have those foundational skills and word study studio lessons. These are available for every single grade level. So kinder all the way through 5th grade, I have additional lessons to support my students when I'm teaching those foundational skills. So again, these are going to follow that that gradual release approach. These are complete lessons that I can just, again, use for small group instruction, that additional reteaching opportunity. And we do have a correlation and alignment to the lessons that you're already teaching as a whole class. So if I need an additional lesson to review with my students, I do have this alignment to make it easier for me and know what, how can I support my students that need that reinforcement and that scaffolded support. So these lessons, as I mentioned before, have that gradual release approach. So again, the I do, we do, you do approach is going to be embedded within these lessons, and that is going to be part of something that that I will have to support my students. The practice pages for my students are going to be part of these lessons, so I'll have all of that embedded for my differentiation and that opportunity to reteach. So again, foundational skills and word study studio. These are additional lessons for every single grade level to just, again, scaffold the learning for my students for foundational skills. Starting in 3rd grade, as I mentioned before, you do have foundational skills in those purple pages. So those are in our teacher's edition with our reading lessons, our vocabulary lessons. So those are located in our teacher's edition. We do have, again, the listed materials support for you as well. 3rd grade, 4th, and 5th grade, you will have this same layout. You do have that I do, we do, you do approach. So again, gradual release, we're helping our students master these foundational skills lessons. And then the script is going to be part of that support for the teacher. So you don't think that we didn't forget, that we forgot about you. You do have that script within these lessons. So kinder through 5th grade, you have scripts, you have the guidance and the support to be able to teach those foundational skills. The only difference is that kinder 1st and 2nd will have the structural literacy. 3rd through 5th, we have those purple pages in our teacher's edition. Now, the great thing is that I also have resources starting in 3rd grade to be able to support my instruction. I have visuals for my students. I have great support and also practice pages for my students. So the skill that I'm teaching is going to be something that my students will be able to practice independently with the know it, show it. So that's going to be part also of what I'm going to be able to do with these purple pages lessons. So that was the word recognition part of the rope, okay? So we're teaching those foundational skills, and that part of the reading rope, we're gonna move on to the language comprehension. And this is where our students really enjoy these selections that we're gonna be teaching them with, okay? These are, you know, award-winning literature that we're gonna be able to enjoy with our students. So starting with kinder and 1st grade, you have big books and you have read alouds that, again, are available in print and are also available in our learning platform. So everything, again, is available digitally. These big books and read alouds have on the back what we call the book stick. So this is, again, support for the teacher. So we're going to have depth of knowledge questions to support our teachers. Those are already created for them. So it's going to be very easy for our teachers to be able to incorporate these big books and these read alouds. And there's also going to be suggested tips and things that we can do to engage our students as we are reading these selections, because we know that our kiddos love these big books. So know that the guidance and the support is going to be there. And then for our kinder students, they're going to have the My Book, where they're going to be able to respond to the literature. So this is where the practice pages that they will have to be able to apply those comprehension skills. And these are some pages, so you're able to see how they're going to be responding to the literature. Remember, this is for kinder students, okay? This is a My Book for kinder, where we are reading those big books, those read alouds, and our students are able to respond to that literature in the My Book. And as far as the rest of the grade levels, starting in first grade, the My Book is going to be a book of books, okay? That is going to be intended to teach and delight our students with great literature. So these are the selections that we could access from the bookstore, from the library shelves. All of that is going to be accessible in the My Book. Again, it's going to be digital and in print, where my students will be able to engage with the literature. So the My Book, it's a book of books, as I just mentioned, and it is where I'm going to be able to apply the skills that I'm teaching, those reading skills and strategies that I'm teaching to my students. This is where my students will be able to apply that knowledge. So every selection in the My Book was selected to teach a skill, a reading skill. So all of our standards are going to be taught with the My Book, okay? So if I'm teaching inference, then my students will be able to review inference with a title from the My Book. And the My Book is structured like this, okay? So all of these selections from the My Book are clustered together, and they are tied to an essential question. In this case is, how do things in nature change? So when we are reading these selections, they will have a cross-curricular connection to science or social studies. In this case, we have it tied to science. So my students are practicing and reading and using those reading skills and strategies with the My Book, but they're also reading about science and social studies. So a great way to have those connections in the My Book. So here are some pages. This is a fourth grade selection. As you can see, they're going to be engaging. There's going to be different selections in there. It's a multi-genre. So, a variety of text that they're going to have, and they're going to be engaging with the My Book. So again, that is where my students will be able to apply the knowledge that they are learning from my lessons. So here is the structure of those reading lessons. As you can see, we have the step 1, 2, and 3. So again, we're continuing with that gradual release approach with those reading lessons. Again, starting with the teacher, having that direct instruction, you're going to have those anchor charts that we know we love, and all of that is going to be part of my instruction, that direct teaching, the I do of the lesson. From there, my students will be able to apply the text, okay? So now we're going to be working together, and we're going to be applying, in this case, making inference where it's going to be in the My Book, okay? So my students, again, are going to be using the My Book to practice and reinforce those reading skills and from that direct instruction that we're having with the reading lessons. Now, the teacher, again, will have all of the scaffolded support, but we're going to talk about that in a minute. And then after reading those selections, right in the My Book, there's going to be opportunities for them to also be able to respond to the literature. So in the My Book, you're going to see short activities at the end of the selections for them to be able to, again, respond to the literature, have collaboration, conversations, and all of that is going to be part, again, at the end of the My Book. So great component for our students to get to, again, discuss, talk about what they just read and being able to respond to these texts. So that is going to be, again, the layout of the reading lessons. And there's two main resources when I'm teaching with interreading. One of them is going to be my teacher's edition. That's my regular teacher's edition where I have my lessons, my planning tools, that heavy, bulky book that I need when I'm planning and I'm sitting down. This is my resource, my teacher's guide. My second resource as a teacher is going to be the Teaching Pal. So the Teaching Pal is going to be where I'm going to be able to use it and move around in the classroom, because the Teaching Pal is the exact same copy from my students' My Book. Okay, so as you can see, this is the selection that my students will have. But in my Teaching Pal, I have the support that I need for that shared reading moment. So in the margins, I will have the support that I need when I'm using the My Book. So how do I engage my students? What conversations do I have with my students? What questions do I ask? Those close reading strategies, everything is already labeled and created in the Teaching Pal. So basically the Teacher's Edition is going to be for me to use when I'm going around, when I'm planning and I'm sitting down. And then the Teaching Pal is going to be in the moment teaching resource when I'm moving around in the classroom and I'm helping my students and guiding them. And we are applying those reading skills and strategies with the My Book. So this is a great, great tool that I will have. Again, all of the support that I need, what questions to ask, and how to guide my students when we are reading these selections. Again, these are going to be selections where we're going to be able to apply the knowledge that we are learning from these reading lessons. Now, the goal is to have independent readers in the classroom, and you're going to have a library where you're going to be able to support that that instruction again in the classroom. You can extend learning. There's different ways that you're going to be able to implement this library in the classroom. So again, you can use this library and have it in the classroom and let your students use it and read. There's going to be a variety of genres, variety of interests. So every student's interest will be met with this library, because there's going to be lots and lots of titles for them. They're going to be available in print and also digitally from our learning platform. So if you want for your students to practice maybe fluency, that's going to be something that you could do with that digital resource. There's also all of these resources are available in English and Spanish. And there's also lessons that go with these selections. So again, opportunities for you to be able to extend the learning and use it in small group instruction as well. Now, moving on to the writing, you also have a writing teacher's guide. Okay, so starting in first grade, you have a separate writing teacher's edition. Kinder, you have all of your lessons together in your teacher's edition, but starting in first grade, that's where you have an additional writing teacher's guide, because we want to support, again, our students and our teachers when they are writing. So you do have that that support with that teacher's edition. There's also Anchored Text Library. With that library, it's going to help you to model and have that exemplary model for our students. Okay, so our students will have that support when they are writing and having that exemplary modeled for them already. And then there's also anchor charts. So as we are going through the writing process, our students will have those anchor charts to support with that writing. And there's also grammar mini lessons. Okay, so the grammar mini lessons, I can embed that instruction in two different ways. If I follow the writing process, the grammar is going to come into play with the revision and the editing components of the writing process. Okay, so as we're going through the writing instruction, then we're going to have those lessons that I can embed and support my instruction with those grammar lessons. And there's also a scope and sequence. So if I want to follow a separate scope and sequence, I can also do that, and having a more structure component with that grammar instruction. That's something that I can do. There's also grammar practice pages. So if I want my students to practice those skills, I'm able to do that with that grammar instruction. And this is how it's going to look like, our instruction with interreading. So I have those mentor texts, those anchored text library selections, okay? And that's, again, that exemplary model for my students. We're going to read that, and we're going to be able to target, again, the needs of everybody in the classroom. And we're going to drive our instruction with those anchor charts that I just mentioned right now. So again, this is a fourth grade selection where they're going to be writing our argument. So we're going to have the ability to read the text and see it as readers. We're going to be able to have those conversations. I'm going to have the guidance from my teacher's edition. And from there, we're going to move on and take it to the writing. Okay, so again, I have that already modeled. And the great thing is that there's already student-friendly models created for my writing process. So if I'm going to start with the brainstorming, I already have these created, these student-friendly models for me. So that's something that, again, that's created for me, and I just have to display and engage my students with. There's also drafts that I can provide for my students. So as we are going through the writing process, I have these models already for me created, and for them to be able to follow the instruction. And that's true for every single grade level. So know that you have, again, those mentor texts, those anchor charts, and then you have those student-friendly models to support your students and guide them as we're going through the writing process. Now I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and then I'm going to take you to the learning platform. So we're going to be able to go live and see where those resources are located.
Okay, and while you are doing that, I'm going to share our attendance code. Thank you, Claudia. All right, one moment, here it comes. Okay, there is the attendance code for the 12 o'clock session into reading in room 5. It is a 3-digit code. Hopefully it comes up here for everyone. Just making sure. There we go. Make sure that you write that down on your participant planning sheet or your notes so that you can enter that into the attendance form at the end of the day. The attendance forms will come open at 3 p.m. so you can begin submitting those until midnight. Leave this up for about, I try to do it for about 1.5 to 2 minutes just to make sure everybody gets a chance to see it. And then we'll continue on with your live demonstration into reading. I think a lot of our teachers and instructional specialists that are joining us really appreciated that kind of overview. I saw some people in the chat saying like, oh, I missed a few of these this past year because it was all so new. So everybody was in this learning phase. So I think this is it's very good to take the time to go through all of that. So thank you for a good overview of everything that's available to us. All right. I'm going to stop sharing and pass that back over to Claudia. Thank you for letting us break and do that.
Thank you, Shannon. Now I am in the learning platform. When you log in, it's always going to prompt you to that dashboard. So all of our content is located in Discover. So this is where 90% of the time you'll be spending your time here. Okay, so Discover is where everything is housed, the content is housed. Right now I'm sharing with you grade 1, but if you scroll with click on that drop down menu, you can select a different grade level. I'll go to an upper grade level in a minute. Okay, so when I select that grade level, it's going to prompt me to that module. So I have all of my modules of instruction here. So I'm able to see the content. But if I keep scrolling down, I have a tab which is called the structural literacy lessons. Okay, so we're going to begin with those. So you can see how those look like. You can see how you can get access to the resources for our structural literacy pathway. Remember, this is kinder first and second. And I'm going to select the first link that I see, module 1. So module 1 is going to be opening all of my lessons for my first unit of instruction. When you open this, you have your lesson slides. If you select that, it's going to directly download those slides for you. And those are the exact same slides that I went over our presentation at the beginning of this session. And then if you open the Teacher's Edition, it's going to open that digital Teacher's Edition. Again, these are the same resources that I shared with you at the beginning of the session. So you have everything in here. Know that you're able to make notes. Even in the digital resource, you're able to highlight and annotate. So if you want to do that, you're able to do that from that digital resource, digital Teacher's Edition. Okay, so know that you're able to do that. So again, my lesson slides, a click away, it's going to directly download it to my device. And then I have the links for my Teacher's Edition. So I have all of my lessons. My first lesson for first grade is going to be short A. And again, my slides and my online Teacher's Edition. Now, if I want those practice bundles, sorry, if I want those practice bundles, I have all of them in these links. Again, everything that I'm going to need for my instruction for that week, I have it all together in those practice bundles. And these have the structural literacy practice pages. Okay, so if I want that, I have that ability to do that. The editable weekly plans, again, that's something that is going to download to my device and I'm able to customize. If I would like additional lessons, I can go all the way to the left corner. Top left corner. If I want to look at the routines, remember those are already embedded within the Teacher's Edition, but if you want to take a look at all of those instructional routines, you do have the ability to see that. I know a lot of teachers like to look at the scope and sequence, so you have that scope and sequence, and again in that contents link. So if you open that, you have the ability to see your scope and sequence. There's also all of our modules in here. Assessments. So again, you have the ability to get access to those assessments and additional resource. So these are also great resources that we're able to implement. We know our students love those alpha friends. So you're able to, again, get access through additional resources from the contents tab. Okay, so here you have the songs, the videos, and also the cards. So if you can click on those, you have directly that resource right at point of instruction. So you're able to, again, have access to those digital resources a click away. If I click on those videos, you have those great videos that our students love and enjoy. So those are, again, under the Alpha Friends tab. You have those anchor charts. So a great resource, again, a great visual for students. If you want to print them out, you also have that black and white PDF. The blending board, it's also part of our digital resource that we have housed, again, in our learning platform. If you need a little bit more instruction of how to use it, there's a video already in here. So again, I'm under blending board and you just click on this video and it's going to give you a quick tutorial on how to use it and how to create those boards. But again, you have that direct link to be able to have that support use it in the classroom. Again, I've seen that being used as a whole class, maybe small group instruction. So different ways in which you're going to be able to use that blending board and have your students reinforce those skills that we are teaching. Those decodable text, all of them are already together in a PDF. So again, if that's something that you want to, again, have access to. We talked about the foundational skills and work study studio alignment chart. So again, if I'm teaching a specific lesson, I have an alignment chart to know what's the additional foundational skill lesson that I can reteach and have that opportunity to scaffold the learning and have that differentiation support for my students. So lots of different ways in which I'm going to be able to support my students with these additional resources. There's also the sound wall resources. These are if I open these, you're going to see that these are resources, again, that, again, I have in print, but I also have access to them in digital. So know that all of that is already part of my instruction. And the Soundwall cards is something that is new. So a great resource that you're going to be able to embed. The support that you need is going to be part of that, that support that we have in the Learning platform. So as it's opening, you're going to have all of your cards already created in a PDF, but know that it's available in print as well. So as I mentioned before, we have these great visuals for our students. This is a new resource for our students, again, to have a more comprehensive approach when we are teaching foundational skills. So the Soundwall cards, again, that's a PDF. And again, if I need more support, it's going to be part of my instructional manual. So I can just open that and it's going to be the support that I can see and have and read so I can just implement it successfully in the classroom. And all of it, again, the guidance is going to be under instructional manual. So Soundwall cards and instructional manual, those are the PDFs that we have for you that I would highlight when we're using the Soundwall resources. And all the way to the bottom, we have, again, links to our decodable readers. So these are selections that our students really, really enjoy. It's a great practice for our students as we are teaching those foundational skills. So know that we didn't forget about those. We have that interactive ebook where if I open that, remember that the Learning platform will have that audio support for my students. Okay, so that's something that that our students really enjoy, and that's something that also helps with that fluency piece. So if I would like to incorporate that in the classroom, that's something that I can do. And let me play that for you.
Bob and his pal Dom ran.
So again, I have that audio support with all of those decodable readers, but I also have the PDF form, and that's not, if that's something that I want to use. So again, I was under additional resources. You have assessments, all of our modules of instruction, our routines, our scope and sequence, everything is under contents, okay? So know that you're able to get all of that, all of those great resources from the contents tab. I'm going to go back to Discover. Remember our structural literacy lessons for Kinder first and second. You just have to click on this link, open, and then that first module 1, module 2, whichever module you're looking for, you're going to get access to all those great resources. Okay, so that was Kinder first and second. Remember that third, fourth, and fifth, we have foundational skills in our teacher's edition. So if I open my teacher's edition, I have my reading lessons, my vocabulary lessons, and then I'll have those purple pages where I'm able to teach foundational skills. So let me open one for you so you're able to see that you have those purple pages in your teacher's edition. Okay, so anytime that you see that purple tab, that's foundational skills, and that's where you're teaching that spelling, the decoding, the fluency, all of those lessons are already part. So we didn't forget about foundational skills for the upper grades. It's just embedded already in your teacher's edition, and the resources that you need are directly linked if that's something that you want to use from your digital teachers edition. Okay, so everything is already part of that lesson. Okay, so again, you have the script, the step-by-step, what to do, what to say, everything. It's already in our teachers edition. Now, for every single grade level, you will have in every single week a week at a glance. Okay, the week at a glance is going to give you the summary of your week, of the skills that you're going to be teaching for that week. Okay, so I have all of my lessons. This is a 4th grade week at a glance. Okay, so I have vocabulary lessons, my reading lessons, and then I'm teaching foundational skills 2 days. And the rest of the days I have communication lessons. Okay, so these are going to be opportunities for my students to have collaborative conversations. They're going to be able to have read aloud. So again, developing those communication lessons are going to be part of the days that we're not teaching foundational skills. And then I have my writing instruction. So here I'm able to see all of the skills that I'm going to be teaching that week. If I need a little bit more support as when it comes to suggested daily times, I have all of that in here. And if I would like to see the assessments that are part of my week, I'm able to see that. So in this case, I have a selection quiz of the selection that we're going to be reading that week, which is going to be the science behind sight. And there's also the weekly assessment. So remember, our weekly and unit assessments are comprehensive. So we're going to have reading and comprehension skills, foundational skills, and writing, everything together in a assessment. Okay, so I really like to show you the week at a glance so you're able to see those skills that you're going to be teaching. We have literacy centers, again, opportunities for rotation, small group instruction. Those are already created along with the resources that you need. So if I'm in a station, I have a reader's theater, then I have the resource that I need, and I just need to get those resources ready for my students. Now let me open a reading lesson so we're able to see again that gradual release approach and the resources that I have when I'm using Into Reading. As I mentioned at the beginning of the lesson, we have the I do, we do, you do approach. The script for me, it's already part of the support that I have as a teacher. The resources are already linked for me. So very easily I can, a click away, I have my resources that I need for my lesson. I'm going to be teaching central idea, the main idea. And then I have also the direct link to my students' My Book. Okay, so my students will be able to interact with the text in print and digitally. So that's something that you want your students to do. They're able to also highlight and annotate from the platform. So you can just highlight again. If you want your students to take notes, they're able to do that. This is the central idea. And they're able to save that to their digital book. Okay, so a great resource when it comes to using the digital resources from the classroom. You have also access to the printable anchor charts. So if you want to print those out and have those for your students, I've seen that also in classrooms where they take it to their notebook and they're able to, again, have that anchor chart as we're going through the selection. So a great way for us to be able to follow the lesson again through those hyperlinks. Okay, so know that you're able to do all of those great resources. The My Book, again, it's going to look like the same 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. Kinder is where the My Book is, again, where you respond to the literature. And we don't have selections because we have those big books and read alouds in the classroom. So I'm going to open a 2nd grade My Book so you're able to see great resources, very, very engaging selections that we have. So in this case, we have Clark the Shark. You're able to see the selections. Again, my students are able to follow along with the audio support.
School is awesome, shouted Clark the Shark.
And as you can see, it's actors reading to our students. I've also, a feature that teachers really like is a read along highlight for our lower grades, because it helps them, you know, go word by word and follow along as they listen to the audio.
Less shouting, more reading, said Mrs. Inky Dink. Lunchtime is sweet. yelled Clark the shark. Munch your own lunch, said his best friend Joey Mackerel.
So you do have that support for those students. Again, that's something that our lower grade teachers really enjoy. The upper grade, my books will be highlighting sentence by sentence. So starting in third grade, instead of being word by word, it's going to be highlighting sentence by sentence. So that's something that, again, for our students to be really following our instruction. Now I'm going to go back to our Discover tab. Again, there's different ways in which I can follow the instruction. I can follow the teacher's edition, the way that I just share with you, or I can click on the week of instruction and look at my lessons. Okay, so if I like to browse the content this way, this is another pathway for you to be able to do that. The only thing that you have to do is just open lesson, and then I have the playlist of the resources that I have for my instruction for that day. Okay, so I'm going to begin by, again, building knowledge, building that language with those resources. I have videos. So again, a click away. These are hyperlinks that are going to take me directly to these great resources. Then I have my foundational skills. Again, the resource that I'm able to use as I'm going through our lessons, vocabulary, reading instruction, small group instruction. Something that I like about this view is that the writing is also part of a whole lesson, okay? And my grammar is already embedded in here. My intervention. So again, those foundational skills and Word Study Studio lessons are part of my day of instruction. So if I want to use those for intervention, for differentiation, again, I just have to click on those, and it's going to take me directly to the lesson that I can use to reteach the skill that I taught that specific lesson. Okay, so for me, it's just very easy to be able to follow the instruction in the classroom. Okay, so this is one view for me to be able to just, again, use all of my resources. But again, you do have that teacher's edition. If you want to stick to the teacher's edition, is the same content, it's just a different view. So know that you're able to, again, select these resources by clicking on these. You're able to heart. Okay, this is a feature that I really like. So if there's a resource that you really love, you can just heart it, and it's going to go to your my favorites. Okay, so great resources when it comes to using this view. Again, what I did, I just selected the module that I want to teach, and then I just scroll down, go to the week of instruction, and I have all of my lessons for that week. Okay, so know that you just have to click on open lesson. Now I'm going to pause right now and see if there's any questions. I see some of your questions.
Yeah, we had a question. I'm not sure if you know about this, Claudia, but we had a question about being able to carry over grade, or could have grades connected from HMH to the grade book that we use within CyFair, which is it with eSchool, our Teacher Access Center. So I don't know if you're familiar with how those connect.
So I see that you also use Schoology, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes, you do have that LMS integration where you're going to have that communication from Ed to your LMS, which is, in this case, you said Schoology, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay.
Yes, you do have that grade passover, and these assignments, these resources can easily be linked to your Schoology class as well.
Okay. And so for that, then they would just make sure to, because we do have HMH in Schoology, so they would just need to make sure that they assign it from there, not from the site. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions?
Don't think so. Jen Watson has been in the chat answering several questions as well, which we're thankful for her to be doing that. Thank you, Jen. Oh, another question. What about intervention for kids way below grade level?
Okay, so there's different ways in which you're going to be able to scaffold that learning. So you have access to every grade level. So if I'm teaching second grade, I can go to kinder and get resources if that's, where my student is at, and support that instruction. But there's also, if it's for, I'm going to open again my lesson. If it's for foundational skills, we talk about those all the way down. You have intervention, you have those word study studio lessons. If it's for reading, we have the read and respond journals. Okay, so if you open that resource, this is a great resource because it's below grade Lexile. So it's going to be very student friendly for them. What I like about this resource is that as they're reading these selections, they have to stop and respond in every single page. Okay, so they're reading, they stop, think about what they just read, and then respond to that question. And then that's the same idea for every grade level and for every page. So these are great selections, again, that you have. The name is Read and Respond Journals. Okay, so a great component to support that reading instruction. But again, if you're teaching second grade and if you need extra resources, extra visuals, I would go to kinder, first grade for resources. Or if you want to extend the learning, I can go to a different grade level.
And in order to do that, does the teacher need to add those other grade levels like to their account or their class? We have like a minute. Maybe you could show that for those people
A very
that want to
quick
see that.
tutorial. So
Okay.
if you go to my class, if you go to my class, you're going to see your classes. Then you're going to be able to go to program settings. Under program settings, you're going to see all the grade levels. You just have to select and then save and done. It's going to be all the way to the top. Okay, so for some reason mine is not opening, but you're going to see all the grade levels. I would select, oh, here it is. I would select all the grade levels and then just click save and done. So when you make a change, you save and update. Okay, so that's how you can add all of those into your Discover tab.
Wonderful. All right. Well, if we don't, let's see, we do have one more question. Have the Know It, Show It books been linked to structured literacy lessons, or do we use the structured literacy bundles?
So we do have that Know It, Show It for structured literacy. So those are already with that new scope and sequence. So you're able to follow that from that student-friendly bundle. Was that the question?
So they need to use the structured literacy bundles. I think they were wondering if the Know It, Show It book was linked to us by lesson.
Well, we do have by lesson already. Yes, the new structured literacy will have the new scope and sequence for the Know It, Show It. Yes.
Okay. Great. All right. Well, if you have any other questions, you can put them in the chat and maybe Jen can get to those. But we're going to have to stop here to give Claudia a little break because she's going to be back with us for the 1 o'clock session. But we thank you so much. I know that this was a lot of information, but for those that used Into Reading last year, I think it was a really good refresher, as well as showing some things that they didn't know. So we will be back at 1 o'clock with Into Literature, which is geared towards our secondary teachers. And for those of you that are sticking around because you're also secondary, I guess, then other than that, you can hop into another room. We'll be back. Thanks.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the digital learning conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Have you ever wanted just a tiny bit of a YouTube video that you found online to show your students? The new YouTube Clip feature will allow you to do just that. From your YouTube video, click on Clip at the bottom. This will open up a pop-up where you can add your description. YouTube clips can be between 1 and 60 seconds, and you can choose the exact time that you would like your clip to be. You can also click and drag the handles to determine how long you want your clip to be. Once you're done, you click on Share Clip, and you'll get a unique URL that you can use that will only be for that little tiny clip that you have created.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Welcome to Room 5, which is sponsored by CAMI and HMH. And our next session is with one of our HMH content specialists, Claudia Fernández. She is an experienced educator with a passion for bilingual education and instructional technology. After serving 7 years in a dual language classroom at elementary school, she developed a deep understanding of the unique challenges and rewards of teaching students from diverse linguistic backgrounds. She, like I said, is a content specialist at HMH and very much an expert, and will be sharing her expertise with us on into literature, as well as a refresher for those that used it last year. If you're new to SciFair and you didn't get to use it last year, you will be learning about it today, and of course, more and more to come. So notice and note the benefits, notice and note, mentor text, and ed. Thank you, Claudia, for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Shannon. I'm going to share my screen. And let's get started with the session. So again, welcome to this Into Literature, either introduction or reintroduction. We're going to go over a few slides and talk about Into Literature and the different components. And then at the end, we're going to go live. So we're going to be able to see those different resources for you, and for you to be able to, again, look at those different ways in which you can access your content. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the resources that you have. We have print resources. So we have a teacher's edition, we have a student edition where they're going to be able to write in. So all of that is going to be accessible for them in that writing student edition. So what I like about this student edition is that the reading skills and the writing skills that my students are practicing is all together in one book. Okay, and you have all of the support and guidance from that teacher's edition. Okay, there's also novels, lots of different ways in which we're going to be able to engage our students with our instruction. These are available digitally in our Ed Learning platform, and there's also options for you to have those in print. Okay, so know that everything that I shared today, it's accessible online, again, through that through our Ed Learning platform. Now, talking about using the resources, using into literature, there's going to be a lot of flexibility and choice for teachers. Okay, so one way of using into literature in the classroom is choosing the skill. Okay, because we are 100% aligned to our TEKS, you're going to be having a bank of all the skills that that we teach with our standards. And then after you select the skill, you have the ability to choose the text that you want to use to teach that specific standard. And the great thing is that we have resources for you to be able to teach it your way. Okay, so again, this is a very flexible approach where you're going to be able to, again, teach by skill and being able to use the resources that we have, a library of resources for you to be able to create your own lessons. These are lessons that you can create digitally, or you can just choose the resources that you want and follow along that pathway. Okay, as I mentioned before, since we cover 100% our TEKS and our ELPs, then you will have all of those resources linked to a specific standard, okay? These are going to be resources for you, the teacher, to teach these standards, and resources for our students to be able to have, that instructional practice with these resources, okay? So all of that is going to be under our Ed Learning platform. There are also editable lesson plans that you're able to download to your device, and these are completely customizable because you can, these are downloaded to your device and you can just modify them, add, delete, just make them your own. And again, you have those for every single grade level. A great resource. Something that I like is that you do have the additional resources for that specific week of instruction listed, so you know what else is there. Okay, so when it comes to differentiating in the classroom, what are the resources that I can use for my students to be able to scaffold the learning in the classroom? As I mentioned before, there's also novels, okay? So if there is a specific unit that you would like to incorporate a novel, you have the ability to do that because there's also novel study guides, okay? So these are great resources that will give you the teacher background for you to know the theme, for you to know the, details about the book that you're going to be reading. Of course, every single selection will have a Lexile level, so you know the Lexile as well. There's going to be a pacing guide, and there's going to be activities and assessments through those novel study guides, okay? So think about, you already have the resource that you need to be able to use these novels to teach our standards. Okay, so a great way to be able to have conversations, discussions in the classroom as we are reading with these novels. Know that you have, again, the support for you to teach that vocabulary, for you to be able to, again, ask those reading comprehension questions are going to be part of those novel study guides. So a great way, again, to make it your own and have that flexibility and choice when teaching within literature. Now, this is how a unit of instruction looks like in every grade level. We do have an essential question that is going to be the theme of every selection that we're going to read within that unit. Okay, so every time that we are reading a selection, we're going to tie it to that essential question, which again is going to be that theme in this unit of instruction. The essential question is, what do we need in order to feel free? Okay, so as we are reading these different genres, we're going to take it back to that question. And the great thing is that the writing is also connected to that essential question. So when it comes to at the end that my students have to write, they have already been exposed so many times to that essential question that it's going to make it easy for them to connect that, okay? Because we know that our students struggle with writing, and that is going to make it easier for them. And talking about writing your teacher's edition, we're going to have a mentor text that we're going to that we're going to have in every single unit. That mentor text is instead intended to have that exemplary modeled for them when they are writing. Okay, so again, if my students in this case are going to be writing an argument, they have that mentor text for them to be able to follow along and have that example as they are going through that writing process with into literature. The analyze and apply is going to be a great way for me to be able to teach directly the skills that I'm teaching. With every selection, I'll be teaching two specific skills, two reading skills and strategies for every selection. So know that that I'm not going to be targeting a bunch of skills. It's just two focus skills that I'll be teaching with these selections. And then my students are going to be practicing those skills with these selections. There's also going to be opportunities in every unit for my students to collaborate and compare. So they're going to be able to compare different genres as we are going through the unit. There's also opportunities for independent reading, okay? This again comes into play where the flexibility for the teacher will be part of in introducing that independent reading time. You will have the Lexile level for all the recommendations that we have for that independent reading. And know that you can assign these to your students and everybody can read a selection that you decide, but you can also, again, give that student agency and have them select the independent selection that they would like to read independently again. So you have, again, that support and that recommended list for every single unit. And again, at the end, you're going to tie it with that writing piece. So all of that is going to be part of our support with every unit of instruction in every grade level. Okay. And don't forget, this is 100% authentic text for our students. Now, as I mentioned before, you will have the opportunity to your students decide what selection they want to read. These are assignable, so you can assign it digitally. If you want everybody to read a specific selection, you're going to be able to do that. These are also in a printable version where you're going to be able to have your students, again, have that opportunity for them to have that in front of them in print. There's also that Lexile for every selection and into literature. There's assessment pieces. So again, bringing that accountability piece, or if you want to just see how their comprehension is, there's also the assessment pieces where you can assess your students digitally or in print. And know, as you can see with these selections, there's going to be a variety of genres. Okay, so it's not just one genre. There's going to be opportunities for our students to have their interests met with these independent reading lists and selections. There's also Fresh Lit, okay? These are modern and contemporary literature by young authors, okay? So this is a great way to, again, engage our students with additional selections with Fresh Lit. And the great thing is that Fresh Lit, with these selections, there's also, they're available in Spanish as well. So that's a scaffolded support that you need to support our students. That's something that you're going to have with Fresh Lit. There are slides that come with these selections. So there's going to be opportunities for you to engage your students as they are reading with Fresh Lit. There's going to be also ways in which you're going to build that background, those initial slides are going to build that background. We're going to continue with discussion questions, reading comprehension questions. So all of those things are already created. All of those activities and strategies are already created with the PowerPoint slides. So know that when you're using Fresh Lit, you have these selections, these modern selections in English and in Spanish, and you have those slides for you to be to engage your students with these contemporary literature. Now, as I mentioned before, our students edition, it's going to be available in print and also digital. Okay, so digitally, I'm going to take you to the live platform in a few minutes for you to be able to see how our students will be able to do the same great strategies with their student edition that they could do in print as well. So annotating, highlighting, all of those great resources are going to be available for them in the digital platform. So when we go live, I'll share with you again multi-genre selections. So a great way, a variety of selections that our students will have when using Into Literature. And the great thing is that there's going to be scaffolded support for our students. Okay. Now, every time that I'm in the analyze and apply, that is my direct teaching of the skills, of my reading skills, of my standards. Okay, so know that when you are in the analyze and apply, you are teaching 2 skills. Okay, the first one in this case, the unusual normality. This is the selection that I have. The first skill that my students will be practicing is going to be the analyze, purpose, and message. Okay, so that's the first skill that I'll be having my students teaching. And then there's also the second skill is going to be analyze voice and tone. So those are the 2 skills that I'll be going over with the unusual normality selection. Okay, remember that when it says mentored text, that means that is going to be the model for our writing. Okay, so the mentor text serves as the exemplary model for the writing portion of the unit. Okay. So as we are reading these selections, okay, there are going to be opportunities for me as a teacher to teach close reading strategies. And this is where notice and note is going to come into play. So the great work from Kylene Beers and Bob Prose is going to be part of the Into Literature instruction. This is something that is very, very beneficial when it comes to teaching nonfiction and fiction in the classroom and helping our students really use those strategies for close reading. This is where it's going to take place. So the notice and note are going to be signposts that we're going to be using throughout our selections, okay? And these are already embedded in the interliterature units, okay? So our signposts, we have different ways in which we're going to be able to support our students when they are using these closed reading strategies. But know that, again, you are using them to teach those fiction and nonfiction texts. Okay, so these signposts will serve for our students to stop and think about what they just read. Okay, we have an example over here, the aha moment. This is where, you know, when we are reading, the character realizes or understands something or finds out about something. The author wants us to stop and think about why, you know, how might this change things. Okay, so that is how we're going to be using those closed reading strategies to really stop and think about what we just read and think about the purpose of the author. Okay, so these strategies is something that we're teaching constantly with interliterature, and the notice and note is going to be something that you're going to see throughout the scope and sequence in every grade level. Okay, so a great way, again, for our students to be able to use the notice and note, and we're going to go over more when we go live. Now, moving on to additional resources that we have with interliterature, there are digital lessons that are already created. I've seen teachers use these for when there's a substitute teacher because these are interactive. So this is a way in which you're going to be able to use it in the classroom. There's also some times where students need additional reinforcement. This is a great way for them to be able to use these lessons and, again, reinforce the skills that we are teaching. So different ways, again, flexibly and choice for you, the teacher. So these lessons, as I mentioned before, are going to be interactive. We're going to be practicing different skills. In this case, we have grammar. So my students will be reading about the lesson, and then they will have to respond and interact with the lesson. There's also for speaking, listening, writing. So all of those great skills are going to be targeted with these digital lessons. Again, these are ways in which I can engage my students and have additional lessons or use it as reteaching opportunities with these ready-made digital lessons. Now, how am I going to scaffold the learning? There's going to be different ways in which I can differentiate the instruction. The first way is by the content. Okay, so I can differentiate the content with resources such as summaries. Okay, I have summaries in different languages, so I'm able to support my students with those summaries and have that support for them as we are reading the selections and the texts within literature. There's also level text. So here I can also differentiate the content for students that need that extended learning. So you're going to be able to do that with these selections, these level text and the summaries to support every single student in the classroom. I'm also able to differentiate the process. So for my emergent bilinguals, what support can I give as we are going over these lessons? This is going to be highlighted in your teacher's edition. So as you're going through your teacher's edition, you'll see these opportunities again to support our emergent bilinguals. You'll have the opportunity to see how you can again scaffold the learning for them and see right at point of use with that teacher's edition. And also there's again extensions opportunities. So not only how do I support my students, but also how can I engage those students that are ready for more, and having those extension recommendations right in the teacher's edition right at point of use. Now moving on to how can I differentiate learning with activities. There's going to be peer coach videos. So these coach videos, again, are going to be ways in which I can support the learning with digital resources. These are videos that my students will have access to re-listen to the skills that I'm teaching. So in this case, we have the analyze rhetoric. So my students, after we had that direct teaching, after we had those teaching opportunities, there's this extra resource where my students can re-listen to that same skill in a different way. And these are students talking to students, so they can really relate to these peer coach videos. There's also anchor charts that are going to be available for them. So a great way to support our visual learners to have those anchor charts. And those are going to be, again, embedded in their student edition to support them. And I can also differentiate the learning environment, okay? So again, thinking about opportunities where I can extend the learning for my students that are ready for a challenge. These are gonna be, again, right at a point of use in my teacher's edition. How can I support those students that, that finish early or that are ready for more, or they need that challenge in the classroom? I'm able to support everybody with these lessons, okay? So those are some of the resources. I'm going to take you live so we're able to see right from the EdLearning platform those resources that I just shared. And I'm going to stop sharing right now and take you to the platform.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing such great information. I know that everybody is really super engaged and learning a lot. Did want to ask about sharing the slides, because we had that from the first one from the other session as well. Okay, everyone, this is the attendance code. If you were looking away, look back so you don't miss it. For room 5, 1 o'clock into literature session, your attendance code is 3 digits. So make sure to write that down so that you have it, and we'll be able to submit on your attendance form at 3 p.m. when they open, or at least before midnight tonight. And while we have that up, if you have any questions or anything that has come to you so far, feel free to put those in the chat. And we have both Jennifer Watson with HMH, and she is facilitating the chat and doing a great job of answering some questions. And of course, Claudia can look at those, and we'll share those with her too. Leave it up for another 30 seconds or so. It always feels like an eternity whenever I'm like 1 minute Just watching for the time to change. Okay. Hopefully everyone got that code. Please don't put it in the chat. Make sure that you write it down. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing. And Claudia, you please continue. Going live.
Thank you, Shannon. I'm going to share my screen again and let's go. Here we are in our Learning platform. When you log in, it usually prompts you to dashboard. Well, all the time. And I suggest for you to go to Discover because that's where all of our content is housed. Anything that is new, any new resources, you can click in here, or there's going to be an icon all the way to the bottom with a notification. So anytime that you see that red notification, that means that there's a new resource that probably you would like to check out. So know that there's two ways of getting the latest and greatest resources into literature. Now, if you click on that drop-down menu, you can go to a different grade level. So I can go to 6th, 7th, or 8th grade. And again, I have access to that. When I click on that specific grade level that I want to teach, you have what we call the carousel. So from here, you can go to a different unit of instruction. You can see I have 6 units for my school year. So every unit in every grade level is going to look the same. So I'm going to share with you the teacher's edition. Okay, so again, this is going to look like the same for everyone. I'm going to begin again with that introduction. So we are thinking about that essential question again. So remember that essential question is going to tie all of our learning for that specific unit, which really helps our students master that specific essential question, that theme that ties all of our content. After that introduction, we have the analyze and apply. Remember, that is where I have that direct instruction. That is where I'm teaching those reading skills and strategies. Know that you're able to highlight, take notes into your digital resource, digital teacher's edition. So you have all of that support. And after that analyze and apply, remember that we have that collaborate and compare. So at least one opportunity for our students to be able to engage with different genres and for them to compare. And again, that's the we do, where our students are going to be able to apply what they learn from that initial apply and analyze. After that, as I mentioned before, you do have those recommended selections for independent reading. Know that we have that list and that we have that Lexile level for every selection. So it's going to make it easier for you to decide how you want to use that independent reading selections in this specific unit. And then at the end of our unit, we have that opportunity for that writing and assessment pieces. Okay, so I'll go over these different resources for you to get familiar with every component. These are hyperlinks, so it's going to make it very easy for you to just get access to the resources that you need. What I like is that it lists what else can I use in this specific component to enhance my instruction, to support my students. So I can easily click on those resources and have those ready for my students. If I want to assign it to them, I'm able to do that. So one of the supports that I have for my students to support and differentiate in the classroom is the level up tutorials. So these are great ways in which we, again, have a different way in which we can reteach the skills that I'm teaching in the classroom and have my students interact.
Your friend just saw an exciting...
A different way in which they're going to have, again, reteaching opportunities and practice opportunities as well. So the level up tutorials, anytime that you see those, these are great ways in which we can engage our students as well. The notice and note, you're going to see notice and note across our selections. So anytime that you see those are our signposts that we talked about earlier. You can go through the contents and go to a specific selection if you want resources for that specific selection, or as I did, you can just click on those hyperlinks and take you directly to the resources for every selection. So that would be how you can see the digital teachers edition. Again, that unit planning, so you can see the selections that you're going to be teaching. Or you can scroll down and see all of the selections that you're going to be reading. Okay, so again, the same structure that we just shared with that teacher's edition, we have those initial lessons for me to be able to, again, have that direct instruction, the analyze and apply, the collaborate and compare, and then we have those selections for independent reading. So again, I can assign these to my students or have them just select from those lists. There's also, again, at the end, opportunities for writing tasks. And again, we have a mentor text within the selections that we went over through the unit to be able to have that modeled for our students as they're going through that writing process. So at the end of every unit, you have the media project. So again, if there's something, extend the learning for your students, you also have that opportunity for you to do that. Okay. So I'm going to open a lesson so you're able to see the resources. Again, this is a different way in which you can see the resources that you have. It's the same content. It's just, again, a different pathway, a different click pathway that you can see. So if I open that lesson, this is my first lesson for my instruction, this unit 4. Unit 5, never give up. So you can see that I already have those resources, again, hyperlinked. So I'm going to have the opportunity to open my teacher's edition this way. This is the same teacher's edition that I just shared with you earlier. So again, it's just a different way for me to get access to the content from Into Literature. Additional resources are also going to be linked here. So again, those leveled up tutorials that I just shared with you are a great way to scaffold the learning. There's also those digital ready-made lessons that I talked to you about in the slides. These are the ones that I was sharing. So the speaking and listening, these are interactive lessons that I can assign to my students, and the great thing is that everything is going to be, again, saved, and they're going to be interacting as they're going through these ready-made lessons. So again, different reteaching opportunities that I'll have listed in my resources. Small group options. So again, differentiating the learning environment in the classroom. That's something that I'm going to be able to do. Support my students in my emergent bilingual. So everything that I need, again, is going to be on my teacher's edition too. Very, very explicit for me, the teacher, to be able to support my students. There's also editable lesson plans. If I click on this link, it's going to download automatically to my device, and I can customize these lessons in my instruction. And then I have links to the student edition and my teacher's edition. Okay, so again, different ways in which I can get access to the content. As I keep scrolling, I have the read and then the respond, differentiate, and assessment pieces. So everything is already created for me in a very easy to follow format, a playlist, I like to call it. So with the get ready, you're going to see that we're going to be engaging our students in every selection first. Okay, so we're going to get them ready. We're going to go over that essential question. Remember, that is going to be the theme. We're going to be talking and talking and talking about that essential question throughout the unit. Okay, remember that we are going over 2 different skills with these selections. Again, this is the analyze and apply. So we are prompting our students to what we're going to be reading about, helping them with that critical vocabulary, having them, interact with that vocabulary. So all of that is going to be part of that getting ready. So we're setting the stage for our selection. After that, I do have the read. Okay, so after I'm, ready, we are ready to start reading. We have our selection ready for our students. Something that I love about the Ed Learning platform is that our selections will have the audio support, and these are actors reading to our students. So if we need that support for our striving readers, if we need that fluency piece, or if we need just to engage our students with that support, that's something that we can easily do. So let me play this one for you. That's its thinking.
A Schoolgirl's Diary from I Am Malala. Memoir by Malala Yousafzai with Patricia McCormick. Dedication. To those children all over the world who have no access to education. To those teachers who bravely continue teaching. And to anyone who has fought.
Know that with the My Book, I'm sorry, know with these selections, the Interliterature book, the students write in book, you're going to have, your students will have the ability to select text and highlight. They can underline, they can take notes. So you can, as you are going over these selections, you can tell them, what I write, you write. So we're going to talk about the background of this author. So this is information. So they're going to be typing, they're going to be able to take notes as we are reading these selections. We're going to set the purpose, and again, notice and note. You're going to see those signposts in the selections because we want to very explicitly teach those close reading strategies as we're going over these selections. Okay, as I mentioned before, they can just highlight, they can delete those. The great thing is that you as a teacher, you're going to be able to see what they're doing live. Okay, so I can go in my T review and select from the class. Okay, and my students will be rostered in here. I can see what they're doing. Okay, I can see what they're highlighting. I can see what they're, the notes that they're taking, what they're writing. Something that I really love about the interactive student writing book is that anytime that they are writing, it's going to be automatically saved. So they don't have to click anything else. It's going to be automatically saved. They're going to be able to interact again through the throughout the text. There's going to be visuals for them. So every selection will have different ways in which we're going to be engaging our students. Again, this is going to be on grade level, so we're going to be able to support and scaffold the learning in different ways, and that's why we have resources for them, such as the those visuals, those anchor charts that I mentioned before, the summaries, that way we're going to be able to, again, scaffold the learning and help our students as we are reading these selections into literature. So again, having those links for you to be able to access these. And being able to support our students. Now, at the end of these selections, we're going to be able to respond to the literature. So we're going to be able to monitor their progress and see if they're really understanding these skills and strategies as we're going over these lessons. Okay, so know that you're going to be able to have your students go over these lessons. Now, something that I love about the Interliterature Students Edition is that right at Point of Use, they have these ready-made lessons available for them. So if they need support as they're going over their student edition, they'll have these links that is going to take them directly to these lessons, with these ready-made lessons. And again, these are reteaching opportunities. These are opportunities for them to be able to learn about a specific skill if they have, challenges as they're going with over their student edition. Okay, so these are right at Point of Use. As I just click in here, you just have to click on those hyperlinks. It's going to take you directly to that specific support, again, right at Point of Use, to support our students as they're going over their student edition. So that would be a little bit of the the support that they have as they're going over the student selection, the student book. Okay, remember that there's going to be critical vocabulary that we did that pre-work, and then they're going to be able to again apply it again at the end of the selections. We're not only teaching critical vocabulary, but we're also teaching vocabulary strategies to support that comprehension. So all of those strategies again are going to be part of our instruction with Into Literature. And again, ready-made lessons if they need that additional support as they are completing these selections and going over these resources. Okay, so that would be the way in which we're going to be able to again teach with these selections. We get them ready, we read those selections, and then they're able to respond to the text and also respond with that critical vocabulary and those vocabulary strategies. Now, when we differentiate the text, there's going to be different ways in which we're going to be able to do that. So there's going to be visual vocabulary. So these slides are a great way in which we're going to be able to, again, support our students. Okay, so as we are going over these, we have that visual. Okay, so debated, we have that visual, and then we have the definition. So these are great resources as, you know, we are helping our students with that critical vocabulary, that additional vocabulary that is going to be essential for them to construct that meaning as we are reading these lessons. So these are under, again, differentiation within my lesson. Okay, so I'm opening again my lesson. We went over get ready, read, respond. We're under differentiate, and we went over the visual vocabulary. Okay, know that when you like a resource a lot, you can heart it. Okay, and it's going to take you to the my favorites folder, which is under the Discover tab. Okay, so anything that you heart is going to go directly to that My Favorites folder. There's also summaries, as I mentioned before. So if you want to provide those summaries for your students to have that additional support as we are, you know, getting them ready and setting the stage for our reading lesson, you can provide those and support them as they are getting ready to read these selections. A resource that I really love because I'm a visual learner too, it's the text sketch. Okay, so these are visual summaries of the selections. Okay, so a great way to support our students, okay, with a timeline, with different visuals for them as we are getting them again ready to read these selections. So know that under differentiate, you're going to have resources to support our students. The level up tutorials are those interactive lessons that I just shared with you. Okay. And there's also assessment pieces that come with Into Literature. So these assessments are already curated with questions from the START 2.0 item type. So these are going to be great resources for them to practice. But let me take you to our assessment tab. So you're able to see the variety of assessments that you have with Into Literature. So if you go to all resources, if you scroll down, we have an assessment tab. Okay, so from here you have, you know, selection tests. So after a selection, you can assess your students. After the unit, you can assess your students. So a great way in which you're going to be able to have data about your students. So I'm going to go over the online assessment so you were able to see one of these selection tests. We're going to do unit 1 because we were doing. And let's do a whole unit assessment. Know that you're able to customize these assessments. So you're able to edit these assessments. As you can see, it's going to really help them, you know, get ready for our standardized test, because on the left side, we have the selection, and then on the right side, we have our questions. And as I mentioned before, you have different item types when it comes to, you know, supporting our students. So we have the short constructed response, we have the multiple choice, there's the part A, part B. So again, all of our assessments are already, the drag and drop are already, you know, embedded with these STAR 2.0 item types already in our assessments, okay? So these are going to be a great way in which our students will practice with these different assessments. So again, I was under assessment tab, and you have those for the selections and for your units of instruction. So at the end of the unit, you're able to assess your students. And know that you have print resources as well. So if you want to print those out, you're able to download that editable selection test, and again, edit that assessment. You can modify it online or in print, and that's going to just make it very easy for your students to be able to have that assessment either in print or online. Now, you can also, with these 3 dots, assign it or add it to your lessons. When you add it to your lessons, it's going to go to your My Stuff. Okay, so we know that we love to create our own assessment, our own assessments and our own lessons. You're able to create those under the My Stuff. Okay, so I can create a lesson. This is going to be a test. Okay, this is into Lit. I'm going to create one, and then from here I can just create my my lesson. So I mentioned at the beginning of the session that you can select the standard, you can select the skill that you're going to be teaching, then you can select the text, and then from there you can support your instruction with resources that we have. So from here you can add any resource and add it to your folder. This is also an opportunity if you would like for you to create folders or create lessons for small group instruction. This is another way that you can do that. So know that you're able to create lessons and modify assessments through the My Stuff folder. Okay, so here under Discover, you have the My Stuff, and from there, again, you can modify assessments and create your own lessons. I also mentioned in our presentation that you're able to look into our standards. Okay, so if you go to, again, Discover and you click on Standards tab, you have all of our standards already populated in our at Learning Platform. The only thing that you have to do is just select the specific skill that you're looking for. So the specific standard that you're looking for. In this case, I want to make connections to personal experiences, ideas, and other texts and society. So 6.5E. So that way I have a list of resources that tie to that specific standard. Okay, so from here I have teacher resources and student resources for me to be able to either reteach or have my students practice that specific standard. So again, this is another way in which I'm able to have that flexibility of how I want to use the different resources that InterLiterature has to offer in my classroom. Now, remember that you're able to add the resources to your lessons, and this is the way that you're going to be able to do that. So you're going to click on that specific folder and then just add it to your lesson. So know that you're able to create lessons for the whole school year. Again, reteaching opportunities or resources that you really like, that you would like to embed in a specific lesson, you're able to, again, create those folders for your instruction in the classroom. So all of that is going to be part of the support that you have for our instruction. I'm going to go back to Discover, and I'm going to pause right now. Do we have any questions?
Let's see. So there are a few questions, but I think we've gotten to most of them. One, maybe you could touch on a little bit because you were just in there with the folders and the lessons. We had Jennifer Williford had asked an idea to make it easier for the team of teachers to share lessons and be able to put those in Schoology in an easier way instead of each person having to search for things.
Yes, yes, yes. That's a great way because you're able to share these with your colleagues. So I love that you mentioned that because we're able to again share our assessments and share our lessons. Any resources that we create in here are going to be able to be shared with our colleagues. Okay, so yes, I love that
Awesome.
comment.
And then once you do that, if you are within Schoology and using the HMH linking tool, do they have access to the My Stuff section within Schoology?
So when they, okay,
see those
so
folders? Am
for
I making?
teachers,
Yes.
okay, so when they have to go to their learning platform, so their account, because that is where they're going to find the My Stuff. When they go in there, they have to go to shared with me. So here is where anything that anybody shared with me, I can see. Okay, so here is where our teachers will have access to their My Stuff.
Okay. And so if they wanted to then push that to students in Schoology, are they going to be able to see these same folders?
Yes, they'll
Okay,
have,
okay.
something like a list
Yes,
like this,
that's what I
and then
thought.
I'll
Okay.
have, yes.
Okay.
I'll have the list of the resources, and then from there I can just send it to my Schoology.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great question.
Great. Yeah, I think that is all the questions that we haven't already addressed. If there's anything that we missed, please put that in there. So
I just wanted to mention here is the My Favorites folder that I was mentioning. So anytime that you love something, that you heart something, it's going to go to your My Favorites. Okay. So I really like that feature because sometimes we have so many resources and we forget. So just going back to that My Favorites and knowing that I'm able to just save quickly something that I like.
oh, absolutely. Sometimes and this is totally unrelated, but sometimes I do the same thing on Instagram whenever I'm scrolling and I see something I really want to remember and I save it. And then I'm like, oh, now I'm going to get all sorts of ads about that topic or that thing. But with HMH, you're not going to start getting ads. You can save it to your favorites.
No, you're not. But it's the same idea. Yes. You heart something that and you want to just save it for later and use it for later. So
absolutely.
Yeah, it happens to me too and on Instagram too.
I know.
Not only on Ed.
So yes, thank you so much for your time today with us, reviewing all of the great things that are available to teachers in Into Literature, as well as the session prior with Into Reading. And if there are any further questions, please pop those in the chat. Claudia, I can stick around. Jennifer Watson is there in the chat as well, and be happy to address those. So we are going to pause here and take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 2 o'clock with our next session, which is No Time to Waste, Getting to Know No Red Ink Premium. So if you use No Red Ink or will be using it because you will have a premium version for high school teachers, then you will maybe want to join us. Otherwise, choose your next session by going back to the app, and we will see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFISD. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the digital learning conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback form sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Have you ever wanted just a tiny bit of a YouTube video that you found online to show your students? The new YouTube Clip feature will allow you to do just that. From your YouTube video, click on Clip at the bottom. This will open up a pop-up where you can add your description. YouTube clips can be between 1 and 60 seconds, and you can choose the exact time that you would like your clip to be. You can also click and drag the handles to determine how long you want your clip to be. Once you're done, you click on Share Clip, and you'll get a unique URL that you can use that will only be for that little tiny clip that you have created.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
All right, welcome to room 5. Sponsored by Cami and HMH. We are all geared up for our 2 o'clock session with No Red Ink. No time to waste. So we're going to get started right away. And we're very thankful to have Sheryl Colaur here with us. She is passionate about helping students learn and has dedicated her career to spreading the word around literacy solutions and quality instruction. So she's actually was a K-6 music teacher, and then over the last decade has worked as an account executive for Scholastic, Turnitin, and a professional development and coach for focus on birth through 5 programming. So at No Red Ink, she works with schools and districts as they address grammar and writing gaps. And I know we are a big fan of No Red Ink here in Sci-Fair. And so we're excited to learn how to build our students' stamina and confidence and mastery in writing. So thank you so much, Sheryl, for being here with us. I'm going to pass it on over to you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Shannon. So I will share my screen out to just kind of share out some of the elements of No Red Ink. We are extremely excited at No Red Ink to be a partner with Sci-Fair ISD. So we were just recently brought in premium this year, but I do want to just lay out the caveat that that is for high school only. So the high schools will have access to No Red Ink premium. So if you are a middle school or an elementary school teacher and found yourself at this session, just know that you still have access to the free version of No Red Ink, but we may be going over some elements that are behind the paywall, and the district has secured access to premium for the high schools only. So I am going to share out my screen now, so you should all be able to see the comprehensive writing and grammar platform title slide. So Shannon, if you can give me just a little bit of a thumbs up if that's what you're seeing on your end. Awesome, perfect. So what our plan is today is to go through what No Red Ink is, the different elements that are available to use for addressing writing in your classroom, particularly because writing is explicitly tested in Texas. That was part of the reason that the district took an interest in bringing No Red Ink to so many of the teachers that were using the free version already. Now, STAR explicitly tests for writing, but we also see TSI and SAT and some of the other high stakes assessments have a heavy focus on not only writing tasks, but also all of the skills that students are also going to be working on for revising and editing development too. So even though we support grades 3 through 12, just to reiterate that the SciFair implementation and access to premium is only in grades 9 through 12 at the high schools. So a little bit about me. I'm the solutions architect here at No Red Inc. So basically just kind of get into the weeds on what No Red Inc. is and does, how it functions, especially when districts like SciFair are in the process of evaluating whether or not this makes sense as one of the resources. So I've been heavily entrenched in the process of helping the district vet this out and see if it's worthwhile. And like I said before, we're very excited to be a part of SciFair's instructional resources next year. There is another guest that is supposed to be here, but I don't see her name. We do have a CSM, so a customer success manager, who is heavily invested in the success of your implementation this year and beyond. Her name is Taylor Brock, and she works very closely. Oh, and Taylor just hopped on. So Taylor, if you want to briefly just do a little cameo, say hello, a little bit about your background as well, if that's okay.
Yeah, totally. Hi, everyone. I am Taylor, and I'm your customer success manager with No Red Inc. I will see hopefully many of you on the 9th when we're there on site to work with all of your teachers. I'm a fellow Texas educator. I live in San Antonio, Texas. I'm a teacher, curriculum writer. Before I joined the team at No Red Inc. So I'm really excited to support while integrating No Red Inc. into your instruction. And yeah, I look forward to it. Thanks, Sheryl.
All right, awesome. And I saw that there was a question that was added into the chat just around which teachers, which classes are going to have access to No Red Inc. Really, our entry point is the ELA, the ELA content area. But if you are teaching writing in any other content area, you still have access to No Red Inc. So many times we'll have social studies teachers who take an interest in leveraging No Red Inc.'s resources for argumentative writing. So it's a site license that any teacher can have access to serve any of the students that are within their classes. So we set up that premium access based off of school, not just based off of content area. So really open to anybody who's going to be teaching writing. So let's get back into it, into a few more slides, and then we'll get into the live site as well. And you can access our demo account for the time being, because next week is going to be a hard reset for our entire platform. So we're going to be resetting for the back to school season. So you don't want to be in your No Red Inc. account, because anything that you create right now may end up getting wiped or archived before before your actual school year starts. So and I highly recommend follow along in the demo account with me. I will share that out in just a little bit. So problem that we're solving, many times just a huge number of students that are struggling to be proficient writers. So we normally see, on average, on a nationwide level, about only 25% of students can produce proficient writing. So that was part of the reason that No Red Inc. Was created, was to help students become better writers. And so I just want to ask everyone that is here, watching the presentation, if you could, in the chat, add in your detail regarding what is the biggest writing challenge that you see within your own classroom. Like, what is the number one thing that you feel from your perspective in the classroom? What is the biggest challenge that is leaning into why so many students struggle to reach proficiency as writers themselves? So feel free to add in your answers as we kind of move on into more of the No Red Inc. overview as well. So continuing on, as you add in your own writing challenges, we've seen that ACT and SAT scores have continued to kind of precipitously drop post-pandemic. And so at No Red Inc., we are trying to support combating that and raising those scores back up. And typically the English score, which is heavily dependent on writing, is the lowest. And so often when districts are prioritizing literacy or math, it just ends up, always having a bit of a higher score, but still a struggle point. And it's shocking to us that writing isn't more prioritized. And it looks like SciFair is in the camp of prioritizing writing, and that's part of the reason that they brought No Red Inc. on. So let me kind of frame out how NoRedInk is structured in entirety. So we are not replacing the teacher. This is intended to be a platform to provide you with really effective tools to tackle writing in your classroom, support students with more independent work so that you are freed up to be able to offer more of that human support to the students that need it the most. So we give you assessment tools to really figure out in a targeted way what students know, who needs that support, who's already proficient so that we can move them on to a new challenge. And then we have an adaptive practice engine to get students lots of at-bats with the skills that they need to know, all of those TEKS-aligned skills. And then help them with mastering it. So that adaptive practice engine will automatically remediate. It also helps move them towards mastery. And then you can assess afterwards to see if students' learning really has stuck with them. Now, one of the biggest issues that we hear sometimes is teachers say that there's a struggle point in getting those skills when they are focused on from the adaptive practice engine and transferring it over into actual composition. So we help with that. So we set up modules to take those practice skills and then immediate quick writes that put it into motion, combining sentences work, which is very reminiscent of the short constructed response tasks that we see on STAR, text dependent writing where you're going to be using evidence after having worked on what that introduction to evidence is on the skills and practice side, but all of that ends up transitioning over quite nicely, and so I'll go over that a little bit today. In addition to that, we help students and you as their teachers take the writing process through multiple iterations, intended to be a, kind of a recursive process as well. And then the instructor feedback and grading tools are kind of at the heart of facilitating more feedback loops between you as the teacher and then of course the students that are really hungry to know how they can make improvements as well. And we're super excited to launch a grading assistant this year. So you'll see that in your accounts come August, just a couple of days. That grading assistant is powered by generative AI. So I'll go over that a little bit closer to when we talk about the writing tools that are embedded into NoRedInk. Biggest challenges. I asked you to put in some of those biggest challenges that you have. Fear of criticism is one of the big themes here. And that's because so many students feel vulnerable as writers. They're lacking confidence. And so many times we hear that teachers too also struggle with being vulnerable, even to model in front of their students. So it's a very common issue that we hear from many of the teachers that we support, that building up students' confidence as writers and teachers' confidence to be their writing instructors, it's just a big challenge. So let's just all say that our writing space, our classrooms are going to be a safe space for writing, for that vulnerability. But absolutely hear you that it's hard to overcome that and bolster the confidence that students need to be successful writers. Lack of developmental knowledge, excellent call out there. So I think that targeted practice will absolutely help with that as well. Grammar especially. So it's usually grammar, usage, and mechanics, or what many curriculums call the GUM. So grammar, usage, mechanics, which is the syntactical elements of the foundations of our language. And so it almost stops students from getting into flow sometimes because they want to know, well, how should I spell this? Or how, should I approach this punctuation? Is there a comma here? Do I need to capitalize? And so those thoughts can sometimes get in the way of even just getting students' thoughts on paper and really getting into that writer's flow. But we can always edit later, but we do need to teach the explicit rules that students need to know in order to edit appropriately, or peer edit as well. Language barriers, huge one. So if you don't know all the language that you want to use in order to convey the message, that can be a huge barrier as well. And then, parts of speech, kind of going back to the grammar, usage, and mechanics as well. So, so we're going to go into just a very brief overview of some of the results that we've seen from other high school implementations. This is a school out of Illinois, Jersey Community High School District. And the gal that's on the screen there is their department head, English department head, Beth Morgan. And they focused on ACT scores. So I know CFIR is mostly taking SAT. So we do have both filters in our program to be able to hone in on those skills, what's heavily, moderately, or lightly tested on those national assessments. And they were able to see a 40% increase across all of their students collectively. And they even had this one student who hunkered down on ACT prep and went from a 30 to a perfect 36. And she attributed much of that success to having No Red Ink at her fingertips. So these are those cumulative results. So I mentioned ACT was really what they focused on at the time in Illinois, but they saw about average 5 to 7 points higher. So we've, in our graph, have averaged it out at 6. But for SAT, it was about 50 to 60 points higher. So when you implement No Red Ink effectively, you can see some really incredible differences and improvements in the way that students are performing on those high stakes assessments. Beyond that, we also have a case study out of Texas. So this is Wiley ISD. They are just north of Dallas, because there's 2 Wiley ISDs in Texas. So this is the one that's just north of Dallas in Region 10. And they looked at English 1 scores for the EOC exam in 2018 and 2019. Okay. Now I know this is previous STAR, but we do have the results of how they're performing on current STAR as well. So I'll mention that. But in 2018, it's the yellow bars. So we had 5.4% of students were mastering grade level and economically disadvantaged. And then you can see our ELs and SPED, and then all students also called out. So we did look at the percentage of students that were meeting that mastering grade level. And then just in the course of a year of using No Red Ink, really as a bell ringer, a focus on the skills that were typically tested in the revising and editing sections, you see pretty substantial improvement. So 12.7% for those economically disadvantaged in 2019. Across all students, we had a pretty significant increase from 14% to 27% in the course of a year. And so going back to STAR 2.0 and calling that out, I actually recently looked at their scores because I wanted to know, okay, is this sustainable? Is this something that they're going to see year over year, or did they just get lucky? They're actually performing at 29% mastering grade level amongst this population of students today, even on the 2.0 STAR. So we're really excited about these results and thrilled to be able to replicate some of this success in your district as well. So let's get into it. What is No Red Ink? What does it do? And how does it function? So you guys are going to access No Red Ink through your ClassLink integration. So you may not see it currently right now, but we're going to get that set up so that when you're setting up everything for back to school, that will be ready to go. And your classes will be rostered. It'll be really easy to get into your No Red Ink account, and everything will be pre-rostered for you. So a little bit about what No Red Ink does, and then we'll get to the live site. So I mentioned targeted practice before. You'll be able to run TEKS aligned assessments or SAT aligned assessments if you want to focus more on the SAT elements, and see who's struggling, beginning, approaching, or proficient in the standards aligned skills for your school year. Whether you're teaching freshman or sophomore, there's different diagnostics for those. And then you'll also be able to run diagnostics if you're focused on ACT. But those skills are called out, and then you can see who's struggling, beginning, approaching, or proficient. And when I have access to this data, for the proficient kids, I am going to move them on to a completely new skill entirely, because I don't want them spinning their wheels on misplaced and dangling modifiers. They're already proficient in it. But those approaching kids, they'll likely be successful working independently. So I might teach them a little bit, do a little bit of pre-teaching on this specific skill, and then launch them into their independent accounts to work in the adaptive practice engine. And then we also have our struggling and beginning students, which probably need just a little bit more hand-holding to be successful in mastering this skill. So I'll do the pre-teaching as well, but then really sit down with them so that if they hit a struggle point, that human is right there to help alongside the computerized remediation that's built into the adaptive practice engine. Now we have those skill pathways already built out, but we've also highly promoted modules this year in a redesign of our assignment library. So if you've used No Red Ink for years, you'll actually notice that in our assignment library, it might look a little different this year. So we'll get into that in just a moment. Another way to identify what students know or don't know, many times is just collecting a qualitative sample of writing. So this is an excellent indication of a student who needs to work on creating more appropriate hooks, maybe formalizing their language, getting away from plagiarizing and understanding, what paraphrasing is with a little bit more success there. Recognizing redundant, unnecessary, or wordy phrases, because there's quite a bit of redundancies in the student's writing. And then also, because the student uses BTW as a transition, it might be appropriate to, throw that writer into identifying the functions of transitions. So do you tackle all of these things at once? No, not necessarily. But I just wanted to highlight that there's a variety of different things to tackle, and you may want to just think or select one skill to work on at a time. So you can be very targeted with individual work for individual students. You can run small groups like what we were just looking at with the assessment data and how it helps indicate where those groupings might make sense. Or you can do certain skills in whole group settings, maybe teeing up for an argumentative essay or an argumentative essay unit or other genres that you might be writing. So it's intended to help you differentiate. So just wanted to kind of paint a picture of some of those possibilities there. Measuring growth and progress monitoring. So you can diagnose or do a pre-test and then also post-test afterwards to see at the beginning of a unit what students knew, and then follow up afterwards and see how much they've grown or if they're stagnant or if they're falling backwards, so that you can intervene and really figure out what's going on to help those kids. So we do have these assessment tools in place. We'll go over them in just a moment. Now, we've already done the alignment. So we have a TEACS alignment, we have that STAR alignment to help you identify some assignment types that are going to help prepare for some of those high stakes tests. Also, TSI, I mentioned before, we have those ACT and SAT filters that focus in on the heavily, moderately, or lightly tested skills. And the essay portions are still in there, even though they're a little less relevant today. AP, so if you're teaching AP English Lit or AP Lang as well, we do have those filters in there to orient when you're searching for content to what's going to be most relevant if those are classes that you're teaching. And then there's an NWA map filter and a WIDA filter. We do not, so just transparency, we don't have an ELPS or a TELPAS alignment right now. So if you're looking for those elements, we don't currently have them in place, but it has been highly requested. So we do have that on our radar, maybe for future. Now, one of the wonderful things about No Red Ink is that it engages students by reflecting their own personal interests in the activities that they would be doing on the website. So when your students create their accounts, it will take them into their student interests. They will select their favorite movie stars, TV shows, things like that. And then the names of those interests will be incorporated into the activities that they're doing. So you see Mufasa, that's because Lion King is one of our defaults. Gail Hawthorne, a character from Hunger Games. And then there's some other selections that you can see here, Zendaya, but this could just as well be, Taylor Swift or your, best friend's name or your pet's name. We're also going to have an Olympian section underneath sports stars. So as the Olympics kick off in the next several weeks, you could even select Simone Biles as one of your own individual interests as well as the teacher when you're modeling from your teacher account, but your students will have their own personalized accounts as well, reflecting their interests. Now, the interfaces vary. So it's not always going to be a punctuation-based type of activity, but it's interactive. So they might be dragging and dropping the punctuation, clicking words to capitalize like what you saw in the last graphic. But here's a collection of some of the different interfaces that we offer, where in the upper left, they're actually working on transitions. That would be helpful to that student who was using BTW as the transition before. But we give the student a bank of different sentences and they're rearranging them in an order that makes logical sense for the paragraph. And you can see that those transitions are bolded as a result, for example. And then there's also some evidence that's used from the movie Interstellar. On the lower one in the yellow, they're rearranging sentences to remove redundancies and take out wordy phrases. On the upper right, this is from our claims, evidence, and reasoning pathway, where we give them example paragraphs and they have to identify which sections, with highlighting, which sections are the claim, what sentence is the evidence, or sentences are the reasoning. And then on the lower right, you can see we're cycling through different options as we have been given an original quote, and we're trying to prompt the student to identify what would be most appropriate as the paraphrasing. So just a couple of different interfaces that are there. They do vary, and they're very reminiscent of the same type of test types that you see on STAR. So it's prompting many times like short response from some of those STAR-based questions, but you can see the interactivity with our platform will help students be ready for whatever is thrown their way from the state assessment as well. Now, I mentioned adaptive practice before, and that means that as students are working on skills, so this screenshot here shows you they're working on vague words and phrases. If they are flying through the content, it will throw more challenging content their way. So for every correct answer, it's going to take it up a notch. And then it will track their mastery every step of the way until they get to that final mastery. And you'll be able to see from your dashboard where they are. On the right side, this is the remediation that the student would see if they're taken through, if they answer incorrectly, and we need to readdress their misunderstanding. So our name No Red Ink refers to how we are highlighting in different colors. So red can be a bit debilitating in its connotation. So when we have an incorrect answer that comes in, we highlight it in purple. And then you can see the answer key or the correct answer highlighted in green. And then there's a mini lesson which helps reorient the student to the skill that they're working on in that moment. So if you have any questions regarding the adaptive practice, or if you have questions about other things that I cover, please feel free to put them in the chat and I will be able to keep an eye on them there so that we don't lose any of the information. So, okay, just carrying on. Okay, so we are going to go back over to, oops, sorry. Moving on here in the adaptive practice. Modules. So I mentioned modules before. So there's lots of different assignment types within No Red Ink, and one of the best ways to access No Red Ink and leverage multiple assignment types together is to dive into our modules where we have the pre-teaching already lined up, moving into core practice or scaffolded practice for those students who need just a little extra practice or at-bats. And then I mentioned before, moving that over into application. So taking the skill-based work, moving it over into the quick writes or a quiz so you can assess afterwards what they know. And then also taking this into extension activities. So in this case, an argumentative essay. And this is a module, just one example that's around thesis statements. So you can see how we're moving from that pre-teaching all the way over into the extension activity, where then they would take that thesis statement and start building out an argumentative essay. But they could also use it for expository writing. They could use it for literary analysis or some of the other genres that we support as well. So let's get into the live site. So I am going to put this demo link into the chat.
While we're doing that, Sheryl, would it be okay if I shared the attendance code with them? So we can post so I'll let you continue, but I forgot to do that at the beginning. I apologize.
That's
So,
okay. Let's do the attendance code. This is a good kind of point break in our presentation.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen, and then if you want to put the demo code or the demo link for us, then we will get that posted. All right, so we are, one moment. There we go. All right, here is your attendance code for the 2 o'clock session. Make sure to write that down, and the attendance forms will open at 3 p.m. and they will be open until 12 midnight. So you'll want to make sure that you enter the codes for all of the sessions that you have attended. Okay, and then we are going to post the link for the demo in the chat. So if you visit the YouTube chat, then you can click on the demo link that Sheryl has provided to be able to follow along when she's going live. So I'm going to leave this up for about 30 more seconds. Make sure that you write that down. Right. 30 seconds always seems like forever, especially when you're doing like high knees or like some sort of exercise or a plank, right? All right, here we go. Thank you for letting us take that break.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we're going to dive into the demo account, into the live site where you can poke around. Just know that this resets every night. So if you are going to be creating any assignments in the demo account, if you're going to be creating, demo classes, things like that, it is going to reset. So you'll need to have your own No Red Ink account if this is something that you'll continue to use in the future. So just kind of know that there's that element where you may end up losing some of your work if you're using it in the demo account. So this is really just for exploration for the time being. And then once you have your Classic account and you guys can get into your regular No Red Ink account, go off to the races and hit the ground running. Okay, the password, I'm sure you're all waiting for this. It is capital S, sparkling, and then water is all lowercase. So go ahead and log into that demo account. It'll take you into your student dashboard. And the first thing that I'm going to do is go to student interests. So let's go up to the right. And then that little person, you may be able to see it. I think my picture may be in the way, so I'll make it just a little bit lower. But that little person icon, if you end up putting switch to student view from the drop down, it will take you into that student view. And then you can click on Tammy. So you are Tammy teacher in the demo account. And then again, drop down on that upper right side, click interests. And then you'll be able to see all of the different interests that we offer, because this will be reflected in the activities that students are doing. Now our defaults, as you can see, Harry Potter, Crazy Rich Asians, and Black Panther. You can take these out. You can put other ones in your own account later. But you'll be able to see that there's a variety of different interests that are here, including sports stars. I mentioned Olympians before, so I will go to that category, and you'll be able to see some of the most famous Olympians that hopefully we'll be able to see competing very soon, representing the US. So to go back from that student view, at any point you click Return to Dashboard, and that will take you back to that teacher dashboard then. Now, I'm going to go to Browse and Assign. And this is where that redesign of our assignment library, it might just look a little bit different to some of our veteran No Red Ink users. You may have used No Red Ink in the past, and it might just look a little bit different this time around. So the reason for this reorganization, I hear that there's a little bit of background noise, so I am going to ask that the background, give me just a second. Okay, hopefully that makes it a little bit easier to hear me. Okay, so we have the assignment library here, where if you are looking for skill building, which is where many people start with No Red Ink, is just focusing on specific skills that they know that they want to work on. This is going to orient you to some of those elements that will help you with text-based writing, like the constructed response and the short constructed responses as well. So SER and ECR. So if you know that you're going to work on claims, evidence, and reasoning, by going to that skill building, picking up the skill that you know that you want to work on, that's where you're going to see those pre-teachings that you can access, view the tutorial by hitting those little dancing feet there. And then also the little eyeball will allow you to preview as if you are a student. So if you want to view any of these practices in a whole group setting, orient your entire class to what they're going to see in their student account before they get into that student account. This is a great way to just kind of preview it, orient them to, what they're going to see on their end, so that they're a little bit more successful as they're in the process of tackling this skill-based work. But it's pretty intuitive as well. So again, I'm going to go back to Browse and Assign. The other thing I want to orient everybody to is the Standards and Test tab. So this is what makes it really easy to hone in on those TEKS-aligned skills. In the demo account, because we use this on a national level, you see all of the state standards, but you will only see what's relevant to Texas within your own No Red Ink account. So I'm going to scroll down, and go to where it says Texas Standard. So these are where the TEKS are housed. And you'll see we have them all separated out based off of grade level. So if I click on English 1, you can see the standards listed. We also have the carrots that are outlined to give you that opportunity to expand things out. And so let's say you're going to focus on conventions, so the gum elements that we talked about before. So if you go to Standard 9 in English 1, then D, that's where all of those conventions are housed. And you can see the individual practice and assessment pathways that you can assign out, like compound and complex sentences. You can assign out from there. It functions like a shopping cart. So once you select content that you want to push out to your students, you select the individual topics, and then it says, well, do you want to do a unit diagnostic to assess what they know or don't know? Do you want to do some practice, or do you want to assign a post-test to see how they've grown? So typically you're going to do this as an adaptive practice. There's a couple other ways to set up assessments to test multiple skills at once. And then if you scroll down, you'll see that in meeting this exact same standard, we have writing opportunities. So here's some combining sentences work, 8 additional assignments that would also help you meet the standard. So you can either tackle it from the adaptive practice engine or tackle this standard by selecting one of our quick write activities, where then students would be maybe correcting run-ons at a beginner or an intermediate level, or using conjunctions to connect ideas. So select the content that's most relevant to the task that you are trying to fulfill at that time. And then this is what it will look like to the student. Remember that eyeball is your friend to look at it as if you are the student yourself. And then if you're going to assign it out to students, just click that blue, I guess I'm colorblind today, blue arrow in order to assign it out to a class. Do you have to use it at face value? No, not necessarily. You can edit the prompt if you want to add in some additional detail. You can also choose an automatic scoring by word count, manual scoring, or a rubric-based scoring. If you select rubric, then it's going to ask you to enter in a rubric, which you can recreate or you can use for other assignments later if you desire. There's also the option to add in focus points. So if I am maybe manually grading, instead of having rubric criterion, focus points are like gentle nudges. And so you can see some of the different examples that we recommend, like, explain your thinking, avoid repetition, or stay focused on the prompt. And I noticed someone had entered it into the chat that sometimes it's really hard to get them to stay focused when they're responding to a prompt. So just a couple of ideas to get the wheels turning. And then you can create, other focus points, like remember to use complete sentences or capitalization counts. So something that's a simple kind of gentle nudge. So let's go back to Browse and Assign. And we're going to go back to the Standards and Test tab. And this is where you'll also see that there's those ACT and SAT and the AP English language ones. Feel free to poke around those on your own to kind of see what's there. But you'll get an idea of what it looks like from those different lenses. So all of you might be teaching different sections, different focuses, different levels of students. So do browse what's going to be most relevant for the classes that you're going to be teaching this year. I'm going to go briefly into this SAT mixed skill review. I love these. They're passage-based quizzes that take multiple skills and actually review them in a quiz format, so that just like it's tested on SAT, a student can go through and make multiple corrections and then get immediate feedback or an immediate remediation to kind of see, if they're on the mark, if they're off the mark, and how successful they would be with these similar tasks once they take the SAT itself. But after they submit that into the system, you'll see where the errors are, because there's a exclamation point in purple. It will take you to where the error is, kind of pulses to highlight where the error was. And then when you click on it, it will take you through remediation, similar to what we were looking at before on the slide. So I know we only have about 15 minutes left, and I don't want to waste time focusing on skills when we have such rich and amazing writing resources to get students writing more regularly. So if you are studying novels as part of your regular cadence of work within the classroom, you'll notice we have novel analysis supports to get students writing in connection to the text that they're reading. You're probably reading some of those novels on the left side that you see here. So let's say, you might be reading The Great Gatsby. We have quick writes for every chapter along the way. And it's not just one prompt associated with each chapter. You have prompts for different purposes. So choose what makes the most sense for your class. Are you prompting students to reflect? Are you having them argue? The ones that are going to be most appropriate for or reminiscent of the SCR or ECR tasks are really going to be these analytical ones. So leverage those, the analytical prompts that are available for every chapter. And then we also have end of novel essays as well. So really just prompting students to respond to the holistic novel. But then you have these opportunities to keep them writing regularly and responding as they're working through the novel. Now, if you're studying a novel that you don't see on the left side, you can certainly create your own from a quick write or a guided draft. Quick writes are what we've looked at so far, where it's a pretty simplistic writing space, prompt on the left side, writing space on the right side, and it's intended to be lightweight, low friction, voluminous writing opportunity. The guided drafts are going to be much more focused on supporting and scaffolding for students as they're in the process of writing. So I can either go to the writing section here on the right, I can go to writing genres, or I can just go straight to text-based writing. And if I'm going to do an essay that's based off of text-based writing, then I can go into some of these individual categories like expository, informational, in order to pull out some prompts that would be relevant for what I'm going to be teaching. So I'm going to filter this down by the grade level filter. So this is kind of more of a generalized filter on what would be most appropriate for 9th grade. But you have that standards and test tab that also has expository informational called out. So that's another way to get to the same content. There's multiple routes to get to the same content. Okay, so if we go into, let's say this daydreaming one, or let's say here there be monsters. The texts are available here, so you can print them off, PDF form, mark them up, annotate them. You certainly can do that offline, or they will be embedded into the student view as they're in the process of writing to the source text. So the prompt is on the left side there. You've also got multiple source texts that are here. And you can copy and paste the evidence that you plan to use. And then as I click into the introduction, you'll notice that we have this scaffolding that pops up on the left side that's relevant to the section that I'm focused on at that moment. So enter in your introduction here, hook, bridge, thesis statement, and I can expand these out. And this relates back to what they learned on the skills and practice side of No Red Ink. So we actually do have an entire skill pathway dedicated to introduction paragraphs, also a module. So you would do maybe some of that work to tee up this more extended activity for the extended essay. We also have tutorials, so great teaching tools, but remember this is the student view, so they also have access to it on their end, so they can revisit this, and you don't need to be that broken record every single time. So this particular tutorial is focused on introductions in the context of expository essay writing. And then if I go back, there's also examples where the elements of the introduction are highlighted in multiple exemplars. Tips and tricks kind of help students think about things that they might not come to on their own, many of which have examples as well. So lots and lots of examples to orient students to what those clear expectations are. And then we also have examples built into the rubric items. Now, when you are building out this assignment, you can customize the rubric. You don't have to use ours at face value, but what I love about these existing rubrics is that they do have those examples right there, and it all reiterates back what we learned on the skills and practice side of No Red Ink. So here we have good examples of thesis statements, also not so great examples of thesis statements with explanation as to why it's not as good as it could be. And then as I click over into body paragraphs, you'll notice that the scaffolding then changes. So now it's focused on topic, sentence, evidence, and explanation. Now it's focused on, as I click over to conclusion, restatement, and so what. And if I click that tutorial, it's now focused on this new section. For the tutorial on the holistic expository essay, that's at the bottom here on the left. And so this is around expository essay writing in full. Now, if we go back to that browse and assign button in the assignment library and look at the different writing genres, okay, I'm going to expand this out to all grades. You can see many of the other genres that we support that can help with some of that, text analysis. Not only would you be, doing this text analysis from an expository informational perspective, but maybe in AP, you're writing rhetorical analysis, or you want to do some quick writes in response to informational text. So there's a lot of different ways to tee up multiple assignments to get more text-based writing done. And then there's also just the standalone writing on its own. So writing an argument, creating an opinion, writing an argumentative essay, and it doesn't necessarily have to be text-based in the process. There is a question, do student accounts reset each year? Or if they have an old account, will it show me lessons they've done with prior teachers? So we do a hard reset every year, but the writing portfolios that students curate, which would be underneath student data, and there's a section of your grade book with a tab for writing portfolios. All of the writing pieces will stay with student accounts year over year over year over year. Now, we always encourage teachers to do an initial diagnostic at the beginning of the year so that you can gauge what do students know or don't know at the beginning of the year. We know summer learning loss happens. We know that something that was mastered maybe in September of the previous school year, it's been a year, and it may have fallen out of their brains. So we want to see what is still sticking with them and reorient from scratch at the beginning of every school year. So that's typically what we recommend when you're in the process of rolling these things out. So hopefully that answers the question. If you do need additional detail, feel free to put it into the chat, and then Shannon will make sure that I can address it. There is also a mastery tab. So while I'm on this section of your dashboard, in the mastery tab, this is where you can see what your students have mastered throughout the year or where they're at. There is a way to fast track students through content that they've maybe addressed previously, and that's with checkpoints. So within those skill pathways, instead of assigning out everything, you might just assign out checkpoints, and that's one way to just fast track them through. So I'm going to go to group by TSI writing. For this particular view, you can filter down so that you can see how students have mastered elements that are tested on this assessment, how they're tracking towards the TEKS for that specific grade level, how they're tracking towards SAT skills. So all of those filters should be available to you. And then you'll be able to see the class average for all of your classes. You'll see who's already mastered it, and you'll see who's still in motion to complete things. So build in that like 5 to 10 minute bell ringer. That's a great way to give students ample time to work on all of these skills. I've made the recommendation before, Monday, Wednesday, Friday might be a good opportunity to focus on the skills side of house. And then maybe Tuesday and Thursday, you assign out a quick write as your bell ringer. So it's a good way to kind of balance skills-based work, but also some writing-based activities as well. So going back to browse and assign, wanted to go into writing. There are multiple writing activities. We do have some review capabilities, so check those out on your own. I'm not going to go into great detail today, and we will follow up with some additional professional development in the future, so we can dive into some of the additional elements later. But if they do interest you, go ahead and poke around and access our help center for some more details on the peer review and self-review by clicking in the upper right from that dropdown. The Help and Info Center has lots of information on the peer review, self-review, and really every assignment type that we offer. But I wanted to go into quick writes here because we are super thrilled to launch a grading assistant this year. So the grading assistant itself, if I just go into featured, I wonder if it's not in the demo account because I'm not seeing it. Just a moment. Oh no, our grading assistant might not be in the demo account, so I'm going to switch over to a teacher's account in Texas. Apologies for the minor hiccup there. So this is a teacher over at Bridgeland High School. And so when we go into that Browse and Assign button and go to writing, we should see that option for the grading assistant. For our featured. All right, with the reorg, I have lost it and I apologize for that. So in the context of all this, yes, it looks like it's not officially launched quite yet in there, and that may be because of August 1st. But you will see Grading Assistant populate very, very soon. And what that will be is for argument paragraph writing. It will look like a quick write, and as students submit in their paragraph, it will take 60 seconds to auto score that student's writing, and then from the writing itself, if I go into view writing, so this is an assignment that was graded by Grading Assistant. I just can't show you how to assign it right now. You'll see that the Grading Assistant not only auto scores, but also gives student-friendly feedback in the comments. So this is AI generated feedback, and I can either accept it as is or expand and add some additional human feedback for that student. So just elaborate on some of the things that I want them to work on. But because this has already taken on the task of grading or scoring it, plus delivering that initial feedback, it lightens the load of grading from your perspective. So you can look it over briefly and then either post the grading comments and call it a day, or because the student's at 63%, send it back for additional revisions. So there is an opportunity to leave some summative commentary here. You can create a whole comment bank of comments that you know you're going to be leaving from student to student to student. So that is another efficiency that's available when you're in the process of grading. And then return it to the student. It will show up on their dashboard so that they can complete it and submit another draft. I'm going to go back to my assignments in the demo account so you can follow along with me again. This is where you're going to be able to see any of the assignments that you assign out, like the assessments that we talked about before, starting with the diagnostic. Here's a planning diagnostic that I assigned out before. If you want to see those results to see who's struggling, approaching, beginning, and proficient in all of those skills, this is where you would access that information. And then you can use this information to do your groupings. I'm going to click back and go to this guided draft on rhetorical analysis. I'm going to click the view writing paper, because this is where I can dive into what students have submitted for their writing. So it will keep track of every draft along the way. I recently, helped launch a pilot in a school district where they were very eager to use the guided drafts, and they facilitated, one of the teachers that was part of the pilot, facilitated 9 drafts with her students. It was really incredible to see how much the students' writing had developed in the process. Okay. We have some inline commentary that's already been left on this current draft. So as you're in the process of grading a guided draft, you can highlight where the text is, and then it pops up with a little text box, so you can leave that inline commentary. Also on the right side, you can rubric score, leave your commentary. Now this is on an entire essay, so it doesn't have the grading assistant. That's only on argument paragraph. But we will expand out the grading assistant capabilities in the future. So just know that that's a start, and then we're going to be building out from there in the future. And again, either post the grading comments or send it back for additional revisions. There will be more training on this, but if you want to dive deeper in the guided drafts, I do encourage you, click that upper right person icon and then go to the help and info button, because there's tons of information that's there to get you started. So click on the Getting Started tile. You can also dive into some of the instructional resources. And if you search Texas, you will find our Preparing for Texas State Testing with No Red Ink article, and it outlines how best to use all of the different assignment types that we've reviewed more effectively. The last thing I'll leave you with is a couple of links here, so I'll put them in the chat. We have a ChatGPT toolkit. So there is a QR code, which you are free to scan if you would like. And it gives you some different strategies on how to leverage ChatGPT in the classroom. And then I also have this short constructed response rubric alignment. So I will share these links out with Shannon, so she'll put them into the chat, but just want to make sure that you have access to these as well. We share these out in trainings. So we've outlined everything that you need to know for some of those high stakes tests when those EOC exams roll around. So I know we are at the end of our presentation, the end of our 50 minutes. So thank you so much for spending some time with me, and we're excited to see what you guys do with No Red Ink this year in Sci-Fair.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sheryl, so much. I know that you would love to have like 2 or 3 more hours with us to go through and really get in and explore more. But we appreciate your time today, giving everybody that initial view, those that haven't used it, but I know we have a lot of people that have. So great questions in the chat. There was one final question is a writing assistant, can it be used for any writing activity?
The grading assistant.
Grading assistant, I believe is what they meant, yes.
Yeah, it's only for argument paragraph writing currently, but we are going to be building it into some other capabilities, like if you want to do writing benchmarks at the district level, collect writing samples across the entire district, and then the grading assistant can be one of the calibration elements for the auto scoring. So in addition to human scores, you can also see how you compare to the grading assistant as well.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your time today. And we will make sure to share those links out. If we don't get them in the chat, then we will get them on the app. So you can go to the app to this session to get the links that Sheryl has for you. So thank you again. And we will be back at 3 o'clock with our final session of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Cypress Fairbanks ISD Digital Learning Conference.
Our EdTech team is so excited to host this conference virtually again this year for our educators from CFISD and surrounding communities.
In past years, over 4,000 attendees have gained valuable knowledge.
Thank you for joining the Cypress Fairbanks ISD EdTech team for our Digital Learning Conference.
There is truly something for everyone.
Have you heard of column stats in Google Sheets? It is amazing. This is an example of how to use it. Go to Data and select Column Stats. It automatically generates a graph that shows you the distribution of the data in that column. In this example, it's an item analysis. I can see the student grades and how many got each grade. I can also look at every single column and see the distribution of the answers that students chose.
Our website has all of the information you will need for today's event. That includes this planning document. It will be very helpful as you look through our sessions and plan out your day. While attending the sessions, type or write down the attendance codes for each session.
During each session, the presenter will pause and share an attendance code with you. You will need to write the code down and keep it until the end of the day when the attendance forms open. Then you can submit all the codes from that day at one time. Remember, you must have the codes in order to submit. You will also need to be watching since the attendance codes will not be shared in the YouTube chat during the sessions. The attendance forms will open at 4 p.m. and you will have until midnight tonight to submit your codes for credit.
The EdTech team would like to thank our wonderful business partners. Due to their generosity, we will be able to provide some fantastic prizes. You can enter to win these prizes in 2 ways. The first way is by submitting your attendance at the end of each day. The second way is to submit the feedback form that will be sent after the event.
It's time for the conference. On the days of DLC, you can access the session links in the app by going to the session details or your schedule if you created it on the app. Select your session and click on the blue video link. This will launch the live session in YouTube, where you can interact in the chat. The live chat feature is a great place to make connections, ask questions, and contribute to the conversation. During the session, pay close attention to your attendance codes. Every session has a different code, and you will need this in order to submit attendance and get professional development credit at the end of the day.
You will now gather all of the attendance codes that you've collected throughout the day. There are different links for day 1 and day 2. Notice that there are several attendance form links for in-district employees. If you are a CFISD employee, click the corresponding blue buttons based on your last name on the participant planning sheet or the conference app. It will launch the Google form so you can enter attendance credit for the day. Enter each attendance code for every session that you attended. You must click Submit, and you will receive an email confirmation receipt. For new CFISD employees without credentials, you will click the corresponding gold button in the participant planning sheet or the conference app. You'll enter your email address, campus, and role, along with your attendance codes for the day. Finally, for out-of-district educators, you will select the corresponding purple button from the participant planning sheet or directly from the conference app. You'll enter your email address along with your full name, the school that you work at, as well as the access codes for each session that you attended. Out-of-district educators will receive a certificate to the email that you provided, so please make sure that it's entered correctly. In-district employees will receive credit through CFPGS. Remember, everyone will receive a confirmation email receipt if you submitted a Google form successfully. The forms will be open from 3 p.m. through midnight.
Your feedback for our event ensures the digital learning conference is high quality, and we invite presenters that impact your classroom and teaching practice. Your feedback is important and helps shape the future of DLC. Look for this form in your email soon after the event. We are so excited that you've decided to join us for CFISD's Virtual Digital Learning Conference in 2024. Go to the website and start planning today.
Are you overwhelmed by everything on your ClassLink? There's a simple modification that can facilitate you and your students' productivity. If there's an app that you're regularly using, right-click, Add to Favorites. Did you see what happened there? It populated on your bottom taskbar. Think about how useful this would be for students that struggle finding textbooks or softwares that are maybe under additional resources. Right-click, Add to Favorites. Right-click, Add to Favorites.
Campuses at each level will be able to select a prize package that best suits their needs. These prize packages will include student and teacher technology such as wireless keyboard, headphones, charging towers, wireless mice, and robots. Don't forget to submit your attendance each day and complete the feedback forms sent after the conference to help your campus win one of these amazing prize packages.
Have you ever wanted just a tiny bit of a YouTube video that you found online to show your students? The new YouTube clip feature will allow you to do just that. From your YouTube video, click on Clip at the bottom. This will open up a pop-up where you can add your description. YouTube clips can be between 1 and 60 seconds, and you can choose the exact time that you would like your clip to be. You can also click and drag the handles to determine how long you want your clip to be. Once you're done, you click on Share Clip, and you'll get a unique URL that you can use that will only be for that little tiny clip that you have created.
Welcome to the
All right, welcome to our 3 o'clock session, our final session of the day. And we are excited to have Dr. Monica Burns with us for this session. She is an EdTech and curriculum consultant and author of EdTech Essentials, 12 Strategies for Every Classroom in the Age of AI, the second edition of this, and a former New York City public school teacher. She works with schools and organizations around the world to support pre-K through 20 educators with thoughtful technology integration. Monica's website, classtechtips.com, and Easy EdTech podcast help educators place tasks before apps. I love that, by promoting deeper learning with technology. So thank you, Monica, for being here. And today you will be sharing with us ways to collect actionable formative assessment data. So we appreciate your time and we're looking forward to your session.
Yes, very excited to be here with you all today for this session. This topic of formative assessment is one that is near and dear to my heart. I love all the things that we can do in spaces where we can leverage technology to make the most of checking for understanding. So I can see a bunch of hellos and good afternoons in the chat. If you haven't already gotten a chance to share where you are tuning in from today, feel free to say hello. Let me know you can hear me, you can see me, all the things as we dive into this session. So if we haven't met before, my name is Monica Burns. As you heard, I'm a former New York City public school teacher. I love sharing favorites with educators around technology integration, including all things formative assessment. So we'll look together today at some strategies you can put into practice right away. I have some resources I'm going to take you out and explore together. I'm going to encourage you today to try out some of these alongside with me. We've got some links that you'll find in the chat as we are talking and sharing today around formative assessment. So I'll point to my blog as a resource before we officially finish up today, but know that that is there, full of podcast conversations and different types of templates and activities to explore. So oodles to go and take a look at. So, as you heard, right, I started my career in the classroom as a teacher with an overhead projector and chalk and a chalkboard and all of those wonderful things. But when we went one-to-one with iPad, about over 10 years ago and now, it really transformed the way that I thought about how we could check for understanding, something that has always been an essential part of our role as educators. And so today we're going to look at that essential assess. We'll look at the essential create, because students for sure will create some really fun and fantastic things that show off what they have learned. And we'll think a little bit about a new essential. This is the second edition of my book. So it's a new essential, which is generate. And that comes back to the AI of it all that has been such a big part of our conversations in education on the impact of AI and the technology that falls into that category on teaching and learning. But I would love for us to start with just a quick 101 on what formative assessment means for us. And we can take that into our conversation, right, on the implications that technology has for teaching and learning. So, formative assessment for us, as we are thinking about it and exploring it today, right, is an opportunity to check in with students at different parts of the day, different parts of the week, different parts of a unit of study, all together information we can use to make decisions about instruction moving forward. So we might check in before a lesson or a unit of study to see what students already know about a topic, what they're curious about. And I say before instruction, keeping it kind of broad, because it might be a 45-minute lesson or it might be a 3-day deep dive into something new. We check for understanding during instruction too, of course, to make sure we are on the right path with what we are sharing students and that we're making decisions that are responsive to what they actually need. And although we sometimes think of formative assessment as fitting into just those two categories, we also want to check at the end of a lesson, at the end of a unit of study, to make sure we have everything we need for whatever happens next. Maybe it's another lesson, maybe it's a new unit that we're starting, right? These are all things that we are taking into consideration as we explore together. So before instruction, we might check in on student interests, what they want to know about a particular topic. We might ask questions that help us better understand what misconceptions are present, what kids think they might know about a topic, but might actually need a bit of support with. And then, of course, checking for understanding. What do they know about a particular topic? So we are not teaching the same thing again, or that we can build upon that too. So during instruction, we're using the Fisher and Fry recommendations of teachers should check for understanding every 5 to 10 minutes to ensure rigorous, supported instruction. And then after, right, a lesson, we are checking in with a question, maybe giving students a prompt to respond to, or even an opportunity for them to reflect, all with this idea that we are gathering information that we can use to make sure we really understand where students are at. So, what I would love for us to do right here on the chat as you are streaming this video is to share what formative assessment strategies are working for you now. Do you do a check in at the start of every lesson? Do you have a favorite way to share a quiz? Do you ask students to give you that thumbs up or thumbs in the middle? What formative assessment strategies are working for you right now in your classrooms or in the spaces with students that you support? So I'm going to put my eyes on the chat here to see what kind of responses are coming through. This is your opportunity to dive right in and share what is front of mind for you. So let's take a look here, right? There's lots of things that might come to mind as you are exploring, right? These different spaces. There may be things like whiteboards and dry erase markers that you're using, Google Forms that you use to check in with students. You might do that thumbs up, thumbs down, like here I am on the Zoom video screen with you. Or you might have exit tickets that are part of your routine. All of these are fantastic ways to check for understanding. And as we build upon some of the things you're sharing today with some favorite tech tools I'll share out with you, would love for you to keep the chat going with a I've tried that, or that's worked for me, or that strategy or tool is new for me, or this made me think of something else. So feel free to jump right there in the chat and share some things that are working for you, those questions that you have. I've got my eyes on the chat for those too, right? As well as any ideas you think other folks joining today would find useful or helpful. Because today, as we look at the technology of it all, we want to make sure we're setting ourselves up for success to support students in the very best way possible. We might ask ourselves questions like, what am I trying to figure out? How will I know if students understand? Or what is the best way to gather this information? And as we think of those questions, we decide on our success criteria, the kinds of prompts or questions we might ask students. We want to make sure that if we are bringing technology into the equation, and that we have chosen tools that will do a great job at gathering this information. And this is really where the value add or the benefits of using digital tools come into play. It can help us provide options for students, give kids choice on how they want to respond. It gives us an opportunity to capture and maybe even communicate some tone, something that might pop up in your day-to-day life, right? If you get a text message from someone and it seems a little short, well, they were probably just at the supermarket giving you a quick answer as opposed to giving you a grumpy response. Same thing goes with student work. If we can capture our excitement in our voice with a recording as opposed to a quick comment, well, sometimes that can be useful for kids too. And of course, as we look at different digital tools today, there is this level of ease and efficiency that can help us make sure we get back to everyone, we respond to everyone, right, who needs feedback on their work. So as we look at these together today, remember, I want to make sure that we have our action or our next step in mind. We might decide that based on the information or data we gather, that we're reteaching with new strategies, slowing down to dig deeper, that we are differentiating by forming some groups, or perhaps determining some specific interventions too. So, we're going to look at our more than a dozen ideas together, and I've chosen some corresponding tools that you might want to play around with or explore. I'm going to share my screen and my web browser to show you some of these in action, and a few will pause so that you can try them out. Press all the buttons and ask any questions that you might have right here in our live chat. So, the first of our 15 on the list is to start with a do now. Now, I kind of did that for us today, right? I said what's already working for you. And so, starting with a do now is a great way to gather some information. You might decide that you want a response from each individual student, know exactly who said what, or you may look for more trends in a group to say, what is everyone sort of thinking about this, and making decisions based on both of those information or just one or the other. And so the first spotlight tool we'll look at is Padlet. Padlet does a great job of making it available for you to get some quick responses. Now, if you're using a free Padlet account, I'm going to pop over to a Padlet right here so you can see it. Then you might decide that in that free account, right, you use the same board every day and you just clean out those extra responses, but it becomes part of your do now routine. So you might sign in and make a blank board like you see here. You might say, this is our daily do now, where you have students post. I love doing a wall or a grid or a stream of responses. We'll use sections a little bit later, but you might keep them off. And when you hit done, it drops students in a space where they can tap on the plus sign, maybe add their name in the subject if they're not signed in, and add a response to a question that you gave. So today, right, I asked that formative assessment question. Keeping us in the chat as a space to share was perfect, right? That accomplished our goal. You're already there in that space. However, I could have created a Padlet spot for you to share some of your thoughts, some of your ideas, some of your responses as a way to check for understanding too. And I see a few already right in the chat there, right? The love for Padlet. It's a great tool. We're going to try it out ourselves before we finish up today. So don't worry if you haven't played with it, press that plus button yourself. You will get a chance to before we finish up today. Our next strategy on our list is to embed questions and put questions right in the middle of a lesson that you are teaching. If you've used interactive presentation tools in the past, you might have tried this. If you've used tools that students work on asynchronously or at their own pace, you might have tried that too. And one of my favorite examples is Edpuzzle. So Edpuzzle gained a lot of popularity during distance learning experiences, but we know that it is useful in lots of different situations. So whether you jumped into it then or revisiting it now, right? Maybe it's been a minute or today is your first time today, right? You might decide to explore this tool. With Edpuzzle, you can find an engaging video that provides some background knowledge or some information on a topic that students will explore. You can decide where you might pop a question in so that you are able to direct students to pause, take a moment, and then respond right from within their video. This is a great way to check for understanding. You get real-time data. We'll come back to that one in a moment, especially if you are distributing differentiated content to different groups of students. So say some students are watching this video, others are watching another. Maybe it's part of a blended learning station rotation. This gives you an opportunity to check in on student understanding, even if you're not watching something live together. So super useful, a definite favorite. The next strategy is to generate some read and respond questions. Now, if you have ever looked for the perfect reading passage, and some questions to go along with it, you know that it can be a hard thing to find. It can be hard to find the right level, the right topic, and questions that you can then share with students. And so, one tool that I've been really excited about this year is Diffit. Diffit is a tool that you can use to create some just right resources for students. But the first way that we're going to look at it is with this generate, read, and respond questions. So would love in the chat for you to let me know, is this a new tool for you? Have you heard of it before? Have you used it a whole bunch? You can share in the chat. I'm always curious, particularly with these tools that are a little bit newer on the scene, if you have seen it in action before. So let me know in the chat if it is one that is a new to you, tried it out, seen it before, always curious about that when I'm showcasing some tools. And while you share, I'm going to go ahead and put my screen back on the web browser over here. So as you can tell, I'm already here at Diffit. So Diffit is a tool that you might want to try out after today while I'm sharing, totally up to you. But we are going to use it for that way on our list of generating some read and respond questions. Now, inside of Diffit, there's a bunch of things you can do. If you already have a piece of text and you want some questions to go along with it, you might decide that you're going to paste that text or upload it right here. Or you might hop over to literally anything. I love this tab and type in a topic. Now, as a teacher, I did some composting with students in my classroom, vermicomposting with worms. So I'm going to type in that topic to get something to read and some questions to respond to. So I'll choose a grade level. Let's stick with 5th for now and English, and I'll hit generate resources. Now, we are scratching the surface of what's possible here, and we'll come back to this tool a little bit later on our list of things to explore. You can see here it gives me a picture, but what I'm really excited about is this adaptive reading passage. It uses AI tools. I can even see the sources to help create this passage for me. The vocab words are great, but we'll come back to that later. And here's those multiple choice questions about this passage, as well as some short answer and open-ended prompts I might share with students. If I like what I see here, I can go to see all export options. I can pop over to reading strategies, and this is where I can go through and find some supplemental resources that go along with that reading passage. There is oodles to explore here. We are scratching the surface with this particular tool, and I promise that we will come back to it and look at it through another lens. So thank you everyone who was in the chat and just letting me know, right, what tools were new to you, which ones you are excited about. Awesome to hear from you and kind of get a feel for what you're thinking, right? And what you've heard in even some other sessions today. So with this tool, so much you can do, right, as you are taking a look, right, and exploring what's possible here. So as we add to our list with our ways and strategies, the next one has a little bit of an AI spin, but really anchors in this idea of checking for understanding and then giving some support to students who need it. So as you are looking for some strategies, you might decide that instead of generating read and respond questions, you generate some supporting images that can help students expand their vocabulary, share what they've learned, and maybe even spark some conversations in your classroom that give you a sense of what students understand. And so for this today, we're going to look at the tool Adobe Express. It's powered by Adobe Firefly, but it's built into that Express tool, which is a favorite for graphic design, for creating resources and promoting, right, creativity right in the classroom. So we're going to go take a look at this one together so you can get a feel for what's possible, right, as you are exploring these spaces today. So I'm going to go ahead and pop my screen back over to the web browser so we can see this in action. And here we are. So I'm over here on my Chrome browser. I'm at Adobe Express's website, just express.adobe.com. And if I want to generate some supporting resources, some images that might spark a conversation and help me understand what kids know about a topic, I can use this tool. So I'm going to go to the plus sign and I'm going to go to square. There's no wrong or right shape. I just like the square space here to work with. Now imagine I want kids to talk about different landforms, and maybe I want them to talk about a volcano. Well, if I want to spark that conversation and see how much they know about a volcano, I might go to photos here and search for a photo of a volcano, or I might go to text to image and create my own. So let's put a square on top of here. And let's say, not only do I want a picture of a volcano, but I want a puppy wearing a backpack in front of a volcano on a sunny day. And I'll hit generate. Now, this is using generative AI to create an image for me. This could help me spark conversations with students so that I can better understand what it is that they know about a topic. And look at these fun options that it gave me. So I might add this here to my graphic. And I might ask them to talk about what they see. I might ask them to write a story that uses the setting that they see here and encourage them to use some of the words from our unit of study, or maybe just watch to see, right, what words they use, how they use them, and then make some decisions about how I can support them with vocabulary instruction in the future. So this is the generative AI built right into Adobe Express that is pretty powerful. And I would love for you to let me know in the chat there, right, if you have tried out this type of image creation before. Maybe you've tried it with another tool. Canva has this built in to it. Maybe you've tried it even in Padlet that has it built in here too. And yeah, the text to image gives us a lot of flexibility, so much you can do. But for this way on our list, it's a really great way to create an image, generate supporting images that can spark a conversation and help us better understand what students know and what they need. So, as we're on that vocabulary train, right, thinking of vocabulary, you might find that you do want to share vocabulary words with students in the context of the other work that you do. And for this one, we're going to toggle right back over to Diffit, right, and take a look at what is available there. So I'm going to take you out right to that vermicomposting that we looked at before. But instead of just the reading passages, I want to show you some of the vocabulary support. So you might decide that you want to give kids access to a list of vocabulary words, you want to introduce more vocabulary activities, or you just want to make sure they really do understand vocab for a particular unit of study. So this gave me 5 words. I could go to add vocabulary words and even give them more words from my own list if I wanted to, or I could copy this and have this for students or edit it and decide if I want to make any changes. But once I've got that, I can scroll to the bottom, and this Get Student Activities button is the same as the other green one we did before. It's going to take me to the very same place. And here at the top, instead of choosing reading strategies like I did before, I can choose vocabulary. And here you'll see oodles of interactive slides, printable or interactive workbooks, all sorts of things related to this idea of vocabulary support. So I'm going to go ahead and choose vocabulary choice board. It's going to give me the option to open this up in a few different formats. I'm going to go to export, and then I will make a decision of how I want to use this particular tool. So I could decide to open it in Google Slides, download it as a PDF, right? Or download it as a PowerPoint, totally up to you, right? What you decide to do when using this tool. For us for today, I'm going to go to open Google Slides. I'm already logged in with my Google account, and you will see it open up here. So this is that vocabulary choice board. I might love all of these options, or I might say, you know what? We've already done a lot of songwriting. I'm going to remove that one. We've already done some collages. I'm going to remove that or substitute it with something else. So it gives me all sorts of things that I can do to make sure students really understand different vocabulary words that we are working on. And I, of course, can make changes to any of this before ever sharing it with a student, right? You are the expert when it comes to your content area, when it comes to making sure that kids have what they need. These AI tools, even this great one like Diffit, is only as great as your prompt and what you're asking for, particularly when we think of assessment. Now, in a moment, I'm going to ask you to share again. This time, we won't share in the chat. We're going to share someplace else. And this is going to be a space that we've looked up already this afternoon, but I'm hoping that as you dive in, you will lean in to this next way of our 15 ways. So I'm going to ask you in a moment to recommend a book, movie, television show, or podcast to the group. And I'm going to give you a choice, just like we are thinking of students here and giving them different ways to share their learning, just like we might give them a choice in a tool. I'm going to give you a choice to provide a response. And this one is with Padlet. So I have set up a Padlet page for you. You'll see the link in the chat in just a moment where you can jump in and share, where you can jump in and share that thing, right? Maybe it's a book, a movie, a television show, or a podcast. And I mentioned to you before that there's a few different ways to set up a Padlet. And here I've set one up in columns. Now remember, I'm giving you the extra push, right, to choose how to share. So for movies, you could hit the plus sign and you could type a movie that you recommend, or you could hit this extra 12 button there and maybe record your voice, or maybe draw a picture, or maybe snap a picture. It's totally up to you. So go ahead now, if you haven't already, I see some of you here in this space right now, and decide what it is you want to share. A great book that you've read, a movie that you've watched, a podcast that you're listening to, maybe even a TV show that you love. Choose your column and then decide how you want to share a picture, a title in text. Maybe you want to do the drawing here. Totally up to you. I'm going to get quiet for a moment as you dive in here and share some of your favorites. Nice. I love that I'm seeing some pictures that you've added here, some links that you've added. I see some TV shows I still need to catch up on that I'm a little behind. These look great. If you haven't already, when you hit the plus sign, you have some options to share. You might use the audio recorder, and you can share the one podcast that I love is, or a podcast I recommend, share with your voice. And then you can add it here to the page as an audio recording. You could also decide that you want to draw a picture. You have the draw option here to draw a picture, or you can do the I can't draw button, and then you can type in the kind of picture that will go with your response. This gives you some AI help, just like our puppy with on the volcano's edge before. take another few moments here to share. These are looking great. Keep these coming. You might have to jot some things down yourself, right? If there's any shows or books you want to add to your reading list or your streaming list. These look great. If you haven't already shared, try one of the extra things on the list. And I was skeptical about Twisters too. I saw that this weekend and was also pleasantly surprised.
Okay, just a moment while you guys are adding to the Padlet, which I want to save this and add to my list of things too. And share the attendance code with you all. So here it is for the 3:00 session, room 5, your 3-digit code. So make sure to write that down so that you can get credit for attending this session. The attendance forms are open now, but you can of course wait and submit your form later, as long as you do that before midnight. I did answer this question in the chat in regards to SciFair and access to DFIT. So it is currently not available to create an account with your SciFair Google, but you can use a personal email address to create a free account. And you might be able to do it with Microsoft, but as for now, you cannot use your SciFair ISD Google account in order to create it. Okay, leave this up for another 30 seconds or so, and you can continue to add to the Padlet too. All right. Thank you, Monica, for letting us take that pause, and I am going to stop sharing. Back to you.
All right. So I'm going to pop us back over here to the page. I love all the different ways that you are sharing. Lots of great options here. This looks fantastic. I love some use of the drawing tool, right, to write some things in here. This all looks awesome. So appreciate you all diving into this resource and doing what we ask kids to do sometimes, right? Which is to step out of their comfort zone and find different ways to share, all with that intention of really making sure that you get a chance to hear from everyone. So as we keep adding to our list, we know that there are lots of tools that can help us throughout the day, throughout the school week, throughout a unit of study. And one that can help us with giving feedback is a tool that's a popular chatbot like ChatGPT. Now, we don't want to submit student work into any of these chatbots. We don't want to add in any personal or sensitive or private information, but we can use it to gather some ideas. So the prompt here on the screen says, my 5th grade students are writing persuasive essays. Give me ideas for the type of feedback I can give them to strengthen their writing. Now, you might find that this is something that works just for your group too, right? Give me ideas for the type of feedback I can give them. But of course, you could tailor particularly the first half of the prompt to what you are hoping to accomplish. So I'm popping over here to ChatGPT to try this out. I'm going to paste that prompt in and hit return. Now, this is going to give me some ideas. I could have given more specific information on standards or a rubric that I shared, but this is reminding me of some things that I might want to talk to students about and their persuasive writing. I might decide to talk to them about thesis statements, or I might say, you know what, we didn't talk about counter arguments in this unit. We're saving that for later in the school year, so I'm not going to give them feedback on that particular topic. So you might craft a prompt similar to mine, but of course, changing up any of the specifics here of what students are doing or working on so that you can gather some ideas to bring back, right, to your students. Not a copy or paste, but a, ooh, good idea, right? I can use something like that when I am working with a group. Now, in addition to getting some help giving feedback, you might want a little bit of support when looking for the perfect graphic organizer. I love graphic organizers. I love making them, making sure they are just right. But if you are looking to gather information on how well students understand something, then you will want to use one of my favorite tools, which is Canva. Canva lets you create custom graphic organizers. You can differentiate them, make sure they are just right for your group of students. So I'm here on Canva in Google Chrome. I'm already logged in, and I can go to the search bar and search for graphic organizers, and that's just what I will do. So here I'm going to go ahead and type in science graphic organizers. Of course, you could put in any other type of information, maybe something that you want to do around a particular topic, like main idea and details, you name it. So I'm searching for the Canva templates here, and it gave me over 800 to pick or choose from. Some of these are really specific. Really specific to science, like scientific method. Others are a little bit more open, like main idea and details. It gives me some Venn diagrams to choose from, some vocab ones, lots of different options. I'm going to just go here to the top and choose this one on main idea and details. I'm going to say, yep, let's customize this template, and it will open it up in Canva for me here. I'm not worried about printing this out or anything, so I'll go ahead and X that out. Now, this one looks pretty good, but I know for some of my students, this extra clip art might be a little distracting. So I might decide I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to maybe change the background to a nice bright color or even something like white in case I want to print it out or put it up on a big screen. We'll get rid of some of these extras here, but maybe I'll leave those leaves just down here in the bottom. So now that I've got this, it might be perfect for all of my students, or I might decide I want to duplicate this page. And instead of having 3 supporting details, maybe for some students, I just want to have 2 supporting details and I want to give them a little bit more room. So as you see here, I now have 2 versions of this, one with 3, one with 2. And for this one with 2, I might even give a sentence starters to students. I might say something like, one way I know this is true, or another sentence starter that resonates with them. Now, when it comes to using these, you've got a few options for getting these custom graphic organizers into the hands of students. You can decide to hit the share button, go to download, and then maybe you save these as PDFs and you download it and print it out. If you want to share these with students, instead of doing 2 different pages in one document, you might decide that after you customize it, you'll leave just one in here. I might even go to File here and say Main Idea Graphic Organizer. I might say this is for the purple group of students who will get this one. And once I've created this, I can go to Share, I can go to More, and I can choose the template link, which will give everyone access to this template. I'll share a template with you made in Canva in just a little bit in case you want to see this in action. But here I've used Canva for the purpose of creating some custom graphic organizers. Definitely a favorite way to use it. Now, as we are exploring this together today, right, you might find that one of the ways you want to collect formative assessment data is by getting some real-time data, something you can act on right away. Now, one tool that does a great job of letting you know exactly where students are as they are answering questions and sharing information, right, is Edpuzzle. With Edpuzzle, the tool that I mentioned earlier, right, you are able to use this tool to check for understanding as kids are watching a quick video, but you're also able to monitor it in real time. Although you might sit down at the end of a lesson or end of the day and review all of the data, you can also access it in real time, which can help you make a choice on how you best want to respond to student data. Maybe in the moment, you regroup students, you respond to a misconception or an area where students have a question. So, lots of ways to check in. Now, if you are doing something in live real time with students and you want them to talk or chat about their experiences, that's also a great way to listen in and see what they understand and where they might need a little bit extra help or support. And if you want to generate some great discussion questions, you might ask a chatbot like ChatGPT for a little bit of extra help. So, as we take a look at what's possible with chatbots, that might be one way you want to make the most of it. So I'm back over here at ChatGPT. This is the same one I was using to get that set of feedback ideas, except this time I'm going to try another prompt. I could add it down to the bottom or start a brand new chat for this. So I'm going to paste in a new prompt for you. My 8th grade students are learning about weather systems. Make a list of 10 discussion questions that will encourage them to talk about this topic. I can hit go, and it will give me some questions that I could ask them. Now, this is great, right? For a group of 8th graders, I might choose 2 or 3 of them, but I might say, now for a group of 2nd graders. And it will redo the questions with 2nd graders in mind. I could ask to include specific vocabulary words or certain weather systems. I could make any extra changes to this too and kind of keep the conversation with ChatGPT going, so to make sure that I get exactly what I want. I can copy these, maybe put them in a document that I share with a colleague, and we can decide if there's 1 or 2 that I want to share with a group, or perhaps instead, right, I am just going to use a few as inspiration and then write my very own. So, the next way on our list to check for understanding and collect some really actionable formative assessment data is to make responses, the ways that kids share, social. And we're going to do this back in Canva. And this time I will give you a template that I want you to try out. So within Canva, you can create posts using their templates to get kids to share what they know. And you can see here on the screen that I've started to customize a carousel post so that students can give some fun facts about an animal they're researching. So let's pop back over here to the web browser. You can see here that as I head back into Canva, right? This is where I was working on my graphic organizer. I'm just going to create a new design. And so I'm going to search here for one of my favorite kind of templates inside of this tool, which are carousel posts. And we're going to search Canva templates for some carousel posts. If you haven't seen carousel posts in action, they're basically a post that puts numbers next to each slide, and you can then swipe through. You've probably swiped through some of these yourself, right, on an Instagram post or a Facebook post, and you can create your own template here to share with students. Now, this one is all about branding strategies, which is not what we're going to talk about necessarily with most students. Instead, I'm going to customize this template though. And instead of saying 3 branding strategies, I'm going to say 3 fun facts. I'm then going to get rid of some of these extra things we don't need. And imagine we're going to do fun facts about animals. I might say the first fact students need to add is all about habitat and say, add here. And then on the second thing, I want them to talk about the diet, what their animal eats. And I might say, add here. And for the very last one, I might say something like, extra info, kind of give them a grab bag, and then say, add here. And I'll get rid of this last page with the follow for more. We just need these few pages for students. So what I've essentially done is created a template that they can use and edit themselves. I'll go to share, download, share, sorry, more. I got so excited. And then I'll go to the template link. And this is the link that I'll share with students. Now I've created one for you to try out today if you like. Let's see where it is here. There we go. It's a way for you to try out a template and see what the student experience would be like. You will be able to click on open the template. It will prompt you once you're in or once you see that page to sign in to Canva. And once you're in here, you can add your own facts about anything you want. Maybe it is something that you know kids are going to do some research on at the start of the school year, or perhaps it's something that is more of a fun fact about you to introduce yourself. Go ahead and click on that link if you hadn't already. We'll take just a minute or 2 for you to play, and then we'll get to our final ways on the list today. Awesome. Yep, that link is right there for you in the chat. Go ahead and click on it, open it up. You can start playing around a bit, or you can bookmark it as a template that you can use a little bit later. And yep, it's an absolute favorite, one that you can use in oodles of different ways. I see some more love for carousel posts in the chat. That's awesome. It's one of my favorite ways to consume information. I'm often swiping through, right, to gather some ideas, but a great way for kids to share some quick, fun facts as well, too. Awesome. So as we get through to the end of our list with our last few for your consideration, you might decide that as you are checking for understanding, you want to make the most of emojis this year, right? Emojis are a great way for you to make sure kids understand something, but also to put alongside a question that you have or an idea that you have, almost like some instant clip art. Now, you could use a website that gives you emojis or use an emoji keyboard. All of those are great, but you could lean into a chatbot. Maybe it's something like ChatGPT that lets you add an emoji to each item on a list. You might say, give me a set of emojis that go along with this, right? As a way for you to add a quick visual cue to a question you're asking students, to a vocabulary word that you're sharing with them, or you might even give them 5 emojis and say, pick which one describes how you feel about today's unit of study. So lots of options there for you to explore. Now, today, right, I've shared with you a few different things that I hope you feel would be fun or playful for your students. But one thing you might want to take a look at, right, are some of the games that are built into Diffit. So when I shared Diffit with you, it gave me the option for vocabulary activities, for reading activities. You'll also find some for games like a Jeopardy game, which is another great way to quickly check for understanding. Now, for our last 2 on the list, if you were excited about the different types of text to image built into Adobe Express. You might also want to try out some of the web page building tools that are perfect for portfolios for students too. Inside of that tool, you might help students build out portfolios, some blank pages without too much during the first few weeks of school, and then they can add to it over the course of the year. Now, the very last one on our list today is an exit ticket or exit slip, which often comes towards the end. And if you want to do something a little different this year, you might decide to animate your exit slip and have kids create some quick videos that go alongside of it. There's oodles of tools you can use, but since we just mentioned Adobe Express, I'll make another Adobe Express connection. And here you might use their animate with audio right from within it to have kids share their learning with a quick video. So I'll show you what that looks like here. Right back to where I was creating that fantastic, fun little puppy I can only take so much credit for. And when you're back here with students, they can hit that plus sign. They can go to quick actions and they will find the animate from audio button right there, which allows them to choose a character, choose a background. I've got my little raccoon waiting for me in the forest, and they can record their voice instead of doing a traditional exit ticket. Great way to take a spin on that too. So I hope today you were able to gather some ideas that you can take into your practice. We looked at over a dozen favorites and some tools to go along with each one. So please don't do all the things. Choose just one you can try out this week, maybe one to try out this month, and maybe another to try out over the course of the school year. And if you've got a favorite, if you have questions after today, please don't be a stranger. You can always reach out to me via email and say, Monica, what was that thing? Or you can ping me, send me a message on Instagram and say, what was that tool you mentioned? And I will get right back to you. So I've got my eyes for any last questions here. And just so appreciative of you jumping in and trying out all of these things alongside with me on your last session this afternoon.
Well, this was great. Thank you. Thank you. I love animate with audio in Adobe.
Mhm.
It's such a great way to like when you have a student that you want them to record themselves, but they don't want to have their face on there. So they like, okay, you can have a little avatar and share your thoughts that way. So yeah,
And we've all
definitely.
been there with our no camera days, right? So we can
Yes.
definitely understand how they might feel.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So if you have any other questions for Dr. Burns, please put those in the chat. And we're sharing one last link, which is your blog. And I think you mentioned that at the beginning. It has all sorts of resources on that, correct?
You got it. So you'll
Okay.
see some buttons at the top. There's an AI button that takes you out to some AI resources if you're curious about those things. The blog button will take you out to a search bar where you can search for all the things we talked about today for some extra resources. And there's even a podcast button. So if you didn't hear enough from me this afternoon, you can listen to some fun conversations. I have one that just went live yesterday where we talk about the animate from audio feature with a fantastic educator who shares some of her stories from her classroom all around that one too.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. That's perfect. All right. Well, everyone, thank you so much for joining us today with DLC. And thank you to our final presentation. Monica, we appreciate you. And we are going to end our day by just reviewing some things about attendance.